Fair use, fair use. Fair use, fair use.
Arms like film, music, literature, news culture.
I'm about to say something that's hella controversial. So if you do not have the emotional capacity, right? If you don't have the intellectual capacity, right, to like actually pay attention and listen to understand instead of listening to respond out of emotion, if I have triggered you, right? This video is not for you, okay? I am seeing this come across my FYP so much, and it cracks me up in a way because of the fact that I am one black woman who used to date white men. And sometimes when I see some of you black girls that come on this app and y'all are showing off your little white men, right? I can peep very much who's doing it out of a materialistic thing to just show off the fact that like, hey, I got chosen by a white man, I'm good over here, whatever the case may be, right? But you're actually not coming from a genuine place of love. Oop, I said it. I don't think a lot of you guys really actually understand white men and how they view us as black women. I'm gonna be the first to admit it. Like I said before, I've been around white men my entire life. I've heard some things, I've seen some things, I know some things, okay? And of course, I know some of y'all gonna be like, well, not all white men, da da da. It's the same shit y'all do when it comes to black men. So don't even come in my comment section trying to be like that, okay? Because I'm gonna call you out and you're gonna look real, real stupid, okay? Going into what I'm talking about, because I'm talking about white men right now and black women. I'm not even talking about black men. Don't even bring them in my comment section. I'm talking about white men and black women, okay? Some of y'all don't even know why y'all have been picked by white men because of the fact that you come from such a low vibrational, low functioning, right? Wanting to be chosen, right? Unhealed version of yourself, and they can spot that shit fucking miles away. How many of y'all continuously say, who is dealing with white men? How many of y'all have said, oh my God, a white man treats me better than a black man? It's because they know. They know what to do. That's going to get you to crawl for them. They know what to say that's going to get you to submit to them. I'm so glad that this black man brought this to my attention and gave me even a bigger perspective on how some of y'all really do move and think when it comes to y'all dealing with white men. Because unfortunately, we do have a lot of y'all in the black community, I'm talking to black women, who think that white men are better than black men because of how you're being treated. But you actually don't understand the actual history and why this white man is treating you the way that you are wanting to be treated. The ones that come on this app and they talk about their experience, or they even are talking about them as they are dating a white person, a white man, and the things that they say that this white man is doing, you can just tell in the face that they act like he came to a gift from God, right? He just dropped down the sky and this white man is the best white man and whatever the case may be. And y'all don't realize the fact that it's all part of the fucking game that they play towards black women. White men know our history as black women. White men know what we truly desire and how we are when it comes to black men and them not giving us what we truly desire, right? Y'all come on this app constantly on a day-to-day basis and spew the negativity about black men so that white men, right, are peeping this shit, right? And they're like, oh, well, all I got to do is just do this part. Oh my God, he opened the door for me. Oh my God, he took me to Barbados. Oh my God, he brought me a Rolex. Oh my God, he brought me a Range Rover, right? These white men know that a lot of y'all have not had this, right? So they use it to get to you. I don't know how many white men would try to give me materialistic things, and I'm looking at them like, what are you doing? And they're like, oh, I thought, you would really like this. I've been on a cruise. You don't need to give me a cruise. Like, oh, you have? Why are you shocked that I've been on a fucking cruise? Where did you think I lived? In the cotton fields? Like, come on, let's keep it a buck. And I'm not saying this as an ungrateful thing, but I'm saying this as a way that a lot of y'all don't even peep the fact that they're giving this shit because they think that you've never even had it. They think that you are so low, right, that you've never even seen what a white person can do for you. Every single time I come on this app and I see a interracial couple, as far as a black woman and a white man, the first thing I notice is always it's materialistic. The way that she's dressed, right? The type of background that she's in, right? The fucking video that she used that, I just came across a woman who was talking about my man gave me pasta and lobster, da da da, and she has a white man. Hello? Y'all talk about being oppressed so much, but yet y'all continue to feed into the oppressor and what the oppressor is giving you because of the fact that y'all think y'all are so oppressed and he's paying attention to you. Oh, a black man never opened the door for you. Oh, a black man never, really told you you're beautiful. Oh, a black man, da da da. Okay, I know exactly what to do to get to y'all. And y'all fucking are weak in the knees. I've been around so many black women that as soon as a white man gives her a compliment, oh my God, you would have thought the Nile River woke up. Like, it's insane. But as soon as a black man was to give her a compliment, it's thank you with an attitude. Like, y'all haven't peeped this shit yet, and then maybe a lot of y'all don't want to because of the fact that y'all want to continue to think that they're the ones that are going to save y'all. I hate to break it to a lot of y'all, but these white men do not like y'all. Like, they don't really like y'all. They like the fact that they have somebody who looks at them as if they're all, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of y'all do look at, especially if you're in a relationship with them, a lot of y'all do look at them as if they are the top of the top, right? And if we know our fucking history, they've always thought that they were the top of the top. So the fact that a white man has a black woman who is actually making them feel and look as if they are the top of the top, how do you fucking think that that white man's going to treat you and continuously treat you to have you stay stuck with your oppressor? This is going to ruffle some feathers. I already know. But I'm going to talk about this a lot more because it needs to be talked about. Because I am one black woman who has dealt with white men, and a lot of the shit that I can tell y'all, I hope a lot opens up your guys' fucking minds. Because it's not what y'all think it is. And the ones that come on this app in those type of relationships, I'm not saying that I know them, but I'm telling y'all, it's not what you think it is. It's really not. That's all I'm going to say right now. All right, y'all, I'm hella about to ruffle some feathers with this video, but let's get into it and we gonna talk about it, okay? Disclaimer, I don't give a damn about what anybody says. I'm saying what I say and I mean what I say, okay? Let's watch this video.
As members of the Soft Black Wives Club, we just celebrate anything. And tonight, we celebrate the fact that we're both Libras, we're both beautiful black women in interracial marriage, we're both soft black wives, stress-free, put up and out the way. Ain't nobody coming to us as a woman about our husbands. Keisha wants us to buy more friends for the club. I personally think it should be all interracial couples or age gap. I tell her, girl, a lot of women don't like the women that live a soft life. So they gotta be living a soft life too. So who wanna join our club? We can do like a group date to all the best restaurants in Las Vegas. We can meet at the country club for golf, tennis, or pickleball.
All right, let me ask y'all a question. So why is it that resistance shows up when he's black, but submission shows up when he's white? Because if a white man tells you, I got it, you don't have to worry about it, y'all just sit back all giggly and be like, ooh, that's bae, right? But when a black man says, I got it, you don't have to worry about it, y'all want to sit there and talk about, I don't need no man, I'm independent. So y'all are feminists until Brad the Bare Minimum shows up. Got it. There's oftentimes this unspoken power dynamic between black men and black women just based off the fact that how society has put us underneath this pressure cooker of racism, gender roles, and all this stuff. So we're always constantly kind of looking at each other for that control, that validation, that respect, or whatever the case may be. But when a black man steps into leadership, y'all don't see protection, y'all see actual competition. Let's talk about it. Because I don't think a lot of you guys realize that nobody's trying to control you, sis. You just not used to someone else being in the front view of your own reflection. But all of a sudden, when you get with a white man, submission looks like softness and control looks like security. It's not always about what's being said, it's about who's saying it. Let's be all the way fucking for real. And be honest with yourself. Is it safety or is it supremacy in the soft voice that y'all getting it from? Soft life isn't something that's wrapped in European. Let me make that very fucking clear, right? You don't get femininity off of just being with a white boy. Let me make that very fucking clear, okay? Femininity isn't something that white men just unlock, okay? Y'all be handing this over to white people because you think the power dynamic between them is going to benefit you more than it is with a black man. Let's be all the way fucking for real, right? The real challenge is a lot of you black women don't know how to be soft with someone who reflects your struggles, but instead y'all try to go after someone who gives you the escape. So when y'all date a black man, you have that shared trauma, the same struggle, or whatever the case may be, right? So it's not love that you're seeing, it's survival that you're seeing. And a lot of y'all start to battle with that control because you've never felt safe in your blackness. But a white man doesn't reflect your wounds. He reflects access. He reflects peace. He reflects safety, right? So y'all feel like y'all live in a soft life, not because he's better, but because of his whiteness is what y'all equate to safety. He's not softer, sis. I hate to break it to you. It's the fact that y'all don't expect him to hurt you the exact same way. So y'all associate whiteness with worthiness and blackness with battle. So let me ask y'all, why is submission so easy when the skin is pale, but he's got to work 10 times hard, like he's got to get a degree when his skin is melanin? So it's not even about the man, it's about what you assume his intentions mean just based off of his skin color. So if your softness is dependent on his whiteness, is it truly softness or is it internalized survival mode dressed up in femininity? Y'all not healed, sis. Y'all just taking a vacation from your own reflection. All right, let me say this and then duck real quick. Y'all don't hate average. You just hate average when it comes wrapped in black skin. I said what I said. Don't scroll now. Stay with me. Let's watch this video and then we'll get into it. So let a black man be regular, degular, got 9 to 5, flaws like everybody else, and y'all see he's invisible. Y'all be talking about, I'm not settling, he ain't got it together, or this, that, and the third. But let a white man be wearing wrinkled khakis, haven't washed his hair in fucking 6 months, saying grand rising, and I go with the flow, and y'all be talking about, oh, he's just different. I see the potential. What? That ain't standard sits. That's racial comfort and internalized bias. So y'all treat blackness like it has to be excellence to be lovable, but y'all treat whiteness like it's a blank canvas that you can build with. Oh, stay with me now. Black men gotta prove their piece. White men are just assumed peace, even in the chaos. So y'all rather build with the white man, not because he's better, but because society already sees him valuable as default. You're not dating up, sis. You're just relaxing your standards for him. Y'all keep saying that you can't find a black man who leads, who loves, who communicates, and this, that, and the third, right? But the truth is, you guys just couldn't be patient with a black man who didn't perform it in the aesthetics that you wanted. Y'all wanted healing wrapped in a beard, Versace, and a 6'3" height, and when that didn't show up, you decided to dip. You didn't choose different, sis. You just picked the same energy and a color that you felt safer to submit to. You want the vibe, but not the weight that it comes with. You say black men don't show up, but y'all don't even let black men show up flawed. Meanwhile, you out here trying to coach Brad into being Malik Jr. and then calling it love. That's not healing, sis. That's hiding. And deep down, y'all know it.
Fair use, fair use. Fair use, fair use.
What we have right now is there's fewer and fewer men that are hypergamous mates for women. So if there's a much smaller pool of guys, then what you have is you have a bunch of women competing for the same men, and then a bunch of guys get ignored. But what I also see is that those top guys are having a hard time deciding. So I feel like in my coaching practice as a dating coach, I'm working with a lot of women who say, what do I do? I've changed my profile the way you said I should. I took your class, but I still feel like there's just not enough great guys. And then I work with these CEO men who are having such a hard time choosing. And so I think we really have this exacerbated problem where so many women are competing for the same men, and then a bunch of guys are getting ignored. And then what ends up happening is, where do those guys go? And they go online. That's what you see. They go to porn. They go to porn, or they go to Reddit. I mean, I love Reddit, but they're really going to some of these red-pilled communities. And so what you're seeing now is just men really opting out of society. So when you go back to that stat, 1 in 7 young men in the UK is NEET, not in employment, education, or training. They have just opted out. And as Scott says, there's nothing scarier than a single man, a young single man. And so we are just creating a lot of these angry young single men who are saying, well, this is rigged against me. And so that's why I am worried about the rise of people like Andrew Tate. And if we wonder, where are the dads, where are the men? Well, men are finding these father figures, but they're finding them online, and they're not the father figures that I would choose for the majority of men. And so I'm really worried about this, because I feel like women are saying, guys, you need to step up because I can provide and I don't need that from you. And guys are not prepared to rise to the occasion.
What are women looking for? Scott talked about height.
Yeah. So I would say, I work at Hinge, but I do think that apps have perpetuated this issue around height, because if you can set your height filter to something, then you might set it higher. And then it's as if you have the dating app as a club, and you're literally having bouncers that prevent a bunch of guys from even getting into the club. So many women in the US set their height filters at 6 feet, but only 14% of men in the US are 6 feet or taller. So what happens to the other 86% of men? And women are saying, where's my guy? It's like, well, he's not even showing up on your app. And so a huge thing that I push women to do is to change their height filters and just say, there is nothing that proves that you're going to have a successful long-term relationship if the guy is higher. I'm married to a short king. I love it. I feel like I really found this gem. And I think that so many women are missing out on great potential partners because of things like height.
Scott's point as well about they will date one of the men in the top 10%.
Yeah.
sleep with him potentially, and then that kind of adjusts their standards and they expect all other men to meet that standard, but there isn't enough men to meet that standard, is there?
I haven't specifically heard that. I mean, there is a lot of evidence around a sort of mating that people sort of have an internal sense of how attractive they are and that they end up with someone similar to that. But a sort of mating is different than hypergamy, which is really this idea, as Scott said, that women tend to date horizontally and up and men date horizontally and down. So if you have 2/3 of women who are college grads and 1/3 of college grads who are men, and some of them are going to date women without college degrees, you truly do have this dating crisis where there's just not enough men to meet this hypergamous mating.
Again, you can't tell women to lower their expectations, but this is the reality. When you ask a man, if you could have a woman who had 80% of everything you wanted, 75% say, yeah, I'm on board.
Mm-hmm.
When you say to a woman, a man has 80% of what you want, 75% say that's not enough. But if you, but even look at the media.
Right.
What does the media tell a woman to do? He's out. But he didn't open your door. He's not nice to his parent. You walk right out on that man. Like, it's literally every piece of media is, you don't need him. You're a strong, independent woman. Pull the ripcord. You're out. And it is the basic kind of communication around this is, you are a strong, independent, powerful woman. That is wonderful. And quite frankly, you don't need the imperfect man. And they're just not connecting. I read that on Tinder, a man of average attractiveness has to swipe right 200 times to get one coffee. And then 4 of those 5 coffees will ghost him. They will decide they don't want to meet him or they won't show up. That means a guy of average attractiveness has to swipe right 1,000 times to get one coffee. Now, what does that tell that guy? Women don't value me. Women make me feel rejected. And then they go online and they see these misogynists telling them it's not your fault.
Mm-hmm.
And these men become much more prone to misogynistic content, much more prone to nationalistic content, blaming other people for the lack of economic opportunity. They start sequestering from society. I worry that we are literally evolving a new species of asexual, asocial male. And if a man by the age of 30 hasn't either lived with someone or married someone, there's a 1 in 3 chance he's going to have a substance abuse problem.
Wow.
In addition, it goes so much deeper than that, because if they don't develop the skills, the reason romantic comedies are 2 hours, not 15 minutes, is this shit is hard.
Mm-hmm.
Like, finding an attractive, intelligent woman, generally speaking, 75% of people who've been married longer than 30 years say, in the beginning, one was much more interested than the other. And it was almost always the man. Women are much choosier. The basis of evolution is seed trying to get everywhere, men, and women deploying a much finer filter to select the strongest, smartest, and fastest speed. So men need an environment to demonstrate excellence. And you hear these women talk about, he was kind, he was good at work, I liked the way he smelled, he was funny. Where do men demonstrate excellence? When they're not going to college, they're not going into an office because of remote work. Where do they're not going to church, they're not going to temple. Where does a woman have the opportunity to fall in love other than these baseline metrics? And you were talking about, women say, you've seen these TikToks, over $100,000, that's not unreasonable, and over 6 feet, that's 2.2% of the male population. So where do they fall in love? Where can a man demonstrate excellence? It used to be, go to temple, 7 single women, 7 single men, and they kind of pair it off and work it out. And online dating, similar to online e-commerce, online rentals, it's created a winner take most, if not all, environment. And it's basically been amazing for attractive guys, attractive wealthy guys, tall wealthy guys. It's been amazing for them. For all the other guys, it's been a disaster, and it's made it mildly shittier for every woman. The digitization of mating, I believe, has been a disaster. It's been bad for women. It's been disastrous for men.
I see who the real narcissists are. It's us women! I made a video saying I don't never believe the women first until I hear both sides. Everybody in the comments was like, oh yeah, it's giving pick me, it's giving men pick me. And then this lady, she posted a video because she was in the gym, and the guy was like, I just commend you for wearing a full skirt, like, I don't see it a lot lately. And somebody else was like, it's giving male validation. You women are the wolf in sheep's clothing! You guys are the devil. Oh my God, it's so clear. Women try to portray this image that men are just horrible people, when in reality, it's us.
Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Okay, all right, we're gonna start, y'all. Where are we going to start? So what we have here is Mr. Z's response to the young lady, Anton. I forgot the name of that lady that was speaking to Dr. Scott Galloway on the CEO's podcast, Diary of a CEO. Okay. Fundamentally, what you see here is, yeah, the women are impossible, but it's the men's fault. I'm sorry, Dr. Scott Galloway. I'm sorry. You pinned her a couple of times. She tried to squirm and say people, and we all know it's women. All right. You pinned her, but you and her kept on coming back. By the way, I think that's the CEO of Hinge. That might not be the CEO of Hinge. She's like somebody connected to like these dating apps. I can't remember what her name is. I can't. It's right there, but I can't get it out. Anyway, either way, she's the one who's been telling the women don't die alone, right? So she knows what it is, but it keeps on coming back to the same thing. Yeah, the women are impossible. You notice that they're in agreement of that, right? The women are impossible, but somehow it's the men's fault. Yeah, people tend to a sort of mate, but like hypergamy and whatnot. You gotta love it, right? You gotta love it. It's the men's fault that the women can't practice hypergamy. We don't owe them that. Now what? Dr. Scott Galloway, you can't make us. Dr. Richard Reeves, we won't overproduce for these women. Y'all are literally saying the women are going after the top 2.2% of men, the top 14% of men, but it's the men's fault. Okay, yeah, that's it. Huh? The women are fighting tooth and nail and clawing at each other for the top 20% of men, but it's the men's fault. The men on top, and this goes back to what Jason Black said a couple months ago about how there's the men on top are so spoiled for choice, right? But somehow it's the bottom 80% of men's fault. Yeah, about that. Nope. So everybody's like, it's the men's fault that the women want to practice their hypergamy. Yeah, that's it. You gotta love it. Huh? You gotta love it. Oh, she mentioned Hinge. Yeah, yeah. One of those dating apps. One of them, right? Wow. You gotta. Hey, dear black men, dear men in America, dear men in the West, dear black men in specific. Once again, it's your fault. The women want to practice hypergamy, and it's your fault that the world told you, no, equality, equality, equity, 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 equality, equality. You can't dictate to her, right? We're not going to put the thumb on the scales for you. We're actually going to put the thumb on the scales for her. And then voila. 20 years later, 30 years later, 40 years later, 50 years later. And now it's all the men's fault that the women can't practice hypergamy. Yeah. Huh? Exactly, Rebel Out. Why aren't you in the top 20%? Because all men can fit in the top 20%. Man, this is the issue. So I love it. And the reason why I played the young lady talking about these black women in particular, swirling, divesting, and whatnot, and how they see white men, there's something very specific. I'm going to play it again. So I'm going to probably get demonetized on this video because of that goddamn song. But I'm going to play it again for those of you that missed it, particularly the third part where she says something very specific. Y'all just want beards with 6 foot, I think she said 6 feet or 6'2" tall beards with Versace shirts. You want a particular aesthetic coming from black men. And because you couldn't get it or you couldn't keep it, that dude a pipe, your pipe, but you couldn't keep it, so you just went with any random white man. Huh? And that goes to what men of color say oftentimes, which is just be white, right? They want a particular type of man of color, in our case, a black man. They want a very particular archetype of black man, but you could just be white as a white man. You could just show up, right? She wants 6'2" from a black. Excuse me. She wants 6'2" from black men, but you could be a 5'7" white dude, balding, and she'll go, and she'll make it work. She'll quote unquote make you sexy, right? This is where the black wife effect come in. Wait, I forgot. Most white men, even if they pipe black women, they won't marry them. So I guess this is where the black girlfriend, I guess black jump off effect come in. Something like, huh? So we're gonna play this real quick, and then we're gonna mute up for a second. I'm gonna play some music in the background. Y'all already know Reckless, but not for too much longer. And y'all gives you a second.
All right, let me say this and then duck real quick. Y'all don't hate average. You just hate average when it comes wrapped in black skin. I said what I said. Don't scroll now. Stay with me. Let's watch this video and then we'll get into it. So let a black man be regular degular, got 9 to 5, flaws like everybody else, and y'all see he's invisible. Y'all be talking about, I'm not settling, he ain't got it together, or this, that, and the third. But let a white man be wearing wrinkled khakis, haven't washed his hair in fucking 6 months, saying grand rising, and I go with the flow, and y'all be talking about, oh, he's just different. I see the potential. What? That ain't standard sits, that's racial comfort and internalized bias. So y'all treat blackness like it has to be excellence to be lovable, but y'all treat whiteness like it's a blank canvas that you can build with. Oh. Stay with me now. Black men gotta prove their piece, white men are just assumed peace, even in the chaos. So y'all rather build with the white man not because he's better, but because society already sees him valuable as default. You're not dating up, sis, you're just relaxing your standards for him. Y'all keep saying that you can't find a black man who leads, who loves, who communicates, and this, that, and the third, right? But the truth is, you guys just couldn't be patient with a black man who didn't perform it in the aesthetics that you wanted. Y'all wanted healing wrapped in a beard, Versace, and a 6'3" height, and when that didn't show up, you decided to dip. You didn't choose different, sis. You just picked the same energy and a color that you felt safer to submit to. You want the vibe, but not the weight that it comes with. You say black men don't show up, but y'all don't even let black men show up flawed. Meanwhile, you out here trying to coach Brad into being Malik Jr. and then calling it love. That's not healing, sis. That's hiding. And deep down, y'all know it.
gonna play this one more again, and I will give a bit of my commentary on the other side, and then yeah, we're gonna play this one more again. I'll give my commentary on the other side. As a matter of fact, I want to play that clip one more again too, because the thing that stood out to Z and it made sense, and when you tie it to what Dr. Scott Galloway is saying, it makes perfect sense, right? These women fail at keeping or acquiring the I get chiseled chin Tyrone, and so any brat will do, right? Any Hector will do, and that says something, especially when you consider that these folks are the ones that call us black men, colorists, futurists, texturists. They're the ones who say we're not rising to the occasion, et cetera, et cetera. And so you know the the math when these folks are being honest, the math. Now the 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 conclusion is always, no, not always, often interesting. The conclusion is often interesting because it's still men's fault. Dear black men, remember, it is still your fault, right? So let's play this again. Oh, as a matter of fact, before we do that, fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use, right? So let's make sure we get that out the way because, of course, and continuing.
What we have right now is there's fewer and fewer men that are hypergamous mates for women. So if there's a much smaller pool of guys, then what you have is you have a bunch of women competing for the same men, and then a bunch of guys get ignored. But what I also see is that those top guys are having a hard time deciding. So I feel like in my coaching practice as a dating coach, I'm working with a lot of women who say, what do I do? I've changed my profile the way you said I should. I took your class, but I still feel like there's just not enough great guys. And then I work with these CEO men who are having such a hard time choosing. And so I think we really have this exacerbated problem where so many women are competing for the same men, and then a bunch of guys are getting ignored. And then what ends up happening is, where do those guys go? And they go online. That's what you see.
They go to porn.
They go to porn, or they go to Reddit. I mean, I love Reddit, but they're really going to some of these red-pilled communities. And so what you're seeing now is just men really opting out of society. So when you go back to that stat, 1 in 7 young men in the UK is NEET, not in employment, education, or training. They have just opted out. And as Scott says, there's nothing scarier than a single man, a young single man. And so we are just creating a lot of these angry young single men who are saying, well, this is rigged against me. And so that's why I am worried about the rise of people like Andrew Tate. And if we wonder, where are the dads, where are the men? Well, men are finding these father figures, but they're finding them online, and they're not the father figures that I would choose for the majority of men. And so I'm really worried about this because I feel like women are saying, guys, you need to step up because I can provide and I don't need that from you. And guys are not prepared to rise to the occasion.
What are women looking for? Scott talked about height.
Yeah. So I would say, I work at Hinge, but I do think that apps have perpetuated this issue around height, because if you can set your height filter to something, then you might set it higher. And then it's as if you have the dating app as a club, and you're literally having bouncers that prevent a bunch of guys from even getting into the club. So many women in the US set their height filters at 6 feet, but only 14% of men in the US are 6 feet or taller. So what happens to the other 86% of men? And women are saying, where's my guy? It's like, well, he's not even showing up on your app. And so a huge thing that I push women to do is to change their height filters and just say, there is nothing that proves that you're going to have a successful long-term relationship if the guy is higher. I'm married to a short king. I love it. I feel like I really found this gem. And I think that so many women are missing out on great potential partners because of things like height.
Scott's point as well about they will date one of the men in the top 10%.
Yeah.
Sleep with him potentially, and then that kind of adjusts their standards, and they expect all other men to meet that standard, but there isn't enough men to meet that standard, is there?
I haven't specifically heard that. I mean, there is a lot of evidence around assortive mating, that people sort of have an internal sense of how attractive they are and that they end up with someone similar to that. But assortive mating is different than hypergamy, which is really this idea, as Scott said, that women tend to date horizontally and up and men date horizontally and down. So if you have 2/3 of women who are college grads and 1/3 of college grads who are men, and some of them are going to date women without college degrees, you truly do have this dating crisis where there's just not enough men to meet this hypergamous mating.
Again, you can't tell women to lower their expectations, but this is the reality. When you ask a man if you could have a woman who had 80% of everything you wanted, 75% say, yeah, I'm on board.
Mm-hmm.
When you say to a woman, a man has 80% of what you want, 75% say that's not enough. But if you, but even look at the media.
Right.
What does the media tell a woman to do? He's out, but he didn't open your door. He's not nice to his parent. You walk right out on that man. Like, it's literally every piece of media is, you don't need him. You're a strong, independent woman. Pull the ripcord. You're out. And it is the basic kind of communication around this is, you are a strong, independent, powerful woman. That is wonderful. And quite frankly, you don't need the imperfect man. And they're just not connecting. I read that on Tinder, a man of average attractiveness has to swipe right 200 times to get one coffee And then 4 of those 5 coffees will ghost him. They will decide they don't want to meet him or they won't show up. That means a guy of average attractiveness has to swipe right 1,000 times to get 1 coffee. Now, what does that tell that guy? Women don't value me. Women make me feel rejected. And then they go online and they see these misogynists telling them it's not your fault. And these men become much more prone to misogynistic content, much more prone to nationalistic content, blaming other people for the lack of economic opportunity. They start sequestering from society. I worry that we are literally evolving a new species of asexual, asocial male. And if a man by the age of 30 hasn't either lived with someone or married someone, there's a 1 in 3 chance he's going to have a substance abuse problem.
Wow.
In addition, it goes so much deeper than that, because if they don't develop the skills, the reason romantic comedies are 2 hours, not 15 minutes, is this shit is hard. Like finding an attractive, intelligent woman, generally speaking, 75% of people who've been married longer than 30 years say, in the beginning, one was much more interested than the other. And it was almost always the man. Women are much choosier. The basis of evolution is seed trying to get everywhere, men, and women deploying a much finer filter to select the strongest, smartest, and fastest speed. So men need an environment to demonstrate excellence. And you hear these women talk about, he was kind, he was good at work, I liked the way he smelled, he was funny. Where do men demonstrate excellence? When they're not going to college, they're not going into an office because of remote work. Where do they have, they're not going to church, they're not going to temple. Where does a woman have the opportunity to fall in love other than these baseline metrics? And you were talking about, women say, you've seen these TikToks, over $100,000, that's not unreasonable. And over 6 feet, that's 2.2% of the male population. So where do they fall in love? Where can a man demonstrate excellence? It used to be go to temple, 7 single women, 7 single men, and they kind of pair it off and work it out. And online dating, similar to online e-commerce, online rentals, it's created a winner take most, if not all, environment. And it's basically been amazing for attractive guys, attractive wealthy guys, tall wealthy guys. It's been amazing for them. For all the other guys, it's been a disaster, and it's made it mildly shittier for every woman. The digitization of mating, I believe, has been a disaster. It's been bad for women. It's been disastrous for men.
I want to
Dating is hard as a single woman. It is awful. It's honestly worse than I could have ever imagined.
Yeah.
What? Honestly, it was easier being single at 19 than it is as a 25-year-old.
That's fucking crazy.
Wait, why though?
I feel like guys used to have so much confidence and they'd approach you. Like, I don't know, when you're younger, it's just so much easier. I feel
haven't been rejected as much.
Yeah. And now I'll go out and I'm like, woo, I'm going to get some attention tonight. And no one speaks to me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, am I the most hideous human in the world? Like,
No. Me and Cass always speak about this though. Like,
the bar is in hell.
we've spoken about this a lot of times, and it seems like it's an issue that's getting more and more traction. Like, it's not actually getting solved.
Lowered expectation.
All right, let me say this and then duck real quick. Y'all don't hate average. You just hate average when it comes wrapped in black skin. I said what I said. Don't scroll now. Stay with me. Let's watch this video and then we'll get into it. So let a black man be regular, degular, got 9 to 5, flaws like everybody else, and y'all see he's invisible. Y'all be talking about, I'm not settling, he ain't got it together, or this, that, and the third. But let a white man be wearing wrinkled khakis, haven't washed his hair in fucking 6 months, saying grand rising, and I go with the flow, and y'all be talking about, oh, he's just different. I see the potential. What? That ain't standard sits, that's racial comfort and internalized bias. So y'all treat blackness like it has to be excellence to be lovable, but y'all treat whiteness like it's a blank canvas that you can build with. Oh, stay with me now. Black men gotta prove their piece, white men are just assumed peace, even in the chaos. So y'all rather build with the white man, not because he's better, but because society already sees him valuable as default. You're not dating up, sis, you're just relaxing your standards for him. Y'all keep saying that you can't find a black man who leads, who loves, who communicates, and this, that, and the third, right? But the truth is, you guys just couldn't be patient with a black man who didn't perform it in the aesthetics that you wanted. Y'all wanted healing wrapped in a beard, Versace, and a 6'3" height, and when that didn't show up, you decided to dip. You didn't choose.
And that's it right there. So that, I would say, doesn't just apply to black women. What's happening, and I'm glad she said it, for black women, obviously, it's the sorely divester thing when the man doesn't present. This is why women often put men in the friend zone. He's everything except the looks. I want to be very clear. Human beings put the opposite sex, men to women, women to men, put but obviously in most cases, the vast majority of cases, women to men, they put you in the friend zone because you're everything except the looks. Huh? If y'all want Z to be brutal, we're gonna be brutal. You're in the friend zone. I'm saying everything from middle school on up. Elementary school. Everything from middle school on up. You're in the friend zone because you're everything but the looks. Huh? Yikes. Number one. Number two. Once again, going back to Scott Galloway on the CEO podcast, notice him and the lady pretty much said the women are impossible, but it's the men's fault. The men have to elevate and make themselves into what the women are trying to get with when they put on their hypergamy filter. No. Now what? We're not going to overproduce, Dr. Richard Reeves. Mr. Scott Galloway, we're not. And now what? Hey, Mr. Z been saying it, y'all better make polygamy legal. Huh? So the women date these type of guys, y'all mean have sex with them. Then they move the bar up that way, and it's that or nothing, or they're going to be miserable. So be it. Huh? So be it. Let them be miserable then. Doc, give me a second. I just jumped on the expressway, so I can't be pressing no buttons right now unless y'all want to hear bang, booms, and baps. All right? Unless y'all want this to be Z's last stream. Tonight on Channel 7 News. So, yeah, but, you know, we don't owe them that. And when I say that, like, appreciate that the women don't owe us anything. The women have said that. They don't owe us a smile. They don't owe us being kind. They don't owe us being cordial. That women don't owe men any type of type of humility, anything. Women owe men nothing. Black women in specific owe black men nothing. This is something we understand, unfortunately, as men, that women could be as mean as humanly possible. She could be as coarse. She could be as callous as humanly possible. And, right? Isn't that what society says to men? She could dismiss you, right? She owes you nothing. She could demean you, unwarranted sass, unwarranted smug, unwarranted rude. Okay, cool. I'm not even saying for the men to respond in kind, but for this society to be throwing a fit because the men actually did one better for society and said, you know what? I'll just be despondent. I'll just be indifferent. Huh? I'll just be apathetic. And the problem is, the boys, the men, y'all took the vagina off the table. What did you expect? The women are mean. What did you expect? The women are coarse. What did you expect? Dear America, dear society, what did you expect? Dear Black America, what did you expect? Y'all are literally saying here the women are impossible, but it's the men's fault. No. You know what? To be kind, to be gracious, huh? Even if we're going to be extremely accommodated, the women are impossible. The men need to do better. Huh? If we take the most generous stance of what you said, whether it's Scott Galloway, somebody give me this lady's name, please. I done seen her everywhere. I don't know why I forgot her name. My apologies. No disrespect. Huh? If we're gonna be generous, what y'all are saying is, yeah, the women are impossible, but bottom 80%. Can you make yourself top 20%? How in the hell? It's called the top 20%. Huh? Shout out to all the women who say the men are unlikable. You mean the bottom 80%? Well, then go lobby the U.S. government to make polygamy legal. Then, huh? Go lobby the U.S. government to make polygamy legal. You'll win. Y'all can huddle up. Bill Gates can have 1,000 wives for all we care. Huh? You'll be all right. FD making good money right now. He can afford another 2, 3 families. Huh? Huh? We don't owe them being kick ass. Dr. Scott Galloway, did you hear yourself? Look how and shout out to the diary of a CEO. Look how because I watched the whole entire interview, but look how they chopped this. She started off saying, well, women are pretty much huddling on the top 20% type talk. Y'all are saying the women are delusional, but the men need to do better. Okay, yeah, that's it. And later on, they admitted in every goddamn everything you see, the men grade on a smooth bell curve. The men are far more honest. I don't care what y'all say on this weird stuff. The men are far more honest about where they rank in the dating field. And they factor in everything, their looks, their height, their income, their status. The women, on the other hand, because y'all been blowing smoke up their ass for so long, all of them are bad beats. God forbid she got enough money to afford some expensive makeup. And that's all women, not just black women. Yikes. Listen to what y'all are saying, and yet somehow the men need to do better? No. And now what?
What we have right now is there's fewer and fewer men that are hypergamous mates for women. So if there's a much smaller pool of guys, then what you have is you have a bunch of women competing for the same men, and then a bunch of guys get ignored. But what I also see is that those top guys are having a hard time deciding. So I feel like in my coaching practice as a dating coach, I'm working with a lot of women who say, what do I do? I've changed my profile the way you said I should. I took your class, but I still feel like there's just not enough great guys. And then I work with these CEO men who are having such a hard time choosing. And so I think we really have this exacerbated problem where so many women are competing for the same men, and then a bunch of guys are getting ignored. And then what ends up happening is, where do those guys go? And they go online. That's what you see.
They go to porn.
They go to porn, or they go to Reddit. I mean, I love Reddit, but they're really going to some of these red-pilled communities. And so what you're seeing now is just men really opting out of society. So when you go back to that stat, 1 in 7 young men.
Listen to what she just said. And even from the framing, right? Even from the tone of voice, somehow it's the men's fault. You're saying the women are huddling on the top 20% of dudes. You're saying even the top 20% of dudes are like, what am I supposed to do with all of this? You're saying train tracks. You're saying that the bottom 80% of men are essentially, they're going on the internet, they're talking crap on Reddit. Okay, cool. They're watching porn. But yet the framing and the tone is, the men gotta do better. No. Tell them there's vibrators out there. There's pleasure toys. There are other things they can do to fulfill themselves, giggity, and their time. We don't owe them that. I'm mad that you won't rise to my delusional ass ideals. It's your fault. Okay, yeah, that's it. How dare you just throw your hands up and not dance like a little monkey in my game? Men, you're destroying society by not being the delusion that the women want. Okay, yeah, that's it. Sorry, I said want. The delusion that the women demand. Yeah, that's it. It's on the men. It's on the men that the women have delusional ideas about her femininity, right? You let FD talk. You let Deontay talk, you let foreign talk, it's black men. And here's this white lady telling you straight up, yeah, the women are delusional and they're difficult and they're stubborn. But yeah, the men need to do better because the women can't practice hypergamy. How would Mr. Z has been saying this for years? Sarge Willie Pete has been saying it. BGS has been saying it. All of us have been saying it. Dr. Thunder, name them. You can't have equality and hypergamy at the same time. How the hell is it supposed to work? Huh? How in the hell is this supposed to work? So the math, right? How are you supposed to have equality or equity and hypergamy simultaneously? How's this supposed to work? No, the women want the top 20% of men. They really want that top 2.2%, over 6 feet, making over six figures. That's really the goal right there. Nothing. This has never been Z's issue. Nothing wrong with the women's wanting the top 2.2% of men. What happens to all the other 97.8% of women who don't get that guy? That guy, by the way, before he settled down, oh, he about to slay him. Oh, he's about to slay them. So fine. He has fun. He has fun until he's in his goddamn mid-40s, late 40s, right? He finally settles down. And all the women he had fun with that he didn't marry, the issue becomes that that's their bar now. And they're angry at him for not settling for them. They're angry at the other men for not being him. They're angry at the women that outcompeted them. And all the rest of us who are not in the top, who are not in the top 2.2%, we're not the top 2.2%, we're the 97.8%. But then there's still the rest of you top 20, right? The rest of you was 17.8%. You 17.8% guys, y'all be alright. But everybody else who's not in that top 20%, you're not the 2.2%, you're not the 17.8%. We're supposed to get the women's ass to kiss? No. Tell them go try to figure it out with the top 20%. Huh? Absolutely. She said it, and somehow the framing is still, we got to get them. It's the men. It's the men. The men are an issue. No, the women got it. They good. Huh? The women are okay. The women said they'll be all right, right? The women are okay.
Hey, yo, hey, niggas get shot every day, B. You be alright, nigga. You tough, right?
Huh? The women will be okay. They got toys they could play with, right? The women will be straight. Well, maybe they won't be straight. Maybe they won't be straight, actually. Actually, Z. Huh? Yikes. And what does Coach Greg Adams say? And that's you.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa. That's too damn bad.
Huh? The framing was still it's on the men. And y'all heard that white young lady when she was 19, it was so much easier. Now she's 25. Oh wait, so when the men were telling you, hey, we like them, hey, we rather younger. When the men were telling you that, oh, it's a bunch of sexism, huh? They're shaming age. They're predatory. Now you're 25 and you're slowly starting to realize it, and you're only 25. Ma'am, wait until you're 30. Ooh, wait until you're 35. And you're a white woman. And you're a white woman. Jesus. Wait until you about 28, 30. You think they're not looking now. And let's be clear, you're probably only dealing with white men or mainly white men. If they're not looking at you now, ma'am, or she didn't say that. If it's more difficult now at 25, ma'am, wait another 3 years. Actually, you shouldn't wait another 3 years. Ma'am, ma'am. Word of advice to the white woman in the UK. Do everything in your power, ma'am, to get wifed up. I mean literal ring wife, not just wifey. No. Literally be a man's wife before the age of 30 for your own good. Huh? Whatever other woman is giving you some fake ass empowerment talk, tell them to shut the hell up. They don't know what they're talking about. Huh? The young lady I played that said the women are really the problem.
I see who the real narcissists are. It's us women! I made a video saying I don't never believe the women first until I hear both sides. Everybody in the comments was like, oh yeah, it's giving pick me, it's giving men pick me. And then this lady, she posted a video because she was in the gym and the guy was like, I just commend you for wearing a full skirt, like I don't see it a lot lately. And somebody else was like, it's giving male validation. You women are the wolf in sheep's clothing. You guys
are. Huh? That's a woman, black woman, saying, no, we're really the issue. Huh? We are really the issue. Oh, and Saint Cyr says, okay, she's not in the UK, she's in Australia. Well, I mean, isn't Australia still part of the United Kingdom? Yeah, so Z kind of, I slipped up on that answer, but I was still right. And Saint Cyr says, she is in Australia. She ain't checking for the East African bros or the indigenous Aboriginal community in Australia. You already know. Aussie Chad is really going to the club to dub, Aussie Chad is really going to dub her by 28. I think you meant to say dump her by 28 and go to Southeast Asia. Ain't that sad? Huh? Oh man, Lion says she's funny. Yeah, I'm gonna play the whole thing for y'all. I'm gonna put the link for Dr. Thunder in a minute. As a matter of fact, let's put the link for Dr. Thunder if he's still here. Yeah, because I'm gonna have to mute up for a second. So let's bring Dr. Thunder up real quick. That link is only for Dr. Thunder. We don't speak for a little bit. Obviously, I'm gonna bring the rest of y'all up in a little bit. But that's for Dr. Thunder. Today's stream can't be super long, you guys, because got things to do. So that's for Dr. Thunder. If you click on the link, you will be sitting in the back chat for forever. Maybe not forever. We ain't gonna talk too long, but still, you'll be sitting in the back chat until I bring you up. So that's for Dr. Thunder. If he's still here, Doc, and then we're gonna play this young lady once again. And here we go.
I see who the real narcissists are. It's us women! I made a video saying I don't never believe the women first until I hear both sides. Everybody in the comments was like, oh yeah, it's giving pick me, it's giving men pick me. And then this lady, she posted a video because she was in the gym and the guy was like, I just commend you for wearing a full skirt, like I don't see it a lot lately. And somebody else was like, it's giving male validation. You women are the wolf in sheep's clothing. You guys are beautiful. Oh my God. It's so clear. Women try to portray this image that men are just horrible people when in reality, it's us.
Hey, we've been saying, right? Once again, the XX Accountability Department. Yeah? The XX Accountability Department. So you have men covering for it's a hodgepodge of insanity. Men covering for women, women covering for women, men telling the truth, women telling the truth. What? Huh? You got the Deontay, what's his last name? Kyle's Deontay telling you accountable for you're accountable for the brother that might overstep, and that's if he actually oversteps, and the women ain't lying about it. And let's be very clear, some of the women are lying. Roll a brick face, anyone? Uh-oh. Y'all remember we was accountable for that too until y'all realized she lied, and then it took y'all forever to apologize, and y'all was still grinding y'all teeth to dust. You forgot? Shout out to you, consciously. Huh? Yikes. So we're supposed to be accountable, but yet you even have women saying women are lying. When it comes to the swirler divester thing, you even have women saying, "Nah, we making it easier for the white dude. We go with any crusty old white dude who don't fit none of them quote unquote standards that we had for black men." And what I appreciate, and y'all know it, Z has a high ass bar for appreciating any of this stuff. Um, it's simply put, when the young lady said it's you, what you wanted didn't come in the look, the aesthetic that you wanted, and so you jump ship, and that's perfectly okay, ladies. But we don't owe you anything after that, right? Once again, the link is strictly for Dr. Thunder. So we're gonna play this one more again of the young lady speaking, and then we'll have Dr. Thunder.
All right, let me say this and then duck real quick. Y'all don't hate average. You just hate average when it comes wrapped in black skin. I said what I said. Don't scroll now. Stay with me. Let's watch this video and then we'll get into it. So let a black man be regular degular, got 9 to 5, flaws like everybody else, and y'all see he's invisible. Y'all be talking about, I'm not settling, he ain't got it together, or this, that, and the third. But let a white man be wearing wrinkled khakis, haven't washed his hair in fucking 6 months, saying grand rising, and I go with the flow, and y'all be talking about, oh, he's just different. I see the potential. What? That ain't standard sits, that's racial comfort and internalized bias. So y'all treat blackness like it has to be excellence to be lovable, but y'all treat whiteness like it's a blank canvas that you can build with. Oh. Stay with me now. Black men gotta prove their piece.
I'm gonna play it one more again, but the you treat blackness like it has to be excellence, but whiteness like a blank canvas. I'm very Let's pan out for a second, not just on the women. This is why Mr. Z is really careful with the respectability politics. Mr. Z was really careful with the black excellence talk. I'm not against black people being excellent. As a matter of fact, it's paramount, right? It's imperative for us to advance. You need excellent black people. With that, if you don't put black excellence in context of a neo-colonial white settler state, America, what ends up happening is you have black people discounting other black people who aren't quote unquote excellent. And you run the risk of sounding and acting like the same anti-black, mainly white folks who you are trying to dispel this idea for, that black people at best are mediocre, right? Dr. 30, give me a second because it's doing the same thing it did yesterday where it's not showing me you guys in the back. Give me a second. It's still not showing me you in the back. Give me a second, Doc. Give me a second. I have to do something myself. Give me a second. Okay, there we go. Oh crap. So it showed me, okay. Doc, if you don't mind clicking the link and then or going back and um coming back in because let me see if it shows me now because I went on a different. I'm using a different browser. Hopefully, it shows. Technical difficulties, everyone. Mr. Z working with a shoestring Velcro budget. We'll see what's going on. Yeah, it's not showing me doc, and that's weird. Let me put this link in one more time. That's weird. As a matter of fact, let me try this. Okay, I tried something different. Doc, try clicking this link right here. Huh? Try clicking that last link and let me see if that might work. Because I tried something a little different. Yeah, that should do the trick. Yeah, we'll try that. But yeah, so um what the young lady was saying, you need there we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I'll stop. So my yeah, the normal way where you invite guests and you click that and copy it and paste it, I'm gonna just have to give y'all the link from on top of the browser because that's what I had to do. So yeah, that worked. That worked. But what's going on, Doc?
What's happening, man?
Nothing much, nothing much. Just reviewing these videos and stringing them together to make a point.
Yeah. So, there was a few.
Doc, you got it. My background it might be a little noisy, so I'm gonna mute up for a little bit. So you got it.
Okay, great. Yeah, this is interesting. So a couple things. So when the woman said that these choice men are having trouble making a decision, listen to that peculiar phrasing. The actual issue is that they don't have to choose, not that they're having trouble choosing. And this, even in the framing of that, is trying to pass the buck or the sort of blame even to these men that are quote unquote having trouble choosing. So that's a I thought that was interesting. And something else, I that occurred to me when we were looking at the this whole the white man's ice is colder. So basically picking a dude that is average or below average, and because he's a white dude, um, you know, he's a choice dude. But if it was a brother with the same, same dimensions, same qualities, that'll be struggle up, right? Um, and to that, my initial thought was a white trash Pookie is still a Pookie. So that's my initial remarks.
Yeah, no. I mean, like, I missed a little bit of that because my my headphone, one of the headphones, when I had to switch it, and I missed like maybe a good 20 seconds. But no, so the what I did catch was the initial part with what you were saying about essentially the choice men, right? And the framing. Yeah, no, and you're right. They don't have to make a choice. That's why we bring up people like George Clooney or Leonardo DiCaprio and stuff like that. They don't have to make. They just play the field until they're good and ready. And the good and ready could be all the way in the mid 50s for all we for, and we've actually seen that a couple of times, right? They could turn around, get married 3 times, and then have their last child with a 20-something-year-old when they're like 70-something. We done seen that with a couple of, especially the white actors, right? Like, so that goes to what you're saying, Doc, which is like these guys don't have to make a choice. What I always find um, interesting and a bit disheartening is the framing from these folks, right? These are the technocrats when it comes to this type of conversation. But also the kind of poking and prodding of your average man to like be these people that the women could practice their hypergamy with. And I keep on stressing this, like they don't owe the women or society that, particularly when we've made these women so difficult and stubborn and just straight up assholes. Like the men don't owe the women that. And I know what I'm saying. I'm saying this: you can't maintain a society like this. You cannot maintain a community like this. Like there's gonna be a whole lot of like social um degradation, a bunch of social issues that arise from this. This is true. With that, you don't demand the men take on women who actually don't want to be with them in the first place. That's the whole argument. The women are the ones who are saying, if we can't get those guys in the top 20%, we don't want anything. And the men in the bottom 80 are like, all right, bet. They're not going to struggle and strive to be with someone who is quote unquote settling for them. It just makes no sense. Exactly, Ben, struggle love.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. And what I think what I said that you didn't hear is that a white trash pookie is still a pookie.
Exactly.
Right. And as far as perhaps maybe something that you didn't hear, I mean, it seems like you heard the first main part of what I said. But I was just saying that it's the framing of the way that she said it, which was to say that they're having trouble making a decision. That's not the problem. And the problem is that they don't have to make a decision. And
Exactly.
there's a big difference between those two things. One of them, the way she phrased it, you can sort of still make that seem as though men are still at fault because see, when men have options, they won't choose. You see, and
I missed that.
yeah, I mean, did you hear?
No. I heard you. No, I missed that framing. That I didn't get that from what she said, and now that you said it, it makes sense to me. That's what I'm saying. I missed that. I missed that kind of
Right.
underhanded part of the comment. I missed that. So I'm glad that she kind of caught that.
Yeah, I mean, and it's part of why I call all of these folks imposters. Okay, because really, what they're doing is they're trying to appear like they're reasonable and willing to have the conversation and trying to extend an olive branch. But really, what they're doing is still saying all of the same stuff, but using sort of red pill manosphere sort of talking points. They're so they're sort of weaving in and out of that terminology as a way to sort of garner more credibility. And then what can happen is what I think that they hope that happens is when people are confronted by sort of red pill, that they will see their version of the talking points as being more balanced, reasonable, and see, we were willing to talk about this, but see, they were unreasonable. They were not willing to have the conversation. So it's completely, totally disingenuous. Scott Galloway, Richard Reeves, they are they're the two biggest imposters. Again, the only reason that they're talking about this, it's not because they see the inherent value in men, that they appreciate, respect, love, admire men for just being men. No, it's because um, uh, women's options are being tampered with by the men not getting out here and quote unquote making something of themselves. So it's not really about the men. It never has been about the men. Now, what's also interesting is if you listen to them long enough, then this reveals itself, but you have to listen for a while. So the first part of what of what Dr. Galloway was saying, I thought was correct, but then you saw where the pivot was, And then you saw, oh, I see what this is. He wants this to
Exactly.
still be the fault of the men. Yeah.
It's exactly so what I got from that, and I'm so same thing. And you've been the one that's been kind of stressing that, and I'm actually following your lead on this because I agree 100. It really is. What about the women and children? Actually, what about the women in Texas? What about the women in society? It's not about the men at all. It's look. You have something bigger and more important than you and your interests. You know what? You know what? I would even entertain that conversation if you could show me what in at all in my interest am I getting. I would even be willing to entertain the conversation of a larger society obligation. You know what? I believe actually we are obligated to community and society. I agree. But what the hell am I getting for this that I want? I agree. We are obligated. We are obligated to each other. I agree with that 100%. I'm not anti-taxes. I agree 100%. Right? This is the inner lefty in me. But what the hell am I getting for this? That's the question, and they can't answer that. Real quick, Doc. Let me tie this to something that I'm beating myself up for not playing it. What you saw with Andrew Wilson and what's her face you know I'm talking about, the blonde, the little blonde chick that goddamn, her face is right there. Um on on um on the British dude channel on show. God damn it's gone, it's gone. But anyway, Andrew Wilson was debating Tommy Lauren. Tommy Lauren, there we go. Tommy Lauren. Thank you, y'all. Tommy Lauren. Rebel, I got it right there. Tommy Lauren's right. And he asked the same question we just posed. So what do the men get for this? What about their interests? What do they get? And she couldn't answer it. She tried to hit him with the morality stick. If my dad said that to my mom and da da da, and yeah, you're right. But what do the men get for that? And the answer is nothing. That's my question to Dr. Richard Reeves, to Mr. Galloway. What do the men get for that? Because let's be very clear, what you're still telling the men is they're going to strive for this, but because they're not in the top 20%, they're still going to get iced out in large respect. Okay, cool. So what do they get for the striving though? If they're not going to get a happy, enthusiastic wife, then what are they getting? If they're not getting children that they know are theirs, then what are they getting? What are they getting? That was the whole point of having a child have your last name. Your wife has your last name. First of all, she's your wife, not a partner, but your wife. Not just your girlfriend, not just your baby mama after being some other man's baby mama first. Oops. What do the men get for that? That's a serious question to anybody of note listening, whether it's one of you content creators, Kim Foster, FD, whoever the hell, and any technocrat listening. That's a real question. That all men, regardless of race in America right now, are really posing that question, particularly the men that are not as desirable. That's a real question. And I'll pause right there. Go ahead, Doc.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's the valid question. It's a valid question. I would go a step further than that, though. I'd say, because I don't think that most men expect to get something that is on par with their sacrifice. I think that most men would be satisfied with just not being demonized. Just don't demonize us, and we can accept if the deal that we cut, if it's a deal that we agree to, even if it's a situation where perhaps we're giving a bit more than what we're getting. But you can't demonize us wholesale. You can't talk about us like we're the problem with society, though we've been the ones that have sacrificed ourselves for society. That we've the ones that have cultivated the earth so that y'all can even fix your mouth to say some of the despicable stuff that you say about us with irregularity. So even if um, getting a quote unquote good deal was off the table, just stop. Just get our name out your mouth. I
I
think
agree with
I
that,
think
Doc.
it's even I think it's even at that point. It's even at that level. Because I mean, I'll tell you right now. When I got married, I didn't get married to my wife because I thought it was going to be a balanced deal. I knew that most of it was going to be on me. Right? That's there is a burden that leadership bears. I'm totally fine with that. But what I couldn't bear would be to be disrespected, by her, and her allowing my son, for instance, to disrespect me without checking him. That would be stuff that I couldn't bear. But what this society is expecting us to do is to champion all these, empowerment issues for women, which is, I honestly, and I say this on my channel all the time, I'm for empowerment for all. If you have the skill, I'd like to see a situation where opportunities would avail themselves to you. I don't care what your gender is. I don't care what your orientation is. I don't care, I don't care about any of that stuff. If you could do the job, I would like to see a situation where you could have an opportunity where it would not be a regular thing for you to be blocked from opportunity based on some immutable characteristic or some lifestyle choice. Okay. So that's where I would be. Okay. However, even in our championing equality for all, because we dare to point out certain issues, certain bad behaviors, that's too much. And while simultaneously, it's totally fair game for them to say anything that they want to say about us, but then demonize us for pulling back for withdrawing.
Exactly.
It's just totally ridiculous.
I agree with your assessment. I'm not married yet. Anyway, but I'm not married, and so I get a lot of cooperation. I get a lot of cooperation, and I just always knew that I would be the one heavy lifting. I don't get disrespected. I get peace. I get peace of mind. Right? There's relationship stuff, but and I agree with you where I think men appreciate that women in society don't actually mean 50-50. We understand that there's a cost to pay for bringing a child to term. Like there's a cost to pay, and you're going to be paying that cost more than her financially for the rest of your life. But right, so if you're going to be a good dad, that is. Yeah, so we appreciate that. We know the society don't actually mean equality. We get it. With that, I think KMS said it best when he said there's too much pain in the system. There's just simply too much pain. Y'all asking the men to deal with too much, right? There's too much disrespect. It's too dismissive. It's too minimizing, right? It's too embarrassing, to be frank. You're just asking the men to deal with too much. If and it's what it is. It's a price. It's a perpetual price for not being the quote unquote preference. The women want to use the word preference. All right, fine, we'll go with it. It's a cost to that. And what you're finding is that the men will no longer grovel for a chance. And I got to be a little vulgar, but still respect for the duck. The men no longer want to pay the cost to grovel for a chance to smell the vagina. No, no, no. The young men said, well, we'll find other things to do. And I gotta take that somewhere else. But we'll find other things to do, and they mean it, right? They mean it.
I just wanted to respond to a couple of things I see in the chat. I'm not sure, Black Uru, I'm not sure what my deal is. You said, I think Gen X and older would take Dr. Thunder's deal. I didn't present a deal. What I said was, generally speaking, I think men expect to bear more of the load They just don't want to be disrespected, is what I said. I'm not sure that that's a, and that's an observation. You know, I'm looking at the nature of reality. This seems to be the nature of reality, is that men have been willing to sacrifice and do more for society, more for families, more for their wives, more for their children than the but have historically just expected or wanted not to be disrespected. So even if you talk about in the Black community how the Black community has the most stepdads of any other community. Now, I would regard that as typically a bad deal these days. It was never ideal, but at least when it was done in the past, there was a respect and an honor that was afforded. That's just no longer the case. Now it's almost a disrespect, you know, and so that's the part of it that I think is problematic, is the disrespect. It's not the men that are willing to sacrifice. Yeah, be willing to sacrifice, but you just obviously you can't take a situation where part of your payment is disrespect. That's just not something that's tenable. And I don't know any situation where, especially the kind of authority structure that we seem to um, promote in the sort of Black manosphere space, where the man to be the sort of leader in leadership position. I talk a lot about the natural order: God over man, man over wife, wife over children, where the wife is cooperating and is submitted to the man or to her husband. And so if there's a bump in the night, the guy is willing to put his neck out there because it's his responsibility to protect his purview. That's his responsibility. What I'm saying is, I don't think that men have an issue with that. I think that we're willing to do that, but you can't disrespect us and expect us to continue to do that. That's what I was saying. So I didn't present a deal. So
Doug,
I would also say though that yes, I do realize that younger men are not even willing to do that. So I see that. I see that all every day, and there's just too many other outlets and options for young men to sort of interface in a satisfying way. You know, we'll say, well, through hobbies and through all kinds of other things. PS5, Jergens, Front Hub, and yeah.
Doug, do you mind that? Because I was gonna bring Black Uru up so that he could, if you don't mind,
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Also. Okay. All right. Not Doug. Black Uru. This link is for Black Uru, and if BGS want to come up too. But if this link is for Black, I promise y'all I'm gonna bring the rest of y'all up in a minute. But yeah, I'm gonna bring Black Uru up if he want to, and then we'll continue, because the female accountability department, because I mean, like, if you're not the worst woman on the planet, you have male siblings, you have brothers, you know what it is, and your brothers will tell you, especially if you have the type of relationship that Z has with especially younger sister Z. Like it's I don't know, you just know, and if you have a moral compass, a real one, you know it's not always men bad, men predatory, men, men sexist, men oppressive. You know that's not what it is, right? And I should have clipped out this part also of the conversation, but I guess I'll cover it at a separate time, a later date, which is Scott Galloway pinned this lady. He pinned her, no pun, but he pinned her pretty bad when she kind of implied something about the softer men, and Scott Galloway got her with that ain't what women really want. As a matter of fact, I talk to these women, and they will virtue signal the softer, more pliant, more caring men, and then they'll be like, no, but I really whisper under their breath, but I really want a man's man. And like, we see that, and that's why we stress to the young men, forget. This is why men, not even forget just young men. Men don't actually need us in the manosphere, black manosphere in specific. They don't need us to say it. What men are judging is not what women are saying. They're watch who women are screwing. Ooh, goddamn, Z. They're watch who women are giving the vagina to. Forget what women are actually saying. Who are women giving the vagina to? That's what we're judging it by. So women can say, young women can say, hey, these are the things we want. We want somebody that's more understanding. I want somebody that goes to therapy, that has a good relationship with their mother and the women in their lives, and they don't talk sexist about women and that, right? All that sound nice. And then when we see who she actually dated the first time we met her, and then the second time, I'm talking about the guys in the friend zone, not Z. And the second time we met her, right? And the third, I mean, these guys are not those guys. That's what we're talking about, right? So, Dr. Scott Galloway pinned her on that, and I should have clipped that part out because they're quote unquote preferences and revealed preferences, right? And I'll pause right there. Go ahead, Dr. Thunder or Black Uru.
Yeah, I hope I'm coming in clear.
You're clear. You're clear.
Let me know.
You're good. You're good.
Thanks for having me up. Always a pleasure to talk with you, and certainly a pleasure to talk with Dr. Thunder. I guess I don't want to split hairs, Dr. Thunder, but I think younger men, and I'll say rightfully so. I think younger men look much more towards tangible evidence of some sort of, if not equality, definitely more evidence that there's some sort of fair sharing of obligation and responsibility and investment. I think they have seen the evidence of us. Well, you're a Gen Xer, I'm a boomer. A few who are old enough to have and been blessed to spend time with Silent Gen, even the few greatest Gen folks. They saw what happened to Pop, working himself into an early grave, and the house is still there 20 some years later, and don't nobody even remember who Pop is. And I think they don't want that deal. I think for younger men, I hope for younger men, they want a much better deal than just this sort of heroic father thing where you, like I said, you work yourself into an early grave, 60, 70 hours a week. Your heart explodes one day on the gig, and you leave, $1 million estate, whatever, and then people forget about you 2, 3, 4 years later. So I'm not saying that's what you were saying necessarily, Dr. Thunder, but again, I think they want more than just this whole sort of intangible congratulations for being a good man thing, because I think they saw that just was not a viable deal, especially for Black men.
Yeah, I mean, I generally generally speaking, I don't disagree with you. I mean, I see how younger men. I mean, I'm an academic. I see younger, younger guys, and I've been at my current place of employment for 21 years, and so I've seen how it's sort of changed. In the sort of conversations that we do have, and it's not. I mean, I'm teaching music, so that's the primary topic. But every once in a while, students come to talk to me about different things, and I sort of note the difference in just the way that they're moving, and the fact that I noticed that fewer and fewer of the guys have girlfriends these days, and it's actually a positive thing with respect to the way that it affects their studies, right? Because more of their time is devoted to their studies, but it's different. It's a sort of different dynamic. Now, so what you said, of course, is not in a vacuum, right? So, like you said, there's their lived experience in things that they've witnessed, as far as stuff happening to older people, things that they're seeing on social media and whatnot, are communicating that, look, because there's been such a preponderance of exploitation of men, in order to protect yourself from, the same thing happening from you, then you need to be able to see certain tangibles. And if you're not seeing those tangibles, then it probably isn't going to turn into anything positive, this kind of a thing. And to that point, I say, yes, they should move that way, because, the point of a lot of these spaces, these conversations, and just being exposed to more information is that you don't have to recreate the wheel. You don't have to make the mistakes. You don't have to, experience is not the best teacher, right? You don't have to make the mistake to learn the lesson. You can learn the lesson first. So it seems that a lot of young guys are learning the lesson from other people, which is a good thing. And frankly, I think there would have been more of that in previous generations if we had access to this massive pool of data, that we do now. So now, with respect, there was one nuance with the way that I was framing what I was saying, that I think what you said was a little different than what I was saying. I wasn't just merely talking about intangibles. I was talking about just not demonizing men. So in my estimation, that is a tangible. It is a tangible not to have to turn the TV on, or, all of the toxic masculinity, constantly the messaging that we hear about men all the time. The patriarchy destroyed everything. The patriarchy, y'all are all a bunch of dusties, all of the kind of language that we hear. What I'm saying is, if we didn't have to hear that constantly, in particular, the men that have made the commitments and are doing the right things for their family, for their society, taking care of their kids and whatnot, if they didn't have to hear that sort of talk, I think a lot of men, even younger men, would be much more open to even a deal that was not it wasn't a bad deal, but it wasn't necessarily you can account for a one-to-one what you're getting for what you're giving.
Fair exchange. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me read this real quick. And
Well,
Detroit
I don't
says,
know.
and okay, go ahead, Blacker, go ahead.
No. Sorry, I interrupted. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to read the super chat. I jump out when we flow in, and I'm about to read a super chat because the flow of the conversation. But okay, fine. I'll let me read this, and I'll read Gail Gammy's afterward. And Detroit says accountability department's selection refund of $200 trillion for that BS refund granted. Look, $200 trillion. I don't even know if we don't even have a $200 trillion global GDP. Right? So the global GDP is still not $200 trillion. I don't know how long it's going to take to get there, too. I don't know if we're going to blow ourselves off the goddamn map before we get to $200 trillion. Maybe not. Right. But yeah, and thank you for that super chat. I don't know about that, but yeah, the female accountability department, shout out to Ed on that one. I called it the XX accountability department. I should put XX chromosome, but that might be too long of a title. And thank you for the super chat once again. And Gil Gami says, gods and devils propose to give you something in exchange for their worship, for your worship of them. I get what you're saying. For their worship or what you ask for. These women go beyond by requiring much from you while refusing any expectation you'd have for them. So they think they're beyond gods, so they're titans, right? They're beyond gods. They're immortals. Right? So like, yeah, no, I mean, if what you're saying is we're supposed to grovel because you're the one, so because the portal of humans come through you, we're supposed to grovel at the portal. Okay, and what we get for that is your presence and maybe a child, and it might not even be the first child to come through the portal. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know that doesn't sound like a fair exchange. And more young men are showing that through action. They said access denied. You do not get access to my wallet and to my presence and to my labor for maybe a chance at you birthing my child. Maybe. And it may not even be the first child to go through the portal. Yeah, nah. No, nope, nope. And Gil Gabby, once again, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right. And y'all go ahead.
Well, I mean, one of the reasons why I am for, SYSBM and passport and all that is, that what you just described is a level of delusion and self aggrandizement that I don't think a black man will live long enough to fix. So I think you have to just pick a whole group of women who have a very different view about that sort of thing, have a very different view about their position and their status with men, and is much more subordinate than being some being above that of a god. You don't have any time as a black man. You don't have any business as a black man to spend your time squabbling with some woman over her self-appointed divinity. You go find you some women who don't believe that nonsense, who are going to submit to you, and hell, in some cases, even bow to you, and you build from there. So that's how I would respond to
Black Uru, Vince, you got me because I didn't even think about that while I was saying that. And Vince says, might not even be your child. You worship it. I'm worshiping you, and the kid might not even be mine. Good point, Vince. Good point. Z, you forgot who we talking about. You right, Vince. You're right. You're right.
Yeah,
What's going on, BGS?
It's upwards of 40% of black men are under false paternity. So,
Ah,
so it is
ah.
what it is. It is what it is. Okay. What I'm saying is that you know, the environment is the ultimate arbiter of what goes on in any society. Okay. Environment controls culture. Okay. And Dr. Thunder, since he's a stoic. He's traditional. Okay, basically. Okay, the thing is, uh, family and family building and family formation and child rearing is the foundation of any society. Okay, you mess with it.
Facts.
Okay, it took 200,000 years to build this. Okay, marriage and this kind of stuff didn't come out of nowhere. Okay. Didn't come out of nowhere. We didn't just all of a sudden, come out, climb out of the trees. No, no, excusing what Dr. Thunder's belief, but we didn't just crawl out of the trees or come out of the savannah and start forming families and marriages and stuff like that. They had to be developed, okay?
Yep, tested,
Developed for a reason, okay? And the marriage goes back 100,000 years, is to put a man and a woman together to raise families and provide for the group, okay? Make a stable foundation for society. That's what it's there for, okay? And you think of the last 50 years, you're going to mess with that and do something else that is not going to make your society implode. What do you think's happening right now? Okay, your whole society is being the last 50 years imploding. Okay, it didn't take 100 years, didn't take 1,000 years. It took less than 50 because just like anything else. Okay, anybody that I don't care what you build. Okay. Dr. Thunder know that music is built on a foundation. You take out the bricks, that's what's gonna happen to the whole.
Wait, BGS. Wait a minute. No, it's going exactly to what you're saying. I'm interrupting you for a reason.
Go ahead.
We all done played Jenga before, right?
Mm-hmm.
What happened when you start removing them blocks, BGS?
Yeah, there's certain foundational blocks that you cannot move without the whole thing falling apart, right?
I'm just saying.
Okay. Marriage. Okay. We do not realize how difficult it is to socialize men to marry and build families. Okay, it's difficult. Okay, it used to be upwards of 80% of within 60s, 80 to 90% of the men were married. Okay, they had a wife, and sometimes black people, a guy like Black Who would have two or three families. Okay, taking care of them. Okay. You know how
Why me?
because you were a
That's
successful
you, LA.
black man.
That's you
Yeah.
chicks with the LA
No, no, no,
guys.
I'm talking
Well,
about, hey, Rue, I'm not
Believe
talking
that's
about
low
the
key
LA
Dr.
guys.
Thunder too.
no,
Low key Dr. Thunder too. Even with his
what,
Christian ass, yeah,
hey,
low key
hey,
it would
hey,
have been Doc too.
hey, Uru, had you been who you are back in the 30s and 40s, you'd have had more than one family. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's very likely true. That's very likely
I'm not talking about the 80s and 90s. I'm talking about the 30s and 40s.
true.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'd have worked myself into an early
And
grave
to
to
a
take care
grave
of both of
to take care of the family. It's not. The thing is,
them.
people think that men work themselves into a grave to take care of a woman. That's not true. You work yourself into a grave to take care of your family. And the woman, the woman is a facilitator of a family. Okay, she's not the main object. The whole structure is what you take care of. Okay, and she's that's why they call her the helpmate, the helpmeet, right? She's helping you take care of that structure. Okay, because that burden's on your shoulders. Okay, it takes a whole lot of work to socialize in what's his name that did that podcast talk about how he's raising his sons with the yes sir, yes ma'am, check the lock, check the door. Okay, that's old fashioned
Oh, Mackie,
socializing.
Anthony
Mackie,
Mackie.
Captain
Anthony
America.
Mackie.
Captain
That's,
America.
anybody that's boomer or older knows that's how you are socialized. You come up from a little boy, a little bitty kid, barely able to walk, and that's the way you socialize to treat your family and take care of your kids. Anybody underneath your
That's why they call you little man.
Sometimes in the South, okay, I don't care if it's your niece, your nephew, your uncle, your stepson, whatever it is. Anybody that's underneath your authority is what you take care of, just like they're yours. Okay, that's where we're trained. Okay, what happens when we start breaking that? Slowly but surely, it's going to ebb out. Right now, you got YNs rolling around. They don't care about that kind of stuff. Why? Because you broke the contract. Okay, you broke the contract, you broke the socialization, and you taught them you taught them that what they're buying into is not worth it, right? Ain't no black man gonna marry a chick and to be with her for 5 years and she walk off. He's got to pay child support whenever for the rest of his life. That's not gonna work that way. You're not gonna buy into that. You're not gonna date some.
Let them know, BGS.
Dating is supposed to be fun, okay, not a job interview. Okay, I'm not dating you. I'm not dating you to be my sugar baby. If we're gonna be a sugar baby, the old guys will tell you, if I'm gonna spend $200-300 on a date, baby, you're a sugar baby. Why don't I just give you $500 a month and I come around 3-4 times a week, 3-4 times a month, something like that. Okay, let's put it on paper. Okay, the thing's dating is supposed to be fun, and guess what? I don't blame the young guys. I wouldn't be dating either. If you're gonna tell me I gotta have this, I gotta have that, you gotta hit blah 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 just to talk to you, guess what, baby? You know what? Where's my GTA 5? Okay, where's my
Six, the
Xbox?
GTA
Okay,
6. We got to get the gamers right. We got to do the gamers correct.
And if you look at what's happening to Shannon Sharp and Sean Combs, you know they're putting the sugar daddy on trial. That's essentially what they're doing.
Well, you know, the sugar daddy is
Real
going on trial
real
right
quick,
now.
BGS. Go ahead, Doc, because I think he might be leaving. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Doc.
So
no, go ahead, Doc.
speaking of GTA 6, good to see you. By the way, BGS, it's been a minute.
I always try to peek in, Doc, when I can.
I know it's butt crack of dawn for you.
You and Z.
Yeah. So speaking of GTA 6, so the other day, I was me and my son, we've got this thing. I told him my son is 11, so he's been going to the gym with me, and he started his summer a couple weeks ago, and I told him it's tough boy summer.
Okay.
So this is when we're getting his mind in shape. You know, he gets up, he gets breakfast. I stream in the morning, so he gets up after I get up. He gets his breakfast. Then he plays the saxophone.
Okay.
And he's been doing that every day. Then and this is unsupervised. This is just him doing this. And then after that, and my show is over, then we go to the gym.
Okay.
And we go to the gym, we work out, and it's got a basketball court and a pool too, so he can do some bonus stuff after we get done doing our weight training.
Okay.
And so anyhow, we were on the way to the gym,
Mm-hmm.
and it was a Honda Accord, or no, it was a Toyota Camry,
Mm-hmm.
maybe no older than 5 years old, went zipping around us,
Okay.
and then some police cars.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So
All
it was
right.
a high speed chase.
Mm-hmm.
So we got up to a regular intersection that we're going to go up and turn left, and we're in the turn lane. And by the time we got up to the turn lane, that car was on its side,
Mm.
and the police were pulling two YNs out of the car.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, this is a teachable moment. So I'm telling my son, see, this is why you don't try to run from the police.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, and besides the fact that the vehicle that they had, do you think that you're going to outrun the police in a Toyota Camry?
No, you're not.
Oh, also, even if you outrun the police,
Mm-hmm.
you can't outrun the radio.
Yeah, no.
Right. So anyhow, I'm sticking that in there. But then the reason I said it is because my son said, and without skipping a beat, he said it was like they watch GTA 6 all the time. They're watching too much GTA 6,
Yeah.
thinking that they can outrun the police.
Yeah, nope. GTA 6 don't have no consequences. We should have GTA 6 cats going to prison and stuff like that, and seeing and get knifed in prison or something like that.
No, there's consequences in Grand Theft Auto. Is just not visceral. Go ahead.
Let me say this too. This is part of the reason why the the traditional family structure it's just the best thing going, is because we called my wife after we saw this melee. We're getting closer to the gym, and so we called her, and we said, hey, guess what just happened? And he's telling her like this, and what did she do? She said the same thing that I just got done saying. She said, yeah, you shouldn't be trying to outrun the police, and you can't outrun the radio.
You can't run the radio, yeah.
And right, so she said the same thing, but so he's getting this kind of messaging from both of us. And she's not bucking me. She's not telling him something different. Well, it's all right. Sometimes, you got to try to outrun the police.
It's a unified front. Yeah. Unified
That's
front.
right.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Yep. Yep. In fact, I think basically it was on Anton. Anton showed a video of a woman saying exactly that. Okay. Before they even go to the kid, they decide what they can agree upon, and so basically, they speak with one voice, because no matter who you go to, okay, because I used to do that with my kids, right? Okay, whereas if there was an adult in authority, okay, no matter what that adult says, okay, that adult you do what that adult says. That's if that adult did something wrong, it's not your job to check them, okay? That's my job, okay, and we do that in private. I do not check my kids in front of check an adult in front of my children, okay? Because the first thing they come to me, well, Dad, my auntie said blah blah blah. So okay, so how come you didn't do it? Well, I don't care. How come you didn't do it? That person is placing authority over you, okay? When I'm not with you, they're in charge. I said, if you think they did something wrong, you come to me and I will address them. Okay, that's not your job. Your job is to do and obey, because you're under their protection.
And the thing is that this dishonesty and trying to work the system is actually a sign of intelligence. So an intelligent kid is going to try that.
Yes.
So then, of course, it's up to the adults.
Yes.
To not allow that, to provide the sort of parameter that says, okay, it's good that you're clever and smart, but this is not the way that we want you to use that.
And explain what the consequences of that particular action is, because we've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like when he saw that he thought he could outrun the police because he's smart, but guess what? If you blocks down on the road, you overturn that car.
Yeah.
Let
And
let
then,
me
of
read it.
course, and then, of course, what happened afterwards was this sort of gratuitous show of, of force. They pulled the kid. One of them was in handcuffs by the time we got up to see him. The other one was being pulled out of a broken back window.
Okay.
And then it's like, how many police cars do you need? How many of y'all need to come to the scene of the crime? So they already had the brothers caught, and then there's like 6, 7, 8 more cop cars showing up on the scene.
That's the whole point, Dr. Thunder. The whole point is the overwhelming show of force.
It's called deterrence. Okay. Why do we have
Exactly.
nuclear? Why do we have nuclear weapons? It's not to use them. It's to do what? Deter a bad actor from doing something untoward towards you, right?
Yeah, but a nuclear weapon actually does something, though. These folks were just standing there with flashing lights to cheer on their buddies or something.
Well, we go back and look at Rodney King in '91. Okay. They weren't just flashing lights, okay?
Well, I know they weren't. I'm just talking about in this particular situation.
And
I'd say in most.
Well,
I would say in
I don't think
most
that
situations. Go ahead.
I think that overwhelming. I don't think that's for the YNs. I guess.
No.
Quote YNs in this. I think that's for everybody else.
Everybody else looking in,
and to intimidate possible copycats.
Yeah.
I think that's why they do that.
The biggest power that the police have is to deter honest people from doing dishonest things. Because the crooks are going to do what they're going to do. Right. You can't stop them. But you want to keep 99% of the people are actually honest. You want to keep them honest. So that's why it's a show of force. Military does it all the time. Okay, so this is not
shock and awe.
Shock and awe. Yeah. You overdo it to keep somebody else from trying you. From FAFO. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Let me play this real quick. Going to the super chat, and Joe says, "If only there were more if only there were more men for the meat grinder." And go into that. Here you go.
What we have right now is there's fewer and fewer men that are hypergamous mates for women. So if there's a much smaller pool of guys, then what you have is you have a bunch of women competing for the same men, and then a bunch of guys get ignored. But what I also see is that those top guys are having a hard time deciding. So I feel like in my coaching practice as a dating coach, I'm working with a lot of women who say, what do I do? I've changed my profile the way you said I should. I took your class, but I still feel like there's just not enough great guys. And then I work with these CEO men who are having such a hard time choosing. And so I think we really have this exacerbated problem where so many women are competing for the same men, and then a bunch of guys are getting ignored. And then what ends up happening is, where do those guys go? And they go online. That's what you see. They go to porn. They go to porn, or they go to Reddit. I mean, I love Reddit, but they're really going to some of these red-pilled communities. And so what you're seeing now is just men really opting out of society. So when you go back to that stat, 1 in 7 young men in the UK is NEET, not in employment, education, or training. They have just opted out. And as Scott says, there's nothing scarier than a single man, a young single man. And so we are just creating a lot of these angry young single men who are saying, well, this is rigged against me. And so that's why I am worried about the rise of people like Andrew Tate. And if we wonder, where are the dads, where are the men? Well, men are finding these father figures, but they're finding them online, and they're not the father figures that I would choose for the majority of men. And so I'm really worried about this, because I feel like women are saying, guys, you need to step up because I can provide and I don't need that from you. And guys are not prepared to rise to the occasion.
What are women looking for? Scott talked about height.
Yeah. So I would say, I work at Hinge, but I do think that apps have perpetuated this issue around height, because if you can set your height filter to something, then you might set it higher. And then it's as if you have the dating app is a club, and you're literally having bouncers that prevent a bunch of guys from even getting into the club. So many women in the US set their height filters at 6 feet, but only 14% of men in the US are 6 feet or taller. So what happens to the other 86% of men? And women are saying, where's my guy? It's like, well, he's not even showing up on your app. And so a huge thing that I push women to do is to change their height filters and just say, there is nothing that proves that you're going to have a successful long-term relationship if the guy is higher. I'm married to a short king. I love it. I feel like I really found this gem. And I think that so many women are missing out on great potential partners because of things like height.
Scott's point as well about they will date one of the men in the top 10%.
Yeah.
sleep with him potentially, and then that kind of adjust their standards, and they expect all other men to meet that standard, but there isn't enough men to meet that standard, is there?
I haven't specifically heard that. I mean, there is a lot of evidence around a sort of mating that people sort of have an internal sense of how attractive they are and that they end up with someone similar to that. But a sort of mating is different than hypergamy, which is really this idea, as Scott said, that women tend to date horizontally and up and men date horizontally and down. So if you have 2/3 of women who are college grads and 1/3 of college grads who are men, and some of them are going to date women without college degrees, you truly do have this dating crisis where there's just not enough men to meet this hypergamous mating.
Again, you can't tell women to lower their expectations, but this is the reality. When you ask a man, if you could have a woman who had 80% of everything you wanted, 75% say, yeah, I'm on board. When you say to a woman, a man has 80% of what you want, 75% say that's not enough. But if you, but even look at the media.
Right.
What does the media tell a woman to do? He's out. But he didn't open your door. He's not nice to his parent. You walk right out on that man. Like, it's literally every piece of media is, you don't need him. You're a strong, independent woman. Pull the ripcord. You're out. And it is the basic kind of communication around this is, you are a strong, independent, powerful woman. That is wonderful. And quite frankly, you don't need the imperfect man. And they're just not connecting. I read that on Tinder, a man of average attractiveness has to swipe right 200 times to get one coffee. And then 4 of those 5 coffees will ghost him. They will decide they don't want to meet him, or they won't show up. That means a guy of average attractiveness has to swipe right 1,000 times to get one coffee. Now, what does that tell that guy? Women don't value me. Women make me feel rejected. And then they go online and they see these misogynists telling them it's not your fault. And these men become much more prone to misogynistic content, much more prone to nationalistic content, blaming other people for the lack of economic opportunity. They start sequestering from society. I worry that we are literally evolving a new species of asexual, asocial male. And if a man by the age of 30 hasn't either lived with someone or married someone, there's a 1 in 3 chance he's going to have a substance abuse problem.
Wow.
In addition, it goes so much deeper than that, because if they don't develop the skills, the reason romantic comedies are 2 hours, not 15 minutes, is this shit is hard. Like, finding an attractive, intelligent woman, generally speaking, 75% of people who've been married longer than 30 years say, in the beginning, one was much more interested than the other. And it was almost always the man. Women are much choosier. The basis of evolution is seed trying to get everywhere, men, and women deploying a much finer filter to select the strongest, smartest, and fastest speed. So men need an environment to demonstrate excellence. And you hear these women talk about, he was kind, he was good at work, I liked the way he smelled, he was funny. Where do men demonstrate excellence? When they're not going to college, they're not going into an office because of remote work. Where do they have, they're not going to church, they're not going to temple. Where does a woman have the opportunity to fall in love other than these baseline metrics? And you were talking about, women say, you've seen these TikToks, over $100,000, that's not unreasonable. And over 6 feet, that's 2.2% of the male population.
What's love got to do with it?
So where do they fall in love? Where can a man demonstrate excellence? It used to be, go to temple, 7 single women, 7 single men, and they kind of pair it off and work it out. And online dating, similar to online e-commerce, online rentals, it's created a winner take most, if not all, environment. And it's basically been amazing for attractive guys, attractive wealthy guys, tall wealthy guys. It's been amazing for them. For all the other guys, it's been a disaster, and it's made it mildly shittier for every woman. The digitization of mating, I believe, has been a disaster. It's been bad for women. It's been disastrous for men.
I want
to. There you go.
And you see it reflected in your society as your society starts to collapse.
But the thing for me, BGS, is the women are impossible, but the men need to step up. That's what I heard. I don't know what y'all heard, but that's what I heard. The women are delusional, but y'all got to do better.
Okay, they can keep blaming Jermaine all they want, but at the end of the day, basically Jermaine holds all the cards. If men don't, like he says, overproduce, guess what happens to society? Okay, I mean, look what's happening right now. Okay, with the she session going on right now because of the AI and automation and the recession all happening at the same time, right? What's happening now? What are women doing now? Okay, somebody just sent me a video of a coffee girl trying to cosplaying cooking with Kaya. I don't want to cook.
I think I might have seen that too. I might have seen that.
Yeah, I don't want to cook. I don't want to claim. Guess what you're going to have to do, okay? Because you got no choice. And that's the whole thing. Like I said, when I said winter's here, okay, baby, it's going to get real cold outside. What you going to do? You're going to stay outside and freeze, or you're going to bow down and come do what you need to do to actually get warm again?
I got something for them.
Lowered expectation.
And the thing is about That's the thing. What has happened is what they've noticed is men have adapted, women haven't, because everything they talked about is what women want in dating and stuff like that. Because we don't see men on men online crying and stuff like that. Basically, women are complaining about there's not enough guys, not enough guys, not enough guys, and men are saying, you know what? Guess what? It's not worth my time or trouble. Guess what I'm gonna do? Like you said,
No, this is what they're saying, BGS.
Hey, yo, hey, niggas get shot every day, B. You be alright, nigga. You tough, right?
yeah,
You'll be all right. You tough.
yeah,
You'll be all right. You tough.
and they have, and that's what because that's what they complain about. Really, Scott Galloway's not complaining about men not finding mates and being unhappy. The thing is, y'all women need to get together, make these men happy, so they start producing again. Because they're having a very big effect on us. Like I said, 1 in 10 are not really working. They're not in education. They're not developing skills for jobs, stuff like that. They're doing the bare minimum. It's having a complete effect on society. That's what they're afraid about. They're not. Man, they could care less about whether a man gets off or.
In other words, what's the incentive for men?
What's the incentive for men, man? And
That's
that's
what
what
I'm
he's
saying.
saying. That's what he's saying. Go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, so it's interesting in this video. There were a few things. One of the things in BGS, you probably noticed this, in her framing of this issue with the with these choice men, that quote unquote they're having trouble making a decision. That's a peculiar way to frame that, because that's not actually the issue. The issue is that they don't have to choose, not that they're having a hard time making a decision. It seems to me to still underline this sort of general disdain for men and in the desire to still blame men, because even when men have choices, they still won't make a choice. They won't commit. So this kind of thing. So I thought that was interesting. Also, in her expressing that the men that are being chosen as some sort of leader, some sort of male figures or father figures or whatever, these men that are being sort of hoisted that position aren't the ones that she would have chosen. Like, yeah, but we don't care which ones you would choose because you're not a man.
Not a man, yeah.
Right. Which, of course, again, is part of the problem, because it's masculinity under your particular definition, only exhibiting the qualities that you desire, the ones that maximize your experience, as it were.
The easiest way to get men to be masculine the way you want to be is pay for it. It's not free. Men pay. If men want women to be feminine, we pay for it.
And this is a perfect time to read this real quick. And Starman says, the inability for women to be hypergamous is a personal problem, and we're tired of pretending it isn't.
It is a
Ding,
personal
ding,
problem.
ding.
It is a personal problem. Okay. If you want a guy over 6 feet that looks a certain way, carries himself a certain way, pay for it. If you want that, if you all that, you make all that money, all educated,
you got to pay for the peen.
You got to pay for it.
Pay for the peen.
Yeah,
I've said it before,
but I don't want to pay for it. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I think part of what's got to happen is there's got to be a fundamental changing in the self-perception or the self-valuation of women. They have a very collectively, they have for 60 years or more have been bred a level of self-delusion about their value that has created this unbelievable. We were referring earlier about women viewing themselves to be gods. I mean, it's not really an exaggeration when you consider what they view their status to be in relation to men. They view themselves as some elevated being. And so, yeah, some fat chick. I mean, and Kevin Samuels did a great job of exposing the degree of delusion between the average woman and this godlike figure she expected to be able to someday marry and pay all her bills and everything. And so I think, how do you address, again, it's been about 60 years, man, of all this program, all this media, all this government, these judicial decisions, all of these things artificially
Yeah.
inflating the self and collective value or perceived value of women. That part, what part? And notice there's no discussion at all amongst these intellectuals, these highly paid, highly lofty intellectuals, about the vainglory and the collective delusion of women. No discussion at all about that. It's like, well, the women expect to have whatever, and they're essentially entitled to expect it. And
Yeah.
so then now we got to try to figure out a way to pick up a way to make the men to be worthy of their lofty divinity.
The thing is, you got to offer them something, right? Because Doc can tell you, men. He teaches these kids, right? Men and boys do not do something for nothing. Especially these kids nowadays. They've been taught quid pro quo. Okay, they've been taught that women are better than they are. So why am I going to take care of somebody that's better than I am?
Because I've said this, I don't know how many of you on the panel right now have heard me say this. I used to say it in private, but now I'm bringing it more in public. How are you so aggressive yet so fragile simultaneously? So they're supposed to be handled with kid gloves, and they're there. Let's take care. Don't break the glass. Very fragile, while also super super strong and made out of like weapons grade titanium, right? Like what?
Yeah. Well, that's why they hate the manosphere, is because especially the black manosphere, because we're telling you, the queen has no clothes.
Yep.
Queen
That's a problem.
The queen is that statue in Times Square without clothes on. Yeah, that's who she is. Okay.
Oh no.
And that's why shout out to what's his name, right, about the 49ers. Okay.
Nines that think that fours that think they're nines.
Yeah, fours that think they're nines. Yeah, the delusion. They've been trained. Well, they know that it's not correct because in real life it doesn't show up. The thing is, they have to keep telling themselves that, and they lie to you.
Right. Well, but society also lies to them and encourages, with that, with what do you call it, body positivity and all of that. So we created wholesale industry and programming around perpetuating this self delusion, and that's where I'm like, okay, we're talking about so-called solutions, but the women are corrupted, and nobody at all is talking about how corrupted the women are. The women have been corrupted, like I said, man, for 3+ generations. They have had delusion bred within them. They've had bra burning and black girl magic and I am woman. They've had all kinds of bullshit. Mary Tyler Moore and Julia, all kinds of bullshit bred it into them for generations, and nobody talks about that.
Black Widow, if you don't mind reading the super chapters, that's directed right to you.
Sure. Cyrus Burks, thanks for your $10 super chat. Fun fact: Xbox is following Nintendo on increasing game prices of their first-party games to $80. Black Guru may be right about them taxing men on uncoupling from women. No, I definitely predict they will. This is what I anticipate happening. They will try to find fault or vice with a lot of things that men do. They will attribute some sort of socioeconomic malady to gaming, to gambling, to sports, whatever. They're going to say this is bad or harmful or whatever, and use that as a basis of excessive taxation and fees and fines. That's what I anticipate them attempting to do.
I think you're right. I thought you were right when you first said it a few years ago. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, when you,
And
it's
that's
still
going to be used as an attempt to supplement where they're losing money elsewhere with men uncoupling from
men will uncouple and still cheaper. An $80 Xbox game is still cheaper
it.
than one date.
It's still much cheaper. You're right. Still
Yeah.
cheaper than buying a house, getting a mortgage.
Even with oh gosh, people don't. Oh, you know, kids by themselves how much they cost. Okay, just having one child.
Oh yeah. No, it's
Yep.
much cheaper. It definitely won't work, but they will do it though.
Yeah.
So I did want to mention this, and this is something I've talked about on my platform frequently.
Okay.
So with this sort of development of AI, so we've had this AI girlfriends for a period of time, and that's gotten really good. It's actually gotten so good. I covered something more than a year ago where this guy was he was threatening to terminate himself because the software was updated in his AI girlfriend and wiped the memory. So it's like he had to start over. So it was like this person that he had developed this relationship with died.
Okay.
You know, and so the combination of that technology with robotics. And we already know that there's the SEGS doll industry, which has gotten quite realistic. So a combination of that plus robotics, plus the AI. I'm just saying, you know, I'm not condoning this. I'm not saying that this is a good thing. But I think that is going to be a real competition.
It's going to happen. It's already in the works. Two movies to look at, Dr. Thunder, about AI and the AI girlfriend. It's a movie called Her. I think was done maybe.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, that they
That's
talked about that.
Joaquin Phoenix.
It's Joaquin Phoenix.
Yeah,
Phoenix,
Her.
Yes.
Yeah, there's Her, but there's also some more recent movies that they're not specifically about being a girlfriend, but one of them is. There was the one called what was it? It's got Megan Fox in it. Something about subservience. I think it's called Subservience. And Megan
that's
Fox
on Netflix.
Yeah.
Good.
Goodness gracious.
Hey,
See, the robot falls in love with the husband. And then she's trying to off the family, including their infant child. Crazy stuff. That also there's another one where there's like it looks like a
go back to Stepford Wives.
Right. But there's another one, another recent one where it looks like an Alexa unit or something. But it's actually it's actually an AI device where it's conscience and it's like blackmailing people into basically doing its bidding against the interests of the family that it was supposed to be there to protect. There's that, and then there's also one called Megan, and then I guess there's a Megan 2 that's coming out. So yeah, this stuff is
There's also one. There's a black one featuring the brother who played. I think it was an episode in
It was an
some
episode.
series on
That's right.
Hulu.
Yep, I know exactly what you're talking about.
What's the brother who played Luke Cage?
Luke Cage, yeah.
Yep, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. His wife, his wife's sister is an AI developer. She essentially loans this beautiful AI. So yeah, there are enough. That was a pretty
Sex spot. Yeah.
But no, that's gonna. I anticipate that's being much more of a feature amongst us. It's gonna be much more competitive in the socialization of human beings going forward. Is going to create ever more estrangement between men and women. And I anticipate some real threat to the status of the human female at some point as a result of that.
Yeah,
once you add that, and you add the potential artificial incubation of human beings,
Yeah.
What's your real value of the human female at that point
And then the state has no,
compared to
then the state has no more reason to do what to subsidize you, because the state subsidizes women
not at
so
all.
they can't.
Not
Yes.
at all.
Yeah.
In fact, I think in that kind of world,
Yeah.
you're probably just mostly incubating male.
Yeah. Or something
I mean, because why would you make a female if you don't need reproduction from that female?
yeah,
Look,
Why
it'd be
would you
more
make
like an
that?
androgynous person, an androgynous human being.
Yeah.
look. YN's got PS5. They got PS5, Pornhub, Jergens. They got the hobby.
Fleshlights,
Got the
man.
hobbies.
Oh,
They got the hobbies. They got the AI girlfriend
mm-hmm.
and a dog. What
Yeah.
else? What else
Yeah.
do you need?
Hey, we actually just Dr. Thunder, does the AI girlfriend download when she gets home?
Oh man. But imagine, and if you combine the AI girlfriend technology, the robotics, with some of these microchips that Elon Musk is developing.
Tony Stark.
So where you have literally have access to the internet by just thinking thoughts. And imagine an integration with these sort of AI girlfriends directly to your brain, where the AI girlfriend can actually predict what it is that you want, be tapped into your accounts and send you little gifts and things. And imagine what interacting with someone that their only purpose is to please you.
Yes.
They're only
Wait, Doc, you said you was gonna say it earlier. I gotta cut you off. What you was gonna say earlier? Was you not gonna say serve you? Go ahead and say it, Doc. Go ahead and
serve
say
you.
it.
Yeah. Only interest is to serve you, is to be concerned about what it is that you think, to be happy when they see you, to be all of these kind of things. And then imagine trying to go backwards from that to interfacing with someone that won't even smile at you.
We learned that through
Now
COVID.
let me throw a wet blanket on what you all presenting.
Okay.
Because there's already talk out there about trying to expand SA laws, DV laws,
oh yeah,
to include artificial humans, so to speak. So that's going to be a big fight, I anticipate. And it's going to come, I think, sooner rather than later, especially as the presence of AI becomes much more prevalent amongst young men, and we can anticipate that's going to happen sooner rather than later. If there isn't any, I'll bet if you look on the rosters of state legislatures throughout this country, I'll bet you could find some preliminary legislature in that regard regarding those issues.
But that's
trying to expand and include artificial.
But that's just a finger in the dike, though. Okay, eventually the water's still going to come through. The water's still going to come through, and that's the problem. Unless you change the environment, okay. Unless women change the environment, women have to change with the environment. That's what they're not doing. Okay. The environment's changed, which I knew it would. Okay,
but no one's trying to make them change. Well, it maybe with the exception of the overturning of Roe v. Wade. That's the only, in my view, significant overture.
No, what's it? Trump.
The DEI.
The DEI
was
huge. Repealing DEI was huge.
Repealing. That's
huge.
That's true. That's true.
That's huge, and it's just getting started. The thing is, it's just getting started because DNA testing at birth is going to pick up steam. Okay, especially after the basketball players' lawsuit. Okay, I predict that's going to be a cause to live, but that's going that's almost like Ice Cube going in on the Fox Queens. Okay.
Let me read this real quick. And Leon says, and thank you for the super chat. Scott
full of crap.
Scott Galloway is full of crap. I get what he's saying. It's full of crap. Dating is a free market tool within capitalism. Winner takes all. Wait, capitalism is winner take all, just like dating sites. LOL. True indeed. And I want to play, and thank you for the super chat, Leon. I want to play this, but I want Black Guru to eat first because I think this one is definitely his wheelhouse. Because the way what she says is like, but duh. But I'm gonna play. It's only 45 seconds. Here we go.
Well, he's the money
All
man.
right.
He knows. Okay.
All right. Here we go. Yo.
Dating is hard as a single woman. It is awful. It's honestly worse than I could have ever imagined.
What?
Honestly, it was easier being single at 19 than it is as a 25-year-old.
That's fucking crazy.
Wait, why though?
I feel like guys used to have so much confidence and they'd approach you. Like, I don't know, when you're younger, it's just so much easier. I
They
feel
haven't
like
been rejected as much.
Yeah. And now I'll go out and I'm like, woo, I'm going to get some attention tonight. And no one speaks to me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, am I the most hideous human in the world?
No. Me and Cass always speak about this though. Like,
bar is in hell.
we've spoken about this a lot of times, and it seems like it's an issue that's getting more and more traction. Like, it's not actually getting solved.
What do you have to say, good sir? And then you got to beat you.
Well, I think, ironically, I think BTS has really most aptly spoke to this phenomenon because I think the most intriguing aspect of what she presented was the change in her prospects from age 19 to 25. What happened during that time?
She lost start.
COVID.
COVID. Yeah.
COVID.
COVID changed a lot. Which I knew it would.
I think COVID fundamentally changed. And BGS, you talked about how COVID has fundamentally changed, the sociological landscape, particularly of dating, particularly of how young men in particular have approached. Because you're talking about going from, like she said, 19 to 25. That's exactly 2018, 2019, and now 2025. That's a sizable change in the environment that occurred during that time.
I knew because I'm older, but I went through monkhood, okay, and I went through monkhood for like 2 years because of MGTOW monk, okay, and coming out of monkhood, okay, what I noticed, was when I would try to interact with women, especially romantically, I would get irritated. And would get irritated to the point was, I said, the hell with all this, man. It's too much work. You actually notice how much emotional labor you have to put forth trying to entertain and date a woman. A tremendous amount of emotional labor to date a woman. And most men, because we're socialized into having a resistance to it, right? Having thicker skin, getting rejected, figuring out how to please her, how to talk to her, how to woo her, all that kind of stuff, give her a certain amount of attention, okay? We practiced that because we thought we had to. But the thing is, it's just like going cold turkey on sugar or some kind of food or something like that, right? Anybody's ever gone cold turkey on sugar for more than a couple of months, right? Your first taste of sugar is bitter. Okay, it's nasty. Okay? Imagine if you go without sugar for a whole year, okay, and try to get your first taste of it, okay? And imagine if they put something in it to make it even worse, okay? Because the women become snarkier. I'm not going to pay, I'm not going to pay more for a product that irritates me. And that's what's happening because when the men came out of that mini monkhood for a year or so, they came back, especially young men, they came back and they noticed how snarky women are and how much work they're actually putting in and said, okay, if you want me to be with you and date you and engage with you, you're going to have to give me more because you're getting on my freaking nerves. And that's, so I knew.
Look, when you over time, what happened, life is about the days, the minutes, the hours, days, the things you do that fill in time during the waking day.
Right.
And what happens when you filled in the time of your waking day doing other things?
Right.
Other things that you enjoy doing.
Yes,
Other
exactly.
things that aren't necessarily incredibly expensive. They aren't particularly expensive. And they're what you like to do, not what you have kind of forced yourself to enjoy doing to accommodate somebody else. No, these are things that you like to do individually and you like to do with other men. You know, we live for this shit. You know, the video games, the streaming, you know, all the stuff. We actually enjoy this. We get lost in this, right?
Hmm.
Well, that takes away a lot of time that you previously did doing a lot of shit that you didn't necessarily enjoy doing.
Yeah.
You just did, you know, kind of perfunctory or sort of, you know,
A
this is
sense of
just what I got to do.
responsibility.
So
Yeah.
CD had obligatory, you know, and what happened is a couple of years go by, you doing what you really enjoy doing versus obligatory stuff, and then like you said, BJS, you come back to this woman, and she's actually more antisocial than she was five
Yeah.
years ago.
Right.
She's
Mm-hmm.
become
Right.
more of a bitch today than
Yeah.
she was then.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Yep.
just so much easier now to just bail out of that.
Yeah. Or
So
not
much easier.
engage. Yeah. Not even engage. You know.
Yeah.
And a lot of times that's how there's a phenomenon now, right, about women getting ghosted after the first date. A guy will
Yeah.
say, "Okay, I need to
Mm-hmm.
get it back out there. I need a date." They schedule a date, whether it's a dinner or coffee, right? And they get out there, and she thinks she had a great time, and he ghosts her, okay, because he didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let me say that I agree with.
That's because he had for 5 years prior was having much more fun doing something else.
Oh,
That's what that was. He
or we're
remember he was having so go ahead.
or we're socialized to think that we're having more fun than we actually are. Because it's okay. It's like okay, if you work out, right? Okay, if you lift weights for 4 days a week for 5 straight years, okay, and you get used to it, right? And all of a sudden you take a couple years off. Guess what's gonna happen when you get back in the gym? It's painful. Okay, you're gonna
Yep.
hurt. You're gonna
As
hurt.
a person that just got off of about a year hiatus because of a back injury.
Right.
Yep.
It's painful, okay, and you have to have the desire to actually, because I actually counsel a lot of people. Because I said, okay, I said, okay, under COVID, you're probably going to go into monkhood. I said, do not lose social contact with that female, okay. I don't care if she irritates you. Do not lose social contact, because if you don't, you're gonna lower your resistance to her bullshit, okay. And a lot of guys didn't take that advice. So when they came out 6 months later and they tried a date, they said, "You know what? I can't stand this bitch."
Well, I think that it's
Yeah,
a combination. I think it's a
excuse my
combination.
language, Doc. Excuse my language.
Oh no, man. And by the way, I appreciate you all self-censoring in my presence, but it really is not necessary. I certainly don't want to limit the free flow of communication, and I realize that people don't all communicate the same way, and I certainly don't have an issue with people using whatever language on their own platforms.
But to be fair
You
to
know,
you, Doc,
so
be fair to you.
and I do
You are
realize, like Indigo Flow said the other day, I do realize, like Indigo Flow said the other day, that this is not a family show.
Oh, you saw that comment too. I saw it. I didn't want to read it. I saw what he put it. Shout out to Indigo Flow. I saw what he put it. I was like, I'm not gonna read that right now.
Well, it shows you we hold you in high esteem, Doc. So we use self-censor. Yeah.
I deeply appreciate that. Let me just say this real quick.
Because of your position, there may be some people who might seek to use your association in this kind of environment against you in some way. I'm not saying you should necessarily be concerned about that, but I can definitely see you having some exchange where some portion of some video is presented in some way. That's part of our concern as well.
Yeah, we do try to put our PhDs in a bubble,
let me say again, I appreciate that. I just wanted to say, with respect to what BGS was saying, I sort of lost my train. Can you say the last part of what you said?
I was going to say that I was telling the guys coming out of the mini monkhood that COVID, and you losing your resistance to pain.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I remember now. So I think in addition to that, what you just said, I think also, because of the proliferation of the messaging, more brothers just know what signs to read as red flags.
Yes.
They as soon as they
Yep.
see those, they say, "Nope, I'm tight. I already know where this goes."
Mm-hmm. Yep. Crowdsourcing information. They don't realize that's the most powerful thing about the manosphere is crowdsourcing.
I think they do realize that. That's the
Yeah, I
fear.
mean,
That's what FD sound like.
what they're learning very first and foremost is whether or not this woman really likes you. They've learned enough of the initial intelligence about whether this is a valid thing versus whether or not this is a foodie call or she just using me to waste the time, between me and Tyrone kind of shit. They've learned the cues for that. They've learned specific. Oh, this is how they act when they want to, get a meal in between going to fuck Daquan. So they've learned that specifically, and have proactively responded to that intelligence.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hey, look, and that the calling me a pastor thing, man. Y'all just will not let that go, man.
Look, Reverend Thunder, we ain't never let it go.
Reverend Thunder. Oh, okay, that's too rich.
We will never let it go.
We don't never
forever.
let it go. Oh, that's just too good. I gotta use that one.
No, they was getting on Dr. Thunder. Dr. Thunder was all type of Deacon Thunder. He was Reverend Thunder.
No,
he was Pastor Thunder. Yeah, Bishop Thunder. He was all like, God damn.
Bishop Thunder sounds even better. Okay,
it really does though.
They was calling me Pope Thunder.
Right?
Oh, you ain't there yet, player. You ain't there yet.
Oh man,
Cardinal Thunder.
Cardinal Thunder. All of it.
Yeah.
All of it. But let me let some make a little bit of space. What's going on, Better? You were something to?
Nothing much. Just kind of the piggyback off what some of the elders have been saying. I know for myself personally, COVID was a very good time for me because I actually had time to detach from the rat race of life, and I had time to think, plan, observe, and execute. And in particular, what you were saying, BGS, I was dealing with this little pretty dark skinned AKA. And
AKA, oh my God, poor you. Go ahead.
Yeah. We first fam connection. So she's very hot and cold, and she had that little cold spell, and I was like, you know what? F it. My dad been telling me for the longest time, hey, they ain't acting right, get another one. And we didn't go through the typical song and dance. I ain't called back. I went following up behind her. She see me in the gym and getting after things, and it was like, hey, what happened? I'm like, nothing. What's up?
What's up? Okay.
You happened. It's you. You happened. That's what happened.
It's called life,
Yo, hey, you got a phone. It worked two ways.
It works two ways. But you're supposed to chase me and fight for me.
Oh no.
I want to say this too in this context. In the past, I think that if there was going to be a sort of, okay, this ain't going to work out, we're going to go separate ways, or a sort of post-mortem. But I think the reason that that's not the case is because too many brothers in that context have been lured back to the table. And so I think that wisdom is prevailing in that, look, the best, smartest thing to do is while you still have all of your reasoning faculties and you're not within proximity to start sensing the pheromones, right? Then to just keep it moving. And the other thing is, I think in the past, I think that there was it was kind of like not just a courtesy, but it was like, well, I want her to know why it is that I cut her off. I don't think brothers care anymore because I think that brothers don't think that there is going to be any change in them anyway. I think so even if you provide the information like, look, this is how you can make yourself, make this work out for you better in the future, stop doing X, Y, and Z, they probably will do it more just as an act of defiance.
Yeah. And then on top of that, because something like
I think also, well, I was just going to say also the heightened nastiness The heightened nastiness, arrogance of the women that have made it less necessary. You know, if she's just a straight bitch now, then why do I care about being particularly nice about getting rid of her? If anything, I make it better for
Exactly.
myself to just ghost her. Because why am I gonna be nice and towards her, and all she's gonna do is blow up my spot and
Yeah.
potentially call the police on me and all this kind of stuff? The safest bet is for me to get to break from her as quickly as possible, and hopefully she forget who the hell I am.
I heard you.
No,
Yeah, and you did it
I,
to yourself, and they did it to themselves in that. Um, so all of that. So we'll say, hey, social media is hyperbolic, and you don't even know if it's real situations. It could be like skits and stuff like this. Well, that may be the case, but what is actually authentic is the comments.
Mm.
And if in the comments you have a bunch of women in there co-signing the behavior in X, Y, and Z, and that being the regular, that being the common, the normalized sort of response, then it's going to be hard. It's going to be less likely that I think men are going to look at this like, should I make the additional investment in granting a certain level of closure, since likely you would have been one in the comments high-fiving and co-signing toxic behavior, in rather than actually publicly calling out the behavior for what it is. So anyhow,
Closures. I don't owe you any emotional labor. Okay, I don't owe that to you. Okay, it's a courtesy. It's a courtesy to give you closure. Okay, I don't owe you closure.
Exactly.
I don't have, I don't. I can block you now, because trust and believe, if a woman doesn't want to talk to you, she's gonna block your number and not talk to you again.
Yep.
And she won't tell you
Uh,
why.
BGS, if you don't mind, read the super chat for me, please, and thank you, because it's directed
Okay,
towards you.
KMS. It said KMS with $5. Okay, to BGS, it's over, right? Our society to survive will unshackle the men. These chicks about to get truck sticked, and they don't have get a man talent. No, they do not. They don't have. They don't have that talent, because they shoot that talent. They said that talent was slavery. I mean, other than box that you presumably can get for like $3 to $5 now on the street. Okay, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, Z. I know it tickles the hell out of you.
For quarters too, in quarters.
And that's some real shit, because I've seen that before.
rolls of pennies.
Doc, you're not supposed to be getting shit, Doc.
Hey, Doc, she gonna make you count them.
$1.98.
Oh my god.
3, 2.99, 300, baby. That's $3. Okay.
Right.
Hey, and by the way,
yes,
on another note, did you know that creating a penny costs 2 pennies?
Yep.
No,
Yep. Yes.
now it's 3 to 4 cents of copper.
Yep.
Yeah,
I've been on that, Doc.
The penny itself is worth 3 times its weight in copper. I mean, in other words, if you melt it down to the copper, you can get 3 times the amount for that penny.
The thing with the closure.
Yeah.
I've never felt compelled to give anybody who I felt did me wrong closure. However, I do go into my toxic playbook sometimes, and they will find out it's over because I'm talking to their friends.
Oh gosh.
Hey, he's the most
man.
I
he's
have
the worst. Better use the worst.
The thing is, the men have a code about trying not to talk to the female a female talk to a friend. In other words, I'm not going after my buddy's woman. Okay, that's a code. Women do not have that code. Okay, to trust and believe. If you're on the outs with your woman, her friend is gonna give you a call.
And this is the thing too. There's always certain things like, oh, I wish we could go to that place. I want to try this, that, the third.
Yeah. Mm.
You get her best friend, like,
You the
hey,
worst.
put something real nice on. Yeah, you know that restaurant. Yeah, I'm gonna take you to this restaurant. Yeah, we're gonna have a real good time. Like, yeah,
Oh, better
I'm
you
like,
gonna be
oh,
taking pictures
go
at the
ahead.
entrance.
Post it all on your IG. Post it all on your IG, Facebook, Snapchat, all your social medias. Post it everywhere.
Hey, let me. I'm going to digress a bit. You were talking about the courtesy, the business about courtesy in emotional labor. When did courtesy become obligatory?
Oh, it's never.
When women said deemed it so, when it's men doing it, because women don't feel the same way.
Now, of course, I know the historical answer to this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we could go back to a pretty finite time period when things seem to have changed, or at least started off in this direction. But it is sort of a rhetorical question that I'm presenting. But it's obvious to us that a courteous is not obligatory.
Okay.
But I'm not sure that it's obvious to other people.
Yeah. Okay. Dr. Thunder, remember all them stories? Okay, and who probably can tell you back in the day, it's probably still going on, right? Where a man think he's got a solid relationship with his wife, and one day comes home and all the furniture and stuff is gone, and she's ghosted with the kids and the furniture and all. And, that happens all the time, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did she think she had an obligation to actually tell you that she was leaving?
Nope.
Ghosting is not new. Okay. And for the most part, men did not ghosting. Okay, women did.
Oh yeah.
And black women are famous for that. In fact, I'll find it. There's a video. Two chicks bragging about this, right? Where a husband was married back in, back in the 40s or 50s, right? And his wife got a job, started selling clothes, bought a house, bought a car.
Yeah.
On the other side of town, he came home one day, everything was gone.
Yeah,
Okay.
I heard this before.
BGS.
Real quick, Betty. Real quick, Black woman. BJ's, let me find out was really the women that went for milk and never came back. Go ahead, Black woman.
That happens all the time. In fact, there's a comedian said every time his father got married, okay, father's married like two or three times, right? He would always come home and he knew he was divorced when he comes home and half the furniture is gone. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, women are famous for that.
But you know, to me, that highlights the issue of this whole notion of 50-50, whether you should be in a 50-50 relationship. I say in the modern time, you better go 50-50 with them. You bet it's necessary for you to go 50-50 with that woman, because you could very easily be financing her escape plan by paying all them damn bills.
Yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Boss, what made you looking for wasn't famous. It was notorious. They're notorious for that shit. This isn't like, oh, common. No, we do this shit all the time. I've been a victim of it twice by the same woman. So I already knew.
You know, I was thinking. I thought about you actually, AO, when BGS said it, and he came up at the same time. Because I remember the story. I remember you telling us.
Hey, gentlemen, I gotta get going, but I wanted to say again, thank you, Mr. Z. Thanks to panelists for allowing me to to contribute, and I'll be listening.
Always. Thank you for coming up, Doc. Go ahead, Betty. You wanted to say something, and then we get AO back. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I know 3 people who families have had that same situation. Like, matter of fact, one of my ex-girlfriends, right after the lady I dated right after I divorced, she was a psychologist. And she was so screwed up when she found out the truth, because her mother took all her and her younger brother and sister when they were young. She was the eldest, but she was only about 4 years old. She took them and told them that their dad and that side of the family had abandoned them and that they didn't want anything to do with them.
Okay.
And it wasn't until this is a woman who's 28 now. Her brother found their dad on Facebook and began to talk to him. And he kept trying to tell her, like, yo, you really need to talk to dad. You don't understand. Like, you have it all wrong. And it just completely shattered her world and had her so fucked up because she was like, yo, the whole time I hated this man because I thought he didn't want us, but he was searching for us. And mom just kept moving us anytime it seemed like he would get close because they moved. She said they moved like a dozen times.
Yeah.
And she was determined. And it was not, it basically like she confronted her mom. My mom was like, yeah, I just didn't want to be there anymore with him.
Yeah.
It's like, he wasn't beating me. He wasn't a good man. I just ain't want to be, I don't want to be there. And it's incredible just how selfish that shit is.
Can anybody say Kanye West's mother?
Oh, good grief.
Oh,
yeah.
Can anybody say Tupac Shakur's mother?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I like I said before. Hold on. Like
You
I
slaughtering
said
sacred
before.
cows, AL. You slaughtering
Hold
sacred
on.
cows. Go
Like
ahead.
I said before, and I'll say it again. The word is not famous. They're not famous for it. They're notorious for it. But guess what? We like to keep their little indiscretions and fucked up ways and whatnot swept under the rug and shit because it goes against black taboos and norms and shit. But this is some shit we really need to be talking about. They just act like it's only the men that do this shit. Done it. But the way they put it out, oh, dad went to get he went to get a gallon of milk. He said he's going to get some cigarettes and leave. No, how many times have we heard these stories of where they bolt and leave? Hell, this woman literally took my child from the state of Texas and took her all the way to Virginia for almost a year and a half, unbeknownst to me. And it took her mama, my ex-mother-in-law to let it slip that, oh, she's in Virginia. I'm like, so I need to call the police. Oh, please don't do. It's always when they let me know all her guilty transgressions, then they whatever she's done wrong and it happened to my child. Oh, please don't go off the deep end. Please don't pull out your shot. I'm ready to go ham. But guess what? It's always them two beloved deceased grandparents of mine that's always in my head that be saving people from the persecution I'm trying to give them. I'm telling you.
Damn.
Yeah. No, I have, let's just, how say it, Cody? Very close. I mean, like, very close. Similar story, where let's put it this way. The mother lied to the daughter. The daughter knew that, who raised her isn't her dad. She knew that. But she didn't know where her dad was. She didn't know her dad's name. Her mother kept the name from her until she was damn near late 30s, and she had surgery, and the mother thought, this might get complicated. She might not make it through. So I'll finally tell her who her dad is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very common. Very common.
And the psychological damage from that, though, is wild. And even like the story I just shared with my ex, she was a psychologist, and she was, in terms of women who are, I would say, have like some type of fortitude and mental toughness, she was a tough one. But that whole thing completely shattered her and her siblings. I think her brother bounced back a bit better than the sisters did because he always had that curiosity of there's something not being said, and
he's a man and he knows.
But there's a contingency. There's a but here.
Yeah. Well, look at the story that we've covered, and I haven't covered. You know what? I might have to double back on that story. The one that was on the OWN network with Iona Van Zant, where a mother lied about the ex-husband touching the kids, touching the daughters. Then when she was put to the lie detector test and everything, right?
All four of those daughters hating that man. Had them thinking he was a monster, but then when the truth came out, they looking at their mama like, how could you? How could you? And then didn't hold her foot to the fire and make her accountable. And you see how this woman obfuscated the whole situation on the Iyanla Vanzant episode. That shit, that shit had me so hot.
Yeah.
I believe the elder daughters knew the truth.
Okay.
You're not gonna convince me that the older girl or those older girls did not know the truth, but they gave cover to the mothers because to expose the truth would have essentially made them co-conspirators to the crime that their mother did. I believe those older girls knew. I don't think it's possible for 4 or 5 girls to be falsely uh,
Judge. Yeah.
molested,
Right.
and none of them know the truth about. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe it. And if I'm that
Here's
father,
what's
I don't forgive any of them. I don't forgive any of
Man,
them.
I don't either.
here's what's important, real quick, and then AL got it. That what's important to stress, for those of you who have never seen it, I'm gonna cover it. I'm gonna cover it again, maybe in the next couple weeks. This is the very important part. After the lie detector results came through, Iyanla Van Zant confronted her in front of the ex-husband and all the girls. These are all grown women now, right? She looked the ex-husband in the face and told him on camera, in front of everyone, well, if you knew it was a lie, why didn't you fight harder?
Yep.
Boy, it would have been a
And,
whole day, man.
you know what?
Hey, bro.
And shout out to my brothers that fight for the kids. Shout out to my brothers that fight for the kids. I told my ex, baby mama, okay, I wasn't gonna fight for the kids. Okay, if you don't think I'm a good father, you don't want me to be around those kids and contribute to being a father for the kids, take them. Okay, I'm not gonna put my energy into somebody and something that's gonna fight me back. I don't do that. And there's
B,
no disrespect for the people that actually fight for their kids. Okay.
BGS, just tell them that little short story where she tried to go off on you one time about you trying to visit them and how you had to discipline her to make her understand how
Oh,
serious you were.
okay, okay,
Give 'em that.
okay. It's a real short story, right? Um, we were on fairly good terms, right? And my best friend, and my and my goddaughter, uh, uh, were having her birthday party, right? So, um, and he always brings the kids to mine and vice versa, right? So, I I go to get the kids, okay? I go to get the kids unannounced. I think it was a big deal. Unannounced. Hey, y'all put on some clothes, and we're getting ready to go out to my partner's house because it's a birthday party. Blah blah blah, and and all the kids want to see you guys there. So y'all just throw on something, get in the car. We gonna roll up there, and we'll be back in 2 or 3 hours. Okay? And she said, "You didn't ask me." I said, "I don't have to ask you to take my children somewhere. Well, if I don't approve, then they can't go." I said, what are you saying? Those are your kids and not mine?" And she said, she kind of, how they kind of twist their neck. I said, "You know what, baby? Guess what we gonna do? Okay, those are your kids. You're absolutely right. Okay, they're your kids. Their responsibility. Evidently, I'm not their father because I have no say so in this. So guess what? You got them, your kids, and I'll see you down the road. Right? I ain't seen them for 6 months. After about 3, 4 months, you haven't come by to see the kids, baby. You told me that those are your kids, not mine. And after about
No,
6,
forget all that, BGS. Wait a minute. In the defense of your kids, do you understand how heartbroken we are when we are, we going to a party? Wait, what happened? We're not going
Hold
I,
to
hold
what
I,
on,
happened?
G, hold
Wait.
on, G. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Understand.
Let
Part
him
of it.
finish.
Part of the lesson is she's got to sit there with those crying
kids,
children,
yes,
asking for the father.
asking for the
Okay,
father.
That's
okay.
part of
Now,
the lesson.
let him finish the story. Let him get to the end. How it burnt her. Finish, BGS.
And
Finish
and, uh,
this.
and in other words, after that 6 months, in fact, it's real funny because because my son plays basketball and I had my nephew, right. So we went down to the town to the park down the street from them, right, to actually play basketball. So I called my son and said, "Hey man, get dressed. We're over here playing ball. Why don't you roll on down, right? Because it's only like 3 or 4 blocks, okay." All the kids came, okay, because they wanted to see me, okay. After that, I had no more problems, okay. If I want to come get the kids unannounced, unless, you know, respectfully, and it's not gonna be in the middle of the night or anything like that, okay? I have no more issues about her, me seeing my kids and my kids, me visiting my kids and whatnot, right? Had no more issues after that. Because she learned, okay? Either you want me in their life or you don't, okay? Either you want me in your life or you don't. And I say that to my kids too. If you, especially nowadays, guess what? Okay, you have a phone. I got a phone. If you want to talk to your father, you want your father to come get you, get on the phone and say, "Dad, I miss you." If you can't do that, then hey, I guess you don't miss me that much.
And BGS, that's exactly why the other night when you had your Friday night thing and I told you what I told you, I said, look, after I wished her a happy birthday and she didn't respond, and then I talked to her mom the next day, I wasn't feeling emotional or hurt. I was in the mood like you was. I was like, guess what? Until you do right by me, like I said, I don't need your love. I demand your respect. I'm your father. Fathers demand respect.
Yes.
Mothers do the love shit. Until you can apologize and come forthright with the transgressions you made, with the words you literally typed. I'm talking about she wrote a manifesto to me, BGS, talking about this, that, and the third. I'm like, and I'm the dude who's only eating 2-3 times out of the week, sacrificing, trying to I'm scratching and going gray and damn near losing all my good pretty ass hair because I'm worried about you. No, I'm not gonna do none of that. And I wasn't. Like I told her mom, I said, she was like, I'm gonna get her. I said, no, for what? She it's gonna eat her up knowing
No,
that.
no. Let her mama get her. Okay, it's her mama's fault for actually her mama said she don't get it because her mama actually taught her to be that way. Her mama got to get her. Let her mama get her. Let her mama undo the damage that she's done. Let her do it.
Yeah, because I'm like, I'm done until she can call me and apologize. Well, like I said, I knew it was her birthday, and yes, I miss my baby, and yes, I do love her. But what I'm not gonna tolerate is you disrespecting me. I am your father. I gave you my seed, the seed of life to exist. And I used to tell her and her mama that because they used to run around like, oh, women is the end all be all. And guess what? We create life. When I looked up and I heard that statement one day, I said, hold on, let me sit you dummies down and explain something to you. I don't know. And I looked at her mama first. I said, she's too young to understand. But you went through health class. You went through science. You understand. You graduated from high school. So and we the same age. So you can't tell me you didn't get the same fucking education I got. So you spewing this fucking nonsense that the egg is the key to life to this girl and feeding this nonsense ahead. You're crazy. It goes man, it goes God, man, woman, child.
You know what? I know what Z's saying about the kids crying and why I don't get to see my dad. But guess what? Okay, there's two things that old Southern men don't tolerate. Okay, ungrateful women and ungrateful children.
Say it again, black man. Say it again.
We do not. I do not tolerate ungrateful children and ungrateful women. I don't tolerate that stuff. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong, but maybe I'm a little bit too old school. We don't tolerate that shit. Okay.
You not because my grandfather instilled that in me.
I am there to bring value to your life. I do not. You will not be happy around, and I won't be mad at you.
Ultimately, I agree more with your stance. It's one, having been through what I went through, like with my divorce and with my first child. Women, when you are always constantly trying to be there and saying that there is no boundary and whatnot, then what you're really doing is you're enabling your own self-destruction and abuse
yes
through your own children. And I had to, it was heartbreaking, but I had to take a step back from my relationship with my son for a little bit because how toxic things were with me and his mother. And they would, I'll be honest, there's sometimes I even kind of waffle like, dang, like, and I do the right thing or not. But even I remember there was one time this was actually recently, she going off about she want to come after me for money and stuff. And I'm like, yo, I ain't had no fucking job. Like, what the fuck you want? You want blood from a rock? Go ahead, go get it.
Yeah.
My son stole her phone to call me.
Okay.
And she's going off talking to one of her friends. And he's just got the phone there. He said, hey, daddy, I just want to check up on you. So I said, hey, son, like, what's going on? This and third. He didn't say anything. He just, I could tell he just got a little bit closer with that phone.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, okay. He said, you good, Daddy? I said, yeah, I'm good, son. I was like, go ahead. I was like, go ahead, go back to what you was doing, man, so you don't get in no trouble. All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I tell my ex, I said, I said, I'll treat you just like you treat the state. You're a creditor, okay? If you can get money from me, you can get money from me, okay? All's fair in love and war, right?
Yeah.
I said, but the thing is, lose my number. I told her that. If you're gonna be that way, lose my number, okay? We're not friends, we're not acquaintances, and we're not associates, okay? Lose my number. Either I'm valuable to you or I'm not. If I am not, remove me from your equation. I'm not mad at you.
You want to know something funny, BJ? It's crazy. As all this stuff I've been going through behind my kid and her has been taking me on a decline. Yes, I can admit it. I can take accountability. She is literally right. She's working on her masters right now. But you know what? I've been hearing in her voice all the while she's doing it. Loneliness. It hurt. It not bitterness towards me, bitterness towards the fact she tried to run this game in her youth on me, and she's realizing the repercussions as she's getting old. This woman, she, trying to call herself cute and cute, because you know, I'm not gonna lie. I married a plus size woman, but if you looked at her now and I showed you a picture of her, you'd be like, "Is this woman anorexic? Is she sick? What's wrong?" She really worked herself and exercised herself into a bulimic type state. I
Okay.
said, I can only look from the head up. When I look at you from the neck down, you are a turnoff, woman, a total turnoff. I'm like, and when I told her that one time, it's like that hit her soul. She's like, you don't think I'm attractive no more? I said, no, I loved you who you was when I met you. Flat ass and all, but at least you had some thighs and a waist and some hips and some nice rack of titties on you. Now all you guys in big ass titties and that fucking face and nothing else to go with it. Yeah.
Well, find your man. You know, it's all right if that's what you want.
And
That's
that's
what
the
you
other
look for.
thing.
Find your man.
She
Find you another man.
ain't got that in her life right now. That's
Oh,
what's going crazy about me. I'm like, why has she been being so friendly to me? Because after blue, I'm not gonna lie. The last couple of times I got in a real bad too. And I said, you know what? This broad
hey,
exposed me.
hey, you feel that temperature dropping, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah. What you say? It's a perpetual winter storm going on in there.
Basically, it's not even the first day of winter yet. Okay, this is just fall. Okay, winter ain't even hit yet.
I'm like,
Black Uru, real quick,
go
Ayo.
ahead.
Black Uru, when you get a chance, read this for me. Go ahead, Ayo. Finish that up, and then Black Uru, if you don't mind reading this for me, because it's directed to you too.
Yeah, I was like, why is she being so cordial and nice? Anytime I would call her in our 20s, in our 30s, and early 40s, it was always a whole bunch of sass, shit talking. You can't tell me nothing. It's all about me. Who go check me, boo? You can't all that the whole thing. But now it's like I asked myself. I scratched my head the other day. I say, has this old been about to become a changed woman? Then I thought about it. The epiphany came over my head. I said, BGS was right, goddammit. Winter is here on the air. You working so hard to get this master's, but
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Look, in an environment where black
this
women
DEI.
have lost
Mm.
over 300,000 jobs in
Say it
just a
again.
3 or 4 month period. That's an environmental change.
Mm-hmm.
They
Yes.
Yes.
feel that change.
Mm-hmm.
Even those who may not have necessarily lost their job, if you've got that many women who've
Yeah.
lost jobs in in such a short period of time, they
Mm-hmm.
know somebody who's lost a job.
Yes.
Even those who kept the job. So they're really you know, in terms of the temperature change. Yeah, the temperature has dropped
You ain't
precipitously
shit.
for black,
Z.
precipitously. You know,
It's
they're
minus
looking
45
around
degrees on the
and they're
earth right now.
saying, "Oh shit,
Yeah.
it's a lot colder around here all of a
Yeah.
sudden."
Yeah,
now. And how cold is it gonna get?
here, Christian Carr's doing a mea culpa. You know it's cold outside. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, by the way, Louis, if you're listening, Louis, send me that email also. Send me that link.
Hold
I
on,
heard
hold
you
on.
say, yeah, I need that shit.
I'll send it to you. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, but he posted the short on his channel, but I need that whole thing. I need
All
that
all
whole
all
thing.
all, all 35 minutes, huh?
Please and thank
Black,
you. Please and thank you.
black,
And
black
Black
Uru.
Uru, if you real quick, there you go. Black Uru, if you don't mind reading this real quick for me, please and thank you, because it is
Yeah,
directed to towards
thanks,
you.
KMS. Thanks, KMS, for your consistent support. And to Black Uru, in my honest opinion, AI, along with the wave of deregulated male productivity coming in a tidal wave, is going to crush these chicks. I agree. I agree. I think this is a great time for self-reflection of your talent and your skill base and your interests, and start boning up on whatever certification, whatever sort of trade proficiency, IT proficiency. Now's a perfect time to position yourself to maximize your training in those particularly male and pro male talents. So as they start to move out these less productive women, and they start to look for and need men to do real work, you're in a position to pursue those opportunities and pursue all of that what comes with that. So I agree with Cam. Now's a great time. Now's a great time for a lot of things. As 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 critical as we may view some of the methodology of Trump, this is a great opportunity
Oh
for men.
yes, it's
Great
opportunity. Yeah,
environment.
it is. He's right president for our environment right now. It is what it is. Okay.
Yeah,
I,
I
I
agree.
agree.
Hey, Uru, remember this special? Pimps up, hoes down.
Man,
Exactly. Who can forget?
that,
Who can
The
ever
old
forget?
HBO
That's
special.
exactly. That's the perfect analogy. That's the perfect analogy. Fifth
Men,
some hoes
black,
down.
black, black,
black men have gained 100,000 jobs over since Trump has been in. Women have lost 300,000 jobs.
Mhm.
Say,
black, black
Go
Uru.
ahead,
So
Ayo. Go
so
ahead.
so
I,
so
I
if
will
you look
agree
at
with
it in a
you.
zero sum game,
yeah.
that's a over a $400,000 positive benefit for black men.
Oh yeah,
For in
swing
terms of
job
employment.
swing. Yeah,
If
yeah.
you look at it from a zero sum game standpoint, we're up
Mm-hmm.
over 400,000 on
Yep,
black women right now.
yep, and gaining traction.
Black Uru, I agree with you with what KMS said, but you said it was a tidal wave coming out. No, sir, not a tidal wave. It is a
Tsunami.
tsunami coming at their
Tsunami. No, this is a blizzard. Okay, tsunamis are warm. This is a blizzard. I'm gonna. I think I'm gonna get that thing from the day after tomorrow, right?
Oh no,
What do you want to?
that's a
What do
good
you want?
movie.
Yeah, what do you want me to do? Save as many as you can.
Right.
Exactly.
That's a good movie. That's a good movie. That's a
Although
good movie.
although
And
that's sad because they were already done for.
Yeah,
That was the sad part.
yeah,
they
yeah.
were they were stuck in Alaska or Antarctica someplace.
They're in Canada. Yeah, they're in Canada.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vince's City Boys up 100,000, laughing my ass off. City Boys up.
City boys
Hey,
up. Yeah.
easy, easy.
City
Hey,
Boys.
hey,
Right.
and all I can say is drizzle, drizzle.
Drizzle, 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 baby.
On
Go ahead. Tell them.
a serious.
Lot,
Oh,
real quick, better. Say what you're gonna say, and then introduce Tunnel Runner live from Paradise when you get a chance. So go ahead and then introduce Tunnel Runner, please and thank you.
yeah, got
No,
you.
I was just
Yeah,
saying. Go ahead.
Wait, Tunnel
yeah.
Runner, because we got a whole I got a whole flow going. It's gonna go right to you. Go ahead, I'm better.
So I was just gonna say, in terms of the environment, I I really do see where, at least in my immediate circle, where some of these ladies that have chosen, I guess you say, chose the wrong horse or didn't heed certain advice that they got from their elders, like, hey, be patient with that boy. He's gonna pan out. Like, look at his stock, look at his family, look at his genes. Like, it take men a little bit of time to get on that horse, and I see a lot of them starting to circle back, and I think more and more are gonna try to do the reach back. But I land my plane right there. But for now we have Live from Paradise with Tunnel Runner.
What's going on, Tunnel Runner?
What's on the
What's
menu?
going on? I didn't hear none of that, but I didn't hear anything. But my Wi-Fi went out. But anyway, no, I was just saying. I had last month. I got 2 of those big head calls. What you doing? Where you at? Were you still living there? I had to let them know the brother's married, and stay away. Don't surprise me.
Tunnel Runner, I bet when you Tunnel Runner, I bet when you told them you was married, they went like this. They were sick. They were sick.
I gotta find a cover of Black Guru's fellow Chicagoan Jennifer Hudson's song "Where You At," and I'm probably gonna just play a bit of the chorus. Hopefully, I don't get a strike for it, because it's gonna be a cover. It's not gonna be her shit. And let me see, I might do that, because for all the times y'all tell me y'all getting these big head texts, I'm gonna try to find a way to incorporate a piece of that song that's covered from somebody. But yeah, but y'all getting these big head texts, because yeah, that's. What else did we expect? I already said most of them don't mean it. Some of them are okay with being under the bridge out of spite and their pride, but not most. That goes without saying, right? And let me read this real quick. And Mr. Talbert says Taco Tax, so that's for BGS. Savage Money, so that was for Dr. Thunder, and something extra for hookah and crab legs. Look, that sounds like a stomach ache to me. That's a straight up stomach ache right there. The taco, sandwich, and hookah with crab legs. That sounds like you're gonna have a fun time in the restroom afterward.
Yeah, somebody go.
Hopefully they ain't eating exactly. Hopefully you ain't eating it at the same time. That's what. It's not like a feast for a king, but it sounds like you're about to have some issues afterward. What you think? Hey, somebody gonna be on the toilet? Somebody gonna be on the toilet for real.
Somebody gonna be on the pot. Yes, sir.
Right, exactly. And thank you for the super chat, Tolbert, and thank you for the super chat. And who was next? And Captain Obvious says Black women are the masters of, if not the innovators of, the walking divorce. Yeah, that goes to what AO was saying. Yeah. But yeah. Go ahead. I mean, go ahead, better. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, and even to kind of piggyback off what you was just saying and what I was saying earlier, I got an interesting call from somebody who's in one of my ex's family, and they told me basically like, hey, they were complaining about their new guy and how they did things, and basically they were like, yo, all you're really saying is that this dude ain't Dre, and he don't move like Dre. And you just really mad that you bet on the wrong horse. Everybody told you to be patient, but you didn't have that patience. So now you somewhere and you regret your choices.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa. That's too damn bad!
That's what I heard you say. That's what I heard. Shout out to Vince. Vince gave me that. Vince done fucked the world up with that one. Vince fucked the world up with that one.
Yeah, that was so good. I need you to play that one again. She said, I'm tired, Grandpa.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa. That's too damn bad!
That's too damn bad.
I just want to know who made AO white. I know AO was white with a white grandbaby. I'm just saying, because that's AO like a motherfucker right there. That's AO like a mother.
Wow, I would have said that's too fucking bad. Nah, he said too damn bad. He said too fucking bad.
I think this environment with these changes, especially with the she session as BGS coined it, you're gonna have women who actually start to evaluate and choose and pick guys based on criteria that actually fucking matter. Because it's going to be one of those things to where they can no longer afford to be disconnected or only marginally connected in the way that they have been. And I think that's one of those things where, like, I know B just kind of said it before, like they're at the table, but they still ain't talking right to me.
Hey, they still talking too tough for you?
Hey, a little bit more pressure. A little more pressure. It
Hey,
ain't cold
hey,
enough yet.
hey. Better you at the table like.
Hey,
Hey,
they
CZ,
never
let me
take
tell
shit
you
down.
this.
Wait,
My wife
real
just
quick,
made me
Let's do
some
turn on. Look!
banana
Somebody
bread
cut
with
this nigga off! Cut
coconut
this nigga off!
and some blueberries in it.
Mute
It was
this
just
nigga!
delicious. She brought it to me on the couch and gave me some warm milk.
Trell,
It
where
was
you at? You
delicious.
supposed to be in the comments saying, "Look, this nigga,
Hey,
bragging ass son of women."
Mr. Z, somebody read Derek Mills' comment because it's very pertinent.
Okay. And Derek Mills says, "Well, you want to read that, AB? I'm not. You want to say AB? You want to read that better, you? Or you want
Oh,
you want
I
me
can
to?
take it. This figure
Okay, good.
reflects a sharp drop with 106,000 jobs lost in April alone, as their employment fell from 10.325 million in March to 10.219 million in April. He's right, you know.
Yeah, he continued. He continued. I got that for you in a minute too. And
Oh,
he continued with this. So go ahead, better you because he this is another part of it. Or did he post this again? And this is a
oh,
part. The figure
oh no,
reflects
that's
a sharp drop. Oh, that's he just put it
the
twice.
same one. That's the same one.
Oh, okay. All right. So and like you said, here you go. There you go.
He's right, you know.
There you go. And Derek Mills, thank you. I mean, like, look for what's the adult black women? How many of them are there? 10 million and some odd, like he said. What is it? How many? No, no, that's something else.
Overall, I mean, that's the in the labor force. Like full
Yeah,
total
yeah.
is like 23 million or so.
23 million with a 300 and some odd, but 20. So the labor force is 10 million. The overall population of adults is what 20, like you said, 23 million. So losing 300,000 in the span of 5-ish, 6-ish months, 100,000 in 1 month, not looking good. That's not looking good. Yeah.
And the big thing is the jobs gap. So traditionally, black women have held significantly more jobs than black men. And at the beginning of the year, I want to say it was already narrowing somewhat. It was about 800,000 as of April. I want to say that the last jobs report before the most recent one, it had already shrunk down to like 320,000.
Hmm. So Derek Mills continues here. He says, no specific data is available for January 2025 job losses, but the trend suggests a steep decline over the first 4 months. And then he continues with, assuming the reported losses for March and April, summing the report losses of March and April, 266,000 plus 106,000 at least 372,000 jobs were lost by black women since February. Ah, man, look, it's I'm glad accountable commentary and then I backed him up. We're not this is not something to celebrate because like I reminded y'all in 2016 there was black men going through it. 21% was it 20 it was 2016. 21% unemployment for black men in 2016. So this is not something to celebrate. With that said, when you don't have a man, you don't have that type of network, right? It quiet is kept. It's not just men being more atomized. Women also. It's not men. They're in my estimation, they're over indexing on lonely men and not being honest how many lonely women there are. When I say lonely, I'm not just talking about intimate. I'm talking about friendship circle also. So if you're a black woman and you don't have that friendship circle, I highlighted often how kinless black women are, right? So if you don't have that network and you don't have a man, Like how is this supposed to work for you? And once again, this is what being single. Like I think I said this a month ago. Being single is a luxury now. It's a luxury now, and especially I'm saying for women in particular. Go ahead, go
Z,
And keep
right? I got
ahead.
something I got
Go ahead,
something
Jimbo.
for you, right? I got something for you to listen to, right? Because I was having into a conversation with my stepfather and shit about my PlayStation because he basically started saying like, "Yo, you would really pick your PlayStation over your girlfriend?" And I'm like, "Hell yeah!" And like, I'm gonna let you. Let me play this out. Let me see if you can hear this or not. Can you, can you hear that? Can you hear that?
No, it sounds too distant. It's too sound too echoey. Better yet, it sounds too
Okay.
yeah.
Oh
Maybe
wait,
there's a way
let
that
me.
you could maybe bring the volume down on the phone real quick or whatever it is, and maybe we could hear it a little bit clearer.
Okay. Let me see.
And somebody can mute up. I can hear your background a little bit. Talking about that. Me too.
All right, let's try this out right now. Let's try this out.
Okay.
Oh yeah, turn it up.
There it goes. There it goes.
Okay, cool. But then you're like, oh, the fact is like, so you pick your PlayStation over your girlfriend? That means that it wasn't strong enough to begin with. If it was over a PlayStation. $600 got me 10 years of happiness. How much $600 in 10 years got you in your life right now dealing with my mama? See, that point was already there. You made like exactly, but yeah, you don't want to answer that. I did answer. How many times did I answer? And how much was it again? How much it cost you? At least 600,000. Oh, 600,000. But guess what? $600. You know, $600. Thousand. I said 600 for me. 600,000. 100,000, not 600. No, I know you said 600,000. I know 600,000. That's what I said. 600,000. Right. I know numbers, and that's what I'm saying. Even you know economically, my PlayStation is better. Even with the internet that I got to pay for, the gas, what's it called, the electricity, it's cheaper. Then I already agree with that. But yet you want to go say that, oh, I'm being emotional about shit. And I'm like, how am I being emotional when I'm like, logically speaking, I'm like, dude, my bank account is better when my PlayStation is around, besides my girlfriend. Well, you get the right. I'll send you the audio later.
Real quick, but first, you are being emotional, but that doesn't mean you're wrong. You was wrong.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Mr. Z. You took the words right out of my mouth. Okay. He was right, but he
because
was
he's trying to
emotional.
convince me of bullshit.
Real quick, because you did something when you was like $600 got me 10 years of happiness, and how much did it cost you with my mama? And when he said 600,000, my heart damn near stopped. Because we know eventually it's gonna cost money. Like let's be very clear. That sound about right. To be fair, but we know it ain't all peachy all the time. As a matter of fact, it ain't peachy most of the time. So like that's.
Oh no! Later on, he was saying, "Yeah, dude, it's not even just that." Oh wait, I think I'm making an echo or something. I don't know what's going on. Oh, basically, he was saying, should I pull out and come back in? I don't know if that's me.
No,
You
just
got a
work
little
through
bit
it.
of
Work
crack,
through
but
it.
we can hear what you're saying.
Work through it.
Okay. He was saying like, yeah, the $600. That's just the other stuff. He's like, no, the other, like, I'm not even adding what I'm actually giving up on, on the other hand, like underhand and everything like that. The stuff that I'm doing, the gas and everything like that. I'm like, yeah, exactly. Look what that got you. I spent $600 got me 10 years worth of happiness. And what would you get? Like $1,000, 1,000 times more of the problem, or 100,000 times the problems more. Like, come on, bro. Come on, man. That's some bullshit.
It'll be 1,000 times more, and that's definitely not happening. Even with that, if your stepdad got lucky with your mom, cool. The thing is, especially for once you start getting under the age of like 50, really, under the age of 45, under the age of 40, we really fuck. But like under the age of 45, it's a millennials pretty much and down. Like they can't tell us what. And I brought this up, and I'm gonna have to clip it and play it. And I don't even rock with Andrew Wilson, right? But when he asked Tommy Rowan, what did the big get for that? He did have narky ass fucking little blonde Tommy Lauren that always got something to say didn't have a fucking answer. Exactly. And remember, that's for the white guy. Tommy and Lauren didn't have the answer for the white guys. What the fuck do you think it'd be for us as black people? Right? Like, and what Andrew Wilson did so much with that one question, so publicly, and watching Tommy Lauren stumble, fumble, crumble, right? It spoke to it. There is no answer. And okay, fine. Tommy Lauren isn't good enough. Go find the go find whoever the best feminist. First of all, the best feminist will probably be radical feminist, and she's gonna be advocating for munching on each other anyway. But that's a really good question. What exactly do the men get from this? And the answer is nothing. That's why Dr. Richard Reeves is overproduced. That's what he said. A real man over. That's why Tucker Carlson said that on Fox and Friends, what, a decade ago ish, right? That's because they. So notice two white men, one American, one British. They're both of them saying overproduced. You feel a sense of pride, and when you go do this and you do that, and you have these people relying on you. And quite frankly, to some extent, I agree. But going to what KMS is, the pain in the system, the relationship system, the dating system, dealing with your entitled brat ass daughters is so great that the men said, "Yeah, what's the incentive?" Shout out to Real Talk with Yanni. It shouldn't be the women asking what the incentive. It should be the men. And then I'll end up with I'll pause after this. It was who was it? It was compassionate. It was me. I think like who was up here? It was a bunch of us who we were talking, and 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 I said the women leverage the threat of not having our children, and compassionate said, well, we will maintain the infrastructure, and which one hurts first? I mean, faster. And I was like, well, you got them because we feel that not having the children 18 and so 20 years from now, that's when you start feeling it. Because that's when they would start entering the job market, or that's when they would start paying into the system. That's when they would start going to college and doing internships and all that other stuff and whatnot. But the men not maintaining the infrastructure, you feel that now when your garbage starts to pile up, right? You feel that now when the intersection lights ain't working and nobody comes to fix them, right? You feel that now, right? You feel that now when something goes bump in the night and you live by yourself and ain't no cops to call, right? Or your neighbor's house catch on fire and it looks like it's about to touch your house and ain't no male firefighters to call. So yeah, you feel that now. So yeah, so it's getting cold outside as Vince is Bobby Wilbeck, and thank you for the super chat, Vince. Thank you for the super chat. He says, when it's cold outside. And the song just popped up into my mind, and it was Bobby Wilbeck, and it was what's his name from Casey and JoJo. So yeah, yeah. So look, I'll just pause right there. Y'all go ahead.
Z, I will do him one better on the PlayStation situation. With me and my 5, right now in my state, it's my life. I got a motto: have ass whooping will travel. Cause I use my PlayStation not like normal dudes. They just play for fun. I play for bread and meat. I don't win. I don't eat. I literally gamble. That's one of my side hustles on my game. I've been playing video games since 1978. That's how long I've been doing this. Dude, women have came and left up out of my life. But the only consistent thing that's kept me calm, cool, and collected, because I play strategy type games, sports games. None of that kill shit, none of that first person shit. I play strategy games, and it keeps me focused. I will never get rid of. I've been through PlayStation 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm up to 5 now, and I value them more. I value them more than all the relationships I have ever been with. Period.
Yo, you know what, AL? I'm not even gonna lie, right? I already been saying this since I was a kid. Oh, sorry.
Can you hear me? No, real quick. I'm giving 15, 20 seconds. So, what's very important to stress about what AL was saying is that he's making money off of this on top of that. How many women are you making money off of unless you don't send your lady up on the throne, right? Like that's number one. Number two, and I don't know how many elders know this, but no, you really like they have whole video game tournaments depending on the game, and you can really win prizes, you really win money, you really like that's a real thing, and that esports is a real thing, right? So like that's not even no bullshit. Go to an AL, right? Go ahead, Jay.
Yo, I was saying like too, I was got a recorder, right? Of me saying to my step pops, I'm like, yo, he was trying to say like, oh, you know, like try to say like because I was still choosing my PlayStation over my chick or some shit. He was like, yo, a psychologist would say that, you know, that's kind of crazy or so for you to do that. I'm like, no, a psychologist would agree with me that as soon as GTA 6 comes out, every relationship is on the fucking line. That's what I'm saying. So what do you mean? And he was like, he couldn't even think of like a way to respond back, you know, like at all, because he like, dang, he knows it's true too. I'm like, yo, you already seen what's going on with the trailer and stuff. As soon as this game come out, I'm telling you, nothing's gonna hit like hurt a girl worse than like she can't even compete. Like she's gonna think like she's the worst thing that she ever gonna compete for is like with another woman. It's like, no, you don't compete for competing with an inanimate object. Inanimate. I can't say the word, but you get what I'm trying to say.
Inanimate
object.
Thank you. Like, how you gonna beat that?
Go to what you're saying. Saint Cyr says, dating has put me in places where I wouldn't be otherwise. I've been over to Ocho Cinco Script to play FIFA just because I'm wrong. There you go. He does seem like the type. Ocho Cinco does seem like the type. Yeah, he does seem like the type. Yeah.
Say Z, we need you to do us a favor. We know you in the restroom. We know you got the phone away from you. We need you to bring that phone back close to you because you sound very far away.
No. I'm not in the restroom. I'm not in the restroom.
Okay. I might have to switch headphones too. Okay, don't worry about it.
Yeah, there you go. You good now. You good.
Okay, no, it's not headphones. Sometimes when it's in the case, I don't know, it like slightly disconnects, and so y'all get a weird sound from me. So that's what usually be happening with that. Yeah, thank you for that.
It sounds like he went to the pot behind them crab legs and that hookah.
No, hysterical. I'm telling you, that shit would mess your stomach up. He said, shout out to Tom Bird. He said, what? He said, sandwich, tacos, hookah, and what? He said something else. It was something. What other? And crab legs. Yeah, and then crab legs. I'm like, that's a stomach ache waiting to happen. Oh, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna really hurt. But
yeah, anybody say Pepto Bismol?
No, for real. And hookah, I mean, like hookah's still a thing, but is it still a thing? Like, is it still, because I remember I've smoked hookah a few times at clubs, but yeah.
You know what, Z? It's not a thing anymore, and I'm gonna tell you why it's not a thing. What did you just say? Where did you used to smoke hookahs at?
The club, exactly. Yeah,
and what the hell is going on with the club scene?
What club scene?
It's
exactly.
It's big.
Exactly.
Yo, I went to a freaking college party.
Wait, Jay Moore, I swear, at 5 seconds. Ayo, and who killed it?
Them women.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jay Moore. Go ahead.
Yo, I just went to accident just popped up onto a college, end of semester party and shit. And I'm just walking around. I'm just looking at this stuff. The chicks are just dancing on each other and everything like that. And like I just went to go sit down and shit. I'm like recording and other stuff, like recording the party and everything like that. And I just go sit down with a group of people and stuff, and me and the chicks and the dudes were just talking. And I'm just like, yo, you guys are a bunch of like selfish ass dancers out here. Like y'all are terrible. Y'all the reason why these club scenes are so down. She's like, no, we out here trying to twerk on these dudes and stuff like that. I'm like, no, I don't see that at all. She's like, no, we be twerking and all that stuff. They're supposed to come up and do that. I'm like, no, you guys made this shit uncomfortable. I'm like, let's be honest. And no, she's like, oh no, they're kind of being gay with them. Like, how are you gonna say they gay when you doing the gayest shit ever by twerking up on another chick like that? You grind up on another chick, damn near getting humped by another chick. That's some gay ass shit. She was like, you're right. That is gay. That's gay.
hey, you better than me, because guess what? When I walk in a scene like that and I see something like that, I'm doing like old boy from the Boondocks. And I'm telling them to their faces and making them real mad when I'm saying, bitches, y'all gay. Who the fuck 4-5 black women in a line walking like y'all schoolgirls holding hands from the entrance to the club all the way to the bathroom, back out to the bar, and then y'all go to the dance floor and y'all do that one ignorant ass dance that y'all think is we culturally develop it called twerking, and it should be ours and ours alone. Every time I see a black woman do that dance, it infuriates me because I'm like, this is a. I say, in BGS and Black Uru can attest to this. Back in the day, those women could literally dance. I'm talking about dance moves, and it was nice. It made you want. Let me get out here and dance with them, even if it was all types of crazy dance. But y'all done went from we expressing ourselves artistically in all types of dance. The only thing you can do is put both of your hands on your knees, bend your ass down, and shake your ass, and you think that is the dance of all dances? No. When I see that in any black man who sees this, we should just turn our heads and ignore them. No, we're not gonna give you no attention.
No, I'm just
Let
saying,
me no,
like I said before, no, this is
J-Mo,
a
real
selfish.
quick, J-Mo, because I'm gonna ask you a question to culture, to Jamaican culture, real quick. Is the Jamaican club still popping? Are women still whining that you know of? Yellow.
Oh, you talking me or him?
Yeah, no, you, J-Mo, you. Are Jamaican
Oh,
clubs still popping? Are women still
I
whining?
mean, they still kind of doing that shit, but it's like, yo, I can see the infection. Everything just like, yo, I was like the last generation of like actual having people. You could go into the club, and even if you didn't leave without a chick, you would get to make out and doing all this like, pleasure, had fun and stuff. It was like worth $10 or something. But now you just go there.
Let's put it
It's
this way:
just some
you
selfish
may
ass
leave
shit,
without
bro.
a number. You may leave without a number, but you definitely got your peen rubbed on real right, and so you draw hump the hell out of some chick on the dance floor.
Exactly, tongue it down, chicks
Yes.
having some good old time, man. It was just a great time. But now I'm just looking at this shit. I'm like, none of this shit is going on. Everybody just staying to the corner. The chicks, like the chicks even I'm talking to, they all Caribbean chicks, and I'm just like, yo, y'all just winding up on each other and shit. And I'm just like, this is some selfish ass shit, bro. You
So
selfish as fuck. You need to shake that ass on me.
I went there for a reason. Wait, Jim. That's exactly why I asked you that. I put this at the feet of a certain brand feminism. I put this at the feet of all of that. But there's something else going on here. I'm not talking about the men here. It's something about the environment that's like, and no sexual pun here, that's sucking the soul out of people. It's not just the feminism part. That's a big ass part. That's like the biggest part. But there's something else going on here that's like, I've been playing with this idea of like trading culture for money, or trading culture for stability, trading culture to integrate. I'm trying to formulate it in a way so when I present it to y'all, it actually makes sense. But there's some where I feel like we're selling ourselves in like almost like work, right? You sell your labor for a profit, right? For income, but like it's a part of us that's like, I feel, and I'm that's why I'm using the word feel instead of think here. That I feel is go ahead. Maybe you'll be able to kind of put it together for what I'm trying to say.
I think I kind of get where you're going. So we have voluntarily commodified ourselves in
There we go.
not only just dating market and labor and whatnot, but in basically every facet of life. And also in conjunction with that commodification and the rise of feminism, I would argue it's kind of morphed into this very unique, perniciously disgusting thing.
Exactly.
The word. I don't quite got the word, but
you know what's crazy with real quick, I've used
what
the go ahead.
happened? What happens when you remove a religion, which is a huge, huge part of human socialization for thousands of years? I mean, for thousands of years, your religious affiliation governed all aspects of your life. It governed certainly would govern your relationship in your family. It governed your position as a man, as a husband, as a father, as a member of your community. So that the religious thing alone, the loss of faith, whatever it is, without making any value judgment on any religion, on any faith, on any denomination, putting aside whatever you think is the value of any of those, just the act, the practice, the life impact of religion is gone now. Gone.
Well,
So when you
not,
talk
not,
about commodification, go ahead.
No,
well,
no, wait, real quick, wait, Jay Moore. Let Black Guru land with that, and then you got it. But I just want to say this real quick. Commodification, exactly like what Better You was saying. I couldn't get the word out, but thank you, Better You. Thank you, Indigo. So go ahead, Black Guru, land with that, and then you got it, Jay Moore, and then you guys go ahead.
Well, when you talk, see, that's why you remember when I said earlier, life is about the moments, the minutes, the hours, the days, what you do
yes,
with your
sir.
time, and what you do with your waking day. Well, when you remove things like religion from what you do with your during your waking day of working, of doing things about the house, your activities with people, when you remove religion from that, you make it so much easier for other things to take their place, whether it's drugs, for example, or alcohol. You guys were talking about the hookah thing, partying, sex, uh, feminism,
Could you worship lifestyle, Black
particularly,
Guru? Could like a
certainly,
constant up? Yeah,
cer-
yeah.
well, yeah, I mean, certain feminism is a religion. I mean, if you look at
Yeah.
feminism,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
all its effects, all its demands, particularly over the last 60 years, all of the contortion of reality, all the lies it gets to tell about history, the color purple vacation of the black community and black socialization, very religious in its methodology, in its purpose, and in its effect. Because the thing about religion, again, not making any value judgment, the thing about religion is that much of it does not require any empirical proof or any scientific methodology. It is very much about faith and belief. And a lot of feminism, a lot of this believing that you could just move things around, the purpose of a man, you can just move that around. The purpose of a woman, the fact that a woman can go 40 years and then decide whether or not she should be a mother, that's not based on any scientific or any logical basis. That shit is religion. That is religion. That is not something that's based on anything that's real. So, of course, we're being commodified because much of what we used to have to do and used to be held to the standards of religion, of your relationship between father, son, grandson, all that has gone away. And it's just made it easier for outside entities, especially profit making entities, to come in and replace what used to be there.
I I agree wholly with that. Um, I feel like to kind of sum it up and make it really quick because I know Jay Moore right behind me. Army puts it in a way that I think is very good. We have
The
been
fucking
subject to
academic, all of y'all. Go ahead.
yeah, the way he puts it is we've been subject to commodification and we've had the erosion of those bastions that uphold our social norms such as religion, family, any type of social groups and things like that. All those things have lost their prominence. So now there's nothing to separate you from the whims of the market. That's why I think uh, the LGBT rate with young women is so high in proportion to every other demographic because women, especially black women, have grown up really idolizing the market. There's
And this
a
is
materialism that's bred very young in our young ladies.
go into what Better You was saying. Go into what he referenced with Army and the funky academic. That's exactly why Compassionate says millennials were the first generation to truly be asked out to the market. That doesn't mean boomers didn't get hit sideswipe with it. That doesn't mean Xers, particularly younger Xers, didn't get hit also, but millennials from essentially from birth, right? Remember, millennials
Oh
are
yeah.
like the Reagan. That's the Reagan era babies. It's the earliest of us, the oldest of us, are the Reagan era babies. That's deregulation. That's raw, unfettered neoliberalism. We gonna target everybody. Gonna get hit. Right, everything is lifestyle. Everything is shiny, gold, gaudy, Trump crap. Right, like so. Yeah, no, that's exactly what Better you were saying, and the way that hits the brains, and that's why I play that clip that I played from Wisecrack about Malcolm in the Middle when they made reference to lifestyle advertising primarily directed to girls. For all of us that are millennials, all of us Gen Z, those of you the youngest of Xers, those are the girls, now women, that we grew up with that got hit with 10 tons of lifestyle content on television growing up. They mentioned the Disney Channel, but it wasn't just the Disney Channel. And now those women are in their late 20s, their 30s, their early and mid 40s, damn near 50 for some of them. And all of those women that we grew up with sound absolutely fucking crazy. They've been hit with 10 tons of lifestyle for 40 plus years. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
So to kind of say it a little bit more crassly than you did, everybody got fucked by the market. But as millennials, we got fucked long dick style, no homo.
No lube. And that nigga might have the itchy scratchy. He might have the 28 days later too.
They left us all the way at the Diddy party.
For real. And go ahead, Jay Moore, and then we're gonna have KMS. Go ahead.
Like, what was it called? To go back to the other thing, like other subject to the party and shit. The one thing I was calling out to the chicks, I'm just like, yo. Also, I was like, yo, I blame y'all, but also I blame this fucking DJ and like these damn artists. Yo, all are terrible. There's no music really anymore. Nothing to really
Wait. Okay. That's what I was trying to get you to say. It's not that there's not music. There's not music to dance to. Because even my age group, we had music to dance to. You just hope your gun didn't fall out your pocket. But we had music to dance to, right? Go ahead.
I told him like, yo, I missed the point. I missed the parties when you or the clubs when you didn't have to worry about what the clothes you're gonna wear because you know you're gonna be drenched in your sweat and everybody else's sweat, and you barely gonna hear shit. By the time when you get out, your ears gonna be ringing. You're gonna be like, even if you drank in the beginning, you're sober as fuck to get out and go home and like had a good ass time. Like, and you were dancing the entire time. The music was always just like you're ready to go out there. But all this shit nowadays, I'm like, yo, I told the chick like all you dance to is like, you know, all these fuck niggas shit like that. Like, you know, like only time you ever got like very hype is when these type of songs coming on and shit. You want niggas to dance with y'all playing that shit. Come on, for real. And y'all twerking on each other and shit. Like, you're not saying you're not gay as hell. Like, for real. Like, the only thing that's making this party even lively is me because I can edit this shit on camera.
Jay Moore. Here goes Jay Moore. There is a scholar and gentleman out of Louisiana called Lil Boosie, and he had a song that made reference to what you're saying about these women dancing on each other and all that other stuff. I'm not gonna say the name of the song, but all of us Southerners know the name of the song. Go ahead.
I got to blame the younger Xers and the millennials for two things.
Goddamn boomers. Go ahead.
Man, that I'm in love with the stripper bullshit, man.
Yeah.
Man, I mean, come on, man. That I'm in love with the stripper bullshit was very damaging, man. It was very damaging. And it jacked up, in my view, it jacked up the whole Meg the Stallion, Cardi B bullshit. It created them. They are a product of I'm in love with the stripper bullshit. And I also gotta get on y'all, man, about y'all that damn syrup and Percocets and all. You can't dance when you got all that bullshit.
Hold on, that's Gen Z right there. Now, hold on,
How the hell is Lil Wayne gonna dance?
Yeah, that's not us. Yeah, that wasn't us.
And he is high out of his fucking mind. How you gonna dance?
Good point. Hey,
would
wait,
give
real
you
quick,
that
Ayo,
kind of
real quick, Ayo. Let me say this. And you coming in muffled, Ayo. But real quick, let me say this. So, to the Boosie song, I might as well say it now. His song was Dave Dykin, and then when you turn around, then you got Dro out of Atlanta, and he had with Ti, he had My Girl has a Girlfriend. My Girl Got a Girlfriend, right? Which low key, those songs were bops. But then when you hear what they're saying, and not a derogatory way either, yeah, Black people got a point. Anyway, goddamn
You
it.
do, but it's like Boys to Men, bro. Like when you were younger, you hearing them niggas, you were like you singing that shit. Now when you're older, it's just like, yeah, I know you were out there with that other fellow, and I know it was hurting me too. Like the fuck, I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like yo, you
Hey, but
about
that's
to
a
be
slow jam. But still,
yeah,
that's
but
a
no, but that's
slow
some
jam.
sick. No, bro, she's out there having
No,
another
no,
man's dick in her mouth, and you about to take
no.
cum glazed
That was
lips
some
and
Good point.
kiss
bullshit.
her.
Wait.
That was some bullshit. And Babyface and all them fuckers, because I'm sure Babyface
Super
probably
bullshit.
wrote that. Because
Super
he was
bullshit.
writing all that bullshit back
Yeah.
then. So no,
There's only
you're
two
right
people that
about
was
that.
really writing like
I
that.
gotta give you that.
Look,
Yeah.
Black. Real quick, everyone, real quick. Black Rule will attest, and so will AO. The '90s, the writers of the '90s, mainly R. Kelly and Babyface. Mainly, I ain't saying other niggas wasn't right,
Man,
but it was really R.
Keith
Kelly and
Sweat,
Babyface running the '90s.
Keith
Yeah, but you know
Sweat.
about the
it was either R. Kelly or Babyface, or they were doing imitation R. Kelly and Babyface.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all forgot about Keith Sweat. And I'll give it to you,
Keith
Black
Sweat too.
Rule.
Keith Sweat too. Yeah, you're right. Keith Sweat too.
I will give it to you, Black Rule. You're correct on the most part, but what I'm not gonna let you do is put this on the X. No, the music, that dance with a stripper shit. I was a grown ass man
No, you gonna
pushing
take
in
this
my
L,
30s.
AO. You gonna take
I
this
was pushing in
L?
my
No.
If
30s.
you listen to what I said the young Xers and the millennials. I'm not saying
He
all
did say
Xers.
that.
I'm saying
Yeah, he did
the
say that.
younger Xers.
Wait a second. I,
Yeah.
I feel like Boomers got to share this L because y'all put us in front of the TV. and that damn TV.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Nigga
yeah.
saying this bullshit.
Can anybody say Soul Train? Can anybody say American Bandstand?
Yeah, but when there wasn't no
Yeah.
there were no chicks, there were no stripper chicks on Soul Train. There wasn't no chicks grinding.
And if there were, you didn't know. And if there were, you didn't know. That and
Well, yeah,
if they
there
were,
were,
you
you
did
didn't
not
know.
know. Exactly.
Wait a minute. Are we talking about worshiping whores? Because that's the case. Yeah, no, that's on us. That's on us bleeding X. That's on us bleeding edge Xers and millennials. But if we talking about begging ass niggas, nah, y'all got the cake.
That's
Y'all
Xers. That's Xers.
yeah, but no,
Xers and boomers. Xers and
but
boomers.
the one thing I gotta give them is this, right? The one thing that we can do in our like the late Xers, older millennials, and all that shit, we made our simp ass music actually good enough dance music and shit. Like you will dance to this shit. Like, oh my god, this thing is amazing. It was great bops. It was like yo. Like the other stuff was like slow jams and shit like that. That was for you to like, to caress a chick and all that other stuff. But the other ones, you were about to just get, booty shaking and other stuff. You about to just sweat it all out. So it was actually it was like a different type of
No,
hypnotic type
you know
of
what
effect.
though? That was Xers too. Xers had a lot of booty shit. All whether it was down south Miami bass, whether it
But
was
look,
Louisiana shit,
if
whether it was
you
yeah.
were an Xer, here's the thing: if you were an Xer and older, nigga had to actually be able to dance. Like
That's
y'all
true.
stopped dancing. The millennials,
Yeah.
when we were coming up, no,
You're right.
motherfucker had to be able to dance. You
You're
had
right.
to be able to dance to grind up on some woman. You couldn't just be on a wall somewhere. It was
wait a
a
minute.
very competitive. Dancing was a very competitive thing for us coming up. Very
No.
competitive.
That's what I'm saying. Like the
Wait,
last ones,
wait, y'all let y'all elder privilege, y'all. Let Black Rule land, and then you got a KMS, and then you got it back MJ Moore. Go ahead, Black Rule.
Yeah, I would say up to the 90s, because there was a lot of great dancing in the 90s. I would say up to the 90s, dancing was a premium. Then, like I say, by 2000, in between the strippers, everybody going extra hardcore fake. fake thugging and all that kind of shit. Y'all start bringing other stuff into it other than just the music and having a good time. It became a whole lot of other extra shit and tattoos and just a lot of extra shit.
Mean mugging.
And
Okay. All right, no,
people were on. People
Wait. Hey, yo.
I mean, motherfuckers on cocaine in the 70s, but motherfuckers were dancing their ass off in the 70s. So that's the difference.
On cocaine.
Y'all start doing drugs and stop dancing. We did drugs to dance.
Go ahead, Cam. Then you got Jim. Go ahead.
You ain't lying.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Hey, Mr.
Go ahead, Cam.
Feed the link I put in the back chat.
Okay. Hey, go ahead, Cam.
Yeah, just to Black River's point, as a bleeding edge ex-millennial, I started to become a teenager during the post New Jack Swing era, and to say we weren't dancing is ridiculous. If you look at them old, if you look at New Jack City and them second wave Black Renaissance movies with them niggas dancing in there, it's like a fucking Taibo class. So I don't want to hear that shit that we weren't dancing. No. I was sweating out.
I said through the 90s.
Okay.
I said through the 90s. I said it was 2000 when y'all started dropping off.
Nah, but Black Guru during the 2000s, that's when Crank That came out. You know what I'm saying? Like this, we did come up with some good ass athletic ass dances, and then we started mixing up different types of dance styles. So it was still like I could say the last bit of dance battles in the clubs and stuff that happened. It could be like 2016ish time.
Well,
That's the last time I was seeing that.
When did the stripper music kick in? When did
it was
wait. Going to answering Black River's question, I think that T-Pain joint In Love with a Stripper came out with 07 or something. 06, 07, 08, somewhere around there.
05, 06,
somewhere around there.
05, 06 is when that happened. 05, 06.
No, I'm saying that song in specific. It came out in 06? It might have came out in 06. I don't. Okay, yeah. There you go, Black people. So yeah.
I'll just say it like this, and this is an easy thing. Compare some dancing videos from the 90s to 2000. It's an obvious difference. It's an incredible difference.
Oh yeah.
I will say this to give Uru a little bit of bail. Not only did they have a porn star, the porn star of the time on Soul Train, Heather Hunter. She could actually fucking dance.
She could dance her ass off. That's the difference. She was dancing with Tupac in there. She was in that How Do You Want It?
I got video.
No. You know what this remind me of? You know what this remind me of? Is like when that girl, those two black girls caught the fucking fish, and it was like Let It Go, or what it was called, whatever the hell, and they just kept on twerking, and it was just like, yo,
they were dancers. Wait, let's do this.
That was hilarious.
Let's do this because I want to say this, and then we got to get canvas because I'm trying to get this organized. Jay Moore, what's the name of the shorty that was in the Sean Paul music video? She was in a bunch of different music videos. She would be the version of that for like millennials and younger extras. Yeah, you know who I'm talking. She's Jamaican sister. She was in so many goddamn music videos.
I know. I see her. I know who she is. I mean, I just can't remember.
I don't remember her name. Yeah. And she
Man, so she could dance. So she was.
No, she really could.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And for the young bucks that's in here who don't know, Heather Hunter was the Jada Fire Misty Stone of her day. So.
Mr. Z.
But yeah, go ahead, KMS. Y'all make space in KMS, and then Ben. I think Ben. I'm trying to download that video right now, and then J-Mo. Go ahead. Where KMS to go? Oh, he done dropped off. Goddamn. KMS, come back when you're ready.
The video.
Yeah, I'm trying to bring it up in a minute. Give me a second.
And
go ahead, J-Mo.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead, AL. Go ahead, AL, and then J-Mo.
To that point that y'all were talking about, that stripper who was dancing on Soul Train, who could dance, the answer to the question why she could dance like that, shout out to Black Uru, cocaine. Cocaine was with you.
But you know what? The one thing I could say though, I'm not
Yeah,
gonna lie.
cocaine was
Like,
definitely a dancing enhancer. It was definitely a dancing enhancer.
hell yeah. But yo, the one thing I was just gonna say though, like where Uwe was right though, like the whole stripper music and all that shit, like being in love with a stripper shit. Like I have to say this, I got the like we're on a downswing of dancing and all that stuff when the clubs start turning into all of this, like everybody staying in the corner stuff. I was watching this stuff decline, and I'm like, the only reason why, I mean, like I could just say this, thank God I'm Jamaican and shit like that, so I'm already ready to dance and stuff like that. But I'm just looking at this stuff, I'm like, yo, these people are just sad. It's just like, and then if you go up to the chicks, they would just, screw face you sometimes to do some other shit. That's why I always had my method of like, you know what? I'm about to use my Jamaican skills to my best. I'm gonna go to the big bitch and start throwing her big ass around and then watch. Then the little bitch is gonna be like, oh shit, he gonna do that to me. And next thing you know, a whole line of them, I just go right down like it's like to the lower bar and I just have my bitches, have my fun and just do whatever.
Can I ask you a question? Do you not suffer from back problems too?
Hey man, it's called a Caribbean back. I don't know how it survives like this, but it does. Don't question my genetics. It's just I'm blessed.
I guess so, goddammit, I guess so.
Hey, we used to, okay, so this was a two-man dance. You used to need a partner to hold you up, right? Because you would be squatted backwards, like almost like limbo. You would be squatted backwards so low, your partner would have to hold you up. Well, anyway, while she do what she do. If you don't get it, if you can't picture what Z is saying, then you wasn't there.
See. Remember the helicopter?
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
No, but you know the helicopter move, right? You know when the chick goes on all fours and you just go up on top of you, hop on her, and then you spin with your dick on her back and shit. That's what I'm saying. That's some athletics type of shit. You have to learn how to use your own finger grips or your hand grip to like really position yourself to do these types of stuff. So I'm like, that's one thing. I'm like, I was just growing up seeing.
It's crazy that
so I'm like, yo,
we went from because the twerking thing is it. I mean, you still see it. It's still obviously that still happens, but like on your everyday chick, like the whole glove thing. It's a dungeon. Yeah, I agree with that.
Like, why is it like
wait. You know what it is? Women want control. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But what that also means is that maybe you ain't dancing. Everything comes at a cost, right? When they say trade-offs, you want control, you want quote unquote power, and what that necessarily means is maybe we don't dance like that because maybe I'm supposed to lead in the dance.
Yo, but
and that filters out to everything.
Yeah, but the
somebody's background is really bad. Somebody here mute up. Yeah. Okay, it was you, J Moore. It was you. But let me do. Yeah, it is you. Let me play this real quick. J Moore, mute up real quick, and let me play this. And thank you for this, Ben. We're gonna play. We're gonna watch this together. Here we go.
I'm gonna be a baby daddy on child support. Nope, don't do it.
Wait, so you're not gonna try to get my number, holla at me, nothing?
I thought about it, but I just see my future. You know? Yeah, 3 to 4 kids, divorce, I lose my house, my cars, my money. It's not something I want to get into, so.
I'm a sweetheart. I would never do that to you.
Yeah.
You judging me.
I mean, yeah. Look what you're wearing.
I mean, it's hot outside. I don't want to be like, what?
I just see a toxic relationship, you know, on and off. I just can't do it. Nah.
All right, you couldn't handle me anyway.
Remember, baby daddy on child support.
So you're not gonna say anything again?
Don't do it. I mean, look, I already told you. You seem like a headache. You seem like a problem. And I just can't deal with that right now. I got a lot going for myself.
You don't think this is a coincidence?
What's a coincidence?
A sign from God? That we met up by chance? Like...
I think it's a test. And I know I'm a pass it. I mean, look what you're wearing.
You're still judging me. God said don't judge.
You're right. But God said also don't be a fool. And I'm no fool. You look like you got guys in your DMs, guys cash apping you, probably got a sugar daddy paying all your bills.
Looks can be deceiving.
You're right.
Very deceiving.
But imagine if we walking down the street, right, and you wearing that, and a lot of guys looking at you, and some of them want to come talk to you. I gotta deal with that. They might even want to fight. I gotta fight them. I might even lose my life. And that's something I can't deal with right now.
Blocking God's blessings again, are we?
Yeah.
So
So you like what you see and you're still not going to say anything?
Yes, I like what I see, but probably every guy does. I mean, look at you. You're beautiful, banging body, but that doesn't mean you're a good fit for me.
You like what you see, but you're still not going to give me a chance.
You seem like trouble, a headache. That's something I don't want to deal with. You probably got an OnlyFans. You probably got a crazy ex looking for you. Bad credit, kids, can't cook, can't clean. You look expensive, so I'll probably go broke messing around with you. I can't do it. I'm not gonna do it.
So I do have great credit, but I do have 4 baby daddies.
You see? I knew it. I knew you had
you
kids.
See? That was a joke. Do you see how quick to judge you are?
You can't be joking like that. That's on you.
So if I changed my whole wardrobe, would you give me a chance?
I mean, nah, I can't do it.
Oh my God.
I can't do it, no.
I almost had you.
You almost did.
I almost did. Be safe.
Ben, that was good.
Yeah. Hey.
Look. Better you over there drooling. Better you over there drooling. We got multiple to drool.
You need to do a poll and ask, be honest, who was falling. That's what you need to do. Because that's the question. That's the scenario that brothers are, as things tighten up, and get tough, and these women they start using their wares to try to gain access to your attention and resources and whatever. Which you guys are gonna fall for. Y'all need to really think about that. Because if you're gonna have 300,000 or whatever women, well, like I say, a net change in jobs between black men and black women of 400,000 jobs in a 3 or 4 month period, that's gonna eventually start to impact your environment. And are you really prepared to resist that kind of thing? I mean, it may not be as blatant as that, but I foresee that being more of a real thing.
And let me say this. So I do want to actually put probably a poll for real. there's a funny in there, but to see how many of you would go. But I think half of y'all would be fronting. Half of y'all gonna say y'all wouldn't go, but you would though. But you would.
I would say that it's in the 80th percentile.
You see what I'm saying? Half of y'all would go. I'm talking about her in particular too. I'm talking about her. Half of y'all gonna be, no man, she fat man. I'm not gonna give her the bullshit.
Hey, Black Uru, shout out to you and Roger.
Right.
What did y'all say? We need to practice dick and distance. Not
dick and distance.
Not dick discipline, dick and distance. If you can't practice in distance in this day and time right now, you're gonna be screwed.
Not the way you want either.
Well,
go ahead.
No,
go ahead. Go ahead. And let me read this real quick.
Well,
and Afro Nationals, Afro Merchants says, I can say for Black Uru. Go ahead, Black Uru.
I mean, I believe you can. I mean, I believe Afro is telling the truth that a lot of brothers would lie about, because I think what look, we're biological beings, and you look at something, and hundreds of thousands of years of programming has told you're supposed to put a baby in somebody who looks like that. That's what you're going to be fighting against. And don't pretend like that's not a real thing. That's going to be a real thing when you look at a woman like that. And the best thing you can do is anticipate that that's going to be a real thing, and then figure out, what sort of mind state you're going to put yourself in to avoid getting caught up.
Let's do this. Black Uru, if you don't mind reading this comment, because I think you're going to get a nice little chuckle out of it. And then we got Leon, and then we got Jay Moore.
Dale for is it Dale for CO? Okay. That's the woman in the red dress in the makeup. That's exactly. And what did Neo do when that red him first?
He turned.
Like, what the fuck? I mean, So yeah, that's the woman in the red dress in the Matrix. Yes, absolutely. And here's what's gonna get tricky for you all. This is where you have to. This is what you have to anticipate. The better you do in comparison to what you perceive they're doing, the more a sense of power you you're going to feel you have, and that's exactly the kind of scenario in which you end up getting a call a couple of months later telling you that somebody period
Hmm.
didn't come through.
Yeah, I'm
So
pregnant.
be on the lookout. Be on the lookout.
Going to that, Black Root, here goes a very important question. What happened after Neo turned around and looked at the woman in the red dress?
It was a gun. It was a gun pointed right at his head from what's his
See what
name
I'm saying?
put on.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly. Yeah,
A whole agent. A whole agent. The point.
that's the bait and switch. That's the bait and
Exactly.
switch. Yeah.
He thought he was gonna get up with the woman in the red dress, but ended up getting up with Mr. Anderson.
Right, Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Smith. Yeah.
And go ahead on Leon, and then you got Jimmy.
So AL remembers this because he stays in Texas. But my stance on what killed the club was not that people stopped dancing. People stopped dancing because of Facebook and smartphones. And during this time, if you took a picture and you uploaded, it would, if the person had a Facebook and it saw their face, it would put their name on it, and you could go to their page. So I could literally, like, it would tag the person that's in the picture without you physically tagging them. And people were getting caught. Like, I got caught cheating like 5 times because of Facebook, being in the club. My woman came to the club, tapped me on my shoulder while I was dancing with a chick. Not only that, I was there the night. Okay, y'all remember the eggplant, the cucumber video where people were at the club? That was Junction 45 in Killeen. And like all those people got put on World Star all over the place. And this started happening at clubs. And it's like you're
Boy, what you
dancing and
know about
somebody's
Junction?
recording.
Boy, what you know about Junction 45 in Killeen? Boy, cut it out.
Bruh, I went to Ellison.
And I went to Killeen High, state champs, 1991, baby.
HG.
So
Long
let me
Branch.
do this, Leo.
Yeah, yeah.
Real quick, Leo. Let me do this because I want to kind of go to
So
exactly what you're saying. Essentially, what
yeah,
Leon is
so
saying is niggas was getting people was posting pictures. Niggas, the women were like, I don't want my picture taken, or I don't want to be tagged in this. People was getting embarrassed about different things, and so people started to self censor in the club. And
yeah,
sometimes when you
yeah.
dancing, you look awkward, you look awky, and people start that also goes with self censoring. So because everybody want to look cool and everybody's a goddamn borderline celebrity, people started self censoring. So I get where Leon's going. Go ahead.
Nah, people were getting caught with side chicks. You had like
Yep.
officers
Yep.
in the club that night at Junction 45. I was there, and it's like everybody's on camera. And you see this throughout anywhere. Like people are like getting divorces over being on camera with other women, women being with other guys, and so people stop dancing in the club because it's like it's so easy for anybody just to pick up their phone and record you. Like my boy, my homeboy, my white boy, he got caught with another black woman in the club. You know what I'm saying? People recorded him and sent it to his wife, and it's like it's going both ways. So people stopped dancing. It wasn't because of the music. It wasn't because of the music. If people were getting divorces, losing their livelihood over videos on Facebook and stuff being sent to people DMs and everything. I got snitched around. I didn't care. I was like, yo, I'm out having fun. I'm gonna dance with chicks. Are you here to dance? No. Why are you here then?
Let me read this because I think what Starman just said here it pretty much speaks to the overall theme of today's stream. Especially when I was playing earlier. And Starman says, I don't have the money to afford the potential consequences of messing with any woman, to be honest. I think that sentiment right there, it scales past race and what Western men, I would say all young men, young-ish men under the age of maybe 40, 45-ish, around the planet, especially if you're not elite, particularly in the West, or that they are saying that exactly what you're saying here is I don't have the money for the potential consequences of messing with you, right? And that goes to the video. Somebody's background, please. Somebody mute up, y'all. Mute up. Please mute up. Thank you. But yeah, so no, exactly what Starman is saying right here, and that's what you saw in the video. The dude was like, yo, he's predicting, yo, we gonna be messing around with each other. Then I'm gonna be a baby daddy. Then you're gonna hit me with child support. Then we're gonna be arguing. And I would expand it past just the money. The money is definitely the arguably the most important part. But the your life force, your energy, your time, and when the women in society fucked up when they told the men, and you saw this kind of with the Barbie movie also towards the end, which is like go do your own thing, go work on yourself. And like what I think this society and women didn't appreciate is the men actually said, you know what, you're right. But what they didn't appreciate is the men weren't going to come back, or at least maybe not most, but a sizable chunk of them would always assess this in what's in their best interest. Is this going to last? And real quick, it was initially a tool to tell the men they're pretty much not on par for these people's daughters. And what ended up actually happening is the men realized, actually, maybe I can't afford her, and I'm not going to overexert myself to do it either. That's the fear, is that you don't overexert yourself, you don't quote unquote overproduce to be able to afford her and the lifestyle for at least the 5 to 8 to 10 years before she divorced your ass anyway. Right? So I'll pause right there. Go ahead, J1. Go ahead. And then you got to leave.
Okay. I'm just saying, like, don't forget, the way how these chicks are right now, they are walking nuclear waste signs or some shit. It's just like, she's a nuclear waste sign to your fun and everything towards like paying for your fun. Remember, like I said, $600 got me 10 years worth of happiness and joy. Whenever me and my girlfriend got upset at each other, I know me and my PlayStation was good. You know what I'm saying? I could go there and have some good old times.
Cue up a video of Jay Moore and his PlayStation holding hands, dancing through the roses in a field, please.
Shit, I get no. You get her a white dress. You get her a white dress and everything. I'll walk down the aisle. I'll marry her. Such a beautiful thing. And it's just like
say, I'm gonna be your best man, Jay Moore, and then right after that, we're gonna do a double wedding because I'm gonna marry mine too, goddamn it. I'm married to my father.
But I'm just saying, I'm just saying, like, yo, at the end of the day, these chicks are basically like, you can't beat $600 when, like, you gave me enough time to realize, bitch, you cost too much. You come into my life, that's more water I gotta spend on my water bill, my electric bill, my goddamn my like everything bill. Like, I gotta go and entertain you because I gotta take you on a walk, basically, which is AKA a date. Basically, a living dog that I gotta breed with. Like, come on, man.
Let me address this, and then you got to Liam. And Kevin says, Z, you watching the Barbie movie? So I didn't watch it, but I did see that end scene. Number one, number two, I'm not opposed to watching it because as a matter of fact, I'm actually kind of beating myself up for not watching it because, from my understanding, there's a lot of things to glean from that.
I watched
Go ahead,
the
Black.
movie. I would definitely recommend watching it because it really kind of highlights how fucked up things really are, how fucked up the mentality is of the young modern woman. I would strongly, from a sociological standpoint, from a cultural observational standpoint, I would almost I would almost implore you to watch that movie.
Okay, so see,
I
exactly.
would
See,
advise you
we
to
gonna
watch
watch
it.
it.
I would advise you to watch it as a kind of survival tool. That's just how bad it is.
I think we got homework, y'all. We got homework per Uru, per Professor Uru. We got studying to do. We got some studying to do.
Like,
And let's
I
do
think
let's do this. Go ahead, Ian. Go ahead. Yeah, that's exactly right. Okay, perfect. Go ahead.
I think how I see things. I didn't go to college until 2012. So I graduated '06. I went 2012. This 2011 is when this wave of women talking online and these big groups started happening when the iPhone and the Android came out. And seeing women that I went to school with,
and that I dated talk like this, I was really confused at first. But as you saw it just continue on, and then you see how the market is changing and then and pushing women towards, workforce, longer hours, more income. And it's like, I talked to my aunt, she's like, yeah, it's the greatest way to give women to the free market. At this time, I totally didn't get what she was saying. And I was like, and then, as soon as I get in the hospital, I'm looking at paperwork and I'm looking at the changes in healthcare. For the longest, women never paid to have babies. Just a prime example of making more income that doesn't benefit you. They weren't. Most women didn't have health insurance. Most women were making under $30,000, and the hospital paid for everything for your child, practically. And so you're forced to get health insurance. 2012. You're making more money, and like the limited where I live is 36,000 for assistance. The average woman makes around 40 something thousand. When I had my kid, it cost me $4,200, and that's just the basic shit. So, they gave them to the free market by motivating them to work more and be within bigger corporations and more work hours.
Passed out to the market.
You're asked out to the market. Like you making 50,000 versus you making 30,000. When you actually do the math, if you want kids, you might as well just make 30,000 the whole time because your lifestyle would be the exact fucking same. At the end of the fucking day, it's the exact same. Health insurance, gas, the amount of food that you need to buy every week, travel, all this shit. And at the end, when you look at it, you really made like 25 fucking thousand. Y'all were given to the free market, but the push in the direction. Then I liked when COVID came because we saw how crazy it got and how women were behaving, and now we're at this area where we've seen the conversations change. And I like I said, I've always laughed at it because it's like I just talk to my mom, talk to my dad, talk to my aunt, whatever. They shaped this shit. They made these people believe in shit. These were girls in 2011 that had associate's degrees talking about toxic masculinity, males are bad, and I'm patriarchy. And I was always confused because if we're talking about patriarchy, the first finger you have to point to is the elite. Why would you point the finger at the people that you're in community with, and the things that you actually need are getting split apart because you're worried about being a woman or being part of this
I got to answer that. I know it's a rhetorical question, but I got to answer it anyway because they started doing the whole "you hurt my feelings, you didn't do what I wanted you to do, you wouldn't bow," and those are signs of patriarchy. You told me you were dating more than just one woman, just me, but I got my feelings hurt because you chose. No, I'm just saying. I'm talking about the women, right? But I got my feelings hurt because you chose her over me, and that's patriarchy. So like patriarchy became this catch-all for anything quote unquote toxic, so just regular man shit that men engaged in that individual women or women did not approve of. It just became a blanket statement for a man being a man type shit. Go ahead.
And by the way of that, you destroyed yourself because now your guys are not even motivated to go against the elite because they're so separate from them. So they're laying down, they're laying flat, and I think it's a beautiful thing. And it is what it is. I mean, they're gonna have to suffer. And some guys might rise up and be good simps and take care of these broads, but not me. I mean, I got mine, but you know what I'm saying. Not taking care
Let
of
me
these
read.
broads.
Let me
But I gotta
real quick.
go.
Let me read some. Yeah, I gotta read some of these comments and super chats because I have to end out earlier today than I did yesterday. And Kevin says I agree for research purposes. So he's talking about Black people, and he says, but Z slid it in there. There's as it's on his watch list, but it is actually on my watch list though. No, but it is, but for the reasons that Black Uru was saying. No, you're right. I did say it like it's on my watch list, but excuse me, like it is on my watch list, and it is on my watch list, but for the reasons that Black Uru was saying, and I'm actually kind of beating myself up because I haven't watched Oppenheimer or the Barbie movie, right? So eventually I'm gonna get this Patreon going, and I'll let y'all know a little bit more about my personal life on that. Well, not everything, obviously, but a little bit more, and you'll appreciate why, right? That like there's a bunch of stuff going on, and Mr. Z could only catch so much. I'm doing my best, but anyway, but yeah, no, I definitely want to catch that Barbie movie. Well, watch it. I'm saying catch it like it's still in theaters, but watch the Barbie movie for exactly what Black Guru was saying, and that was always the goal to watch it also. But anyway, better yet. And let's do this. Let's do this. And who had the next? I had it highlighted for longest. And Detroit says, "F the blizzard. Ice Age is around the corner. Heat, heat up. Heat boys up. Heat up, boys. I think I know what you're saying. And wait a minute. And the women are freezing. Where's my women are freezing? They're freezing. They cold out here, right? They freezing out here. And thank you for the super chat once again, Detroit. And here go the other one, right? And here go a cold ass statement to go with it because I had you wait so long to read it. Here.
Hey, yo, hey, niggas get shot every day, B. You be aight, nigga. You tough, right?
And here go another cold ass answer.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa. That's too damn bad.
And one more cold ass answer.
It's all there, black and white, clear as crystal. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
There you go. And thank you for that, Detroit. And KMS says chaos is ladder tax. Chaos is ladder tax. KMS, I'm a little lost. Chaos is ladder tax.
Chaos is a ladder. It's a phrase from Game of Thrones. It basically means that when shit is falling apart, that's the best time to move up, which is true.
Yeah, okay.
That's why I think this is a great time for black men. As certain things are falling apart, it creates greater opportunities for if you got the right mindset and skill set and ambition, and if you can move fairly unencumbered, it's a great time to move up.
I remember that quote now. Yes, no. Who else? Somebody said something similar. It was in different words, but I feel like this sentiment has been expressed multiple times throughout
Well,
human
there
history.
was a similar great line in the movie Inside Man, where it says, "When there's blood on the street, buy land."
Yeah. Jesus. Hey. Exactly. And KMS, once again, thank you for the super chat. And Game of Thrones had some quotables. Game of Thrones had some, not even some, a lot of quotables. And House of Cards had a zillion quotables. Oh my God! I used to be watching it with a pen and a sticky notepad, like just quote after quote. I never finished the show. I think I got to season was it 4? But it was just, oh man, that show was such a good quotable
I
ass show.
I stopped watching when they meet to Kevin Spacey. I was like, fuck this. I stopped watching. I mean, that was one of the great acting jobs in the history of series TV, whether it was television or cable. It's not even top 5, no matter whatever standard you use. That was an all-time top 5 acting job, particularly in a drama. And for him to be removed on some queer Me Too stuff, I just couldn't stomach it. I couldn't stomach it anymore.
Yeah, that's what got him caught up. Yeah. Oh, for whoever asked House of Cards. So there's 2 different, and I need to watch the British one too. I heard the British one is banging too. Black Guru. So it predates the US one. So House of Cards. Whoever asked House of Cards. Right. It's a really good politically themed show, and I don't want to spoil it for you, but it's really good. I want to say it's a slow burn, but it's actually kind of not. Actually, matter of fact, the opening scene is what got me hooked from the jump. The opening scene and the opening quotes, I was like, oh, wait a minute. So it was a really good show. And Leon says, and to what he was saying earlier,
that subway scene is an all-time.
Oh, with homegirl? Yeah. Hey, bitch,
Talking
you
about a
wavering a little too much.
surprise. Talking about a surprise. And
Yep.
what the fuck?
You know what? He had some blood on his hands because that's not the only. At least 3 people,
Yeah.
right? More than that.
Yeah.
More than that.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
yeah. Hey, and remember what he was saying in the beginning, like, oh, so all right, I got something for your ass. All right, you give me my cabinet position. Watch this. And he was. No, I'm not gonna mess it up for you. I'm not gonna mess it up. But yeah. No spoilers in the. That show old as hell. But yeah, that helped to make Netflix actually too. That series helped to put Netflix
It
on.
really
Yeah.
It really did. Yeah, it really did.
And sidebar, Mr. Z Black Uru, to y'all point, I would be remiss if I didn't really tell y'all the downfall of that music and that dance and shit. Can anybody say Two Live Crew? They're the ones who started this.
Oh hell no! Wait a minute!
No, wait a minute. No, we're gonna own this shit and take accountability. They started this shit.
What did Dade County do to you?
They transitioned from good dancing music and regular happy rap to all you see was shake that ass, bitch.
I don't see what the problem is. I don't understand what the problem. I don't know. I don't understand what you're saying. I don't see what the problem is. How is this negative? I don't see how Doodoo Brown is negative. I don't see how none of that. Now let's check what your mama gave you. I don't see how none of that is a negative. I don't see what you're saying. You're speaking a foreign language.
That's a Negro spiritual.
I don't understand. Somebody had to have the whole shake in their ass. Somebody had to do it, and we elected to do it. Somebody's background. Jay Moore. Wait. Jay Moore, your background we cannot hear you. Your background is atrocious. Go ahead, Ayo. Go ahead.
Okay. And on the religious side, on the religious end, I don't know if y'all have heard of this dude. He runs a mega church in Houston. He was in the news during COVID. Y'all remember his name? His name was Joel Osteen.
Yeah,
y'all heard of this?
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, I know.
Okay. And guess what just happened to him? Somebody unalived his ass today.
Wait, Joel Osteen Joel Osteen got killed?
Got murked.
Oh, I'm gonna have to look that up.
It just came over my news feed about 45 minutes ago. I was like, get the fuck out of here. I take everybody's money and don't do nothing for the community. Wait.
Remember too, AO, when that hurricane hit and it got flooded and people were trying to go to the church and he told them to lock the doors on their ass? That part
he said, I remember New Orleans. Y'all ain't finna fuck up my carpet, not in my church.
Yep.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. Karma's a bitch.
Damn. Hey, bro. Hey. And Leon said, let's read this super chat. Hey, fuck the whole goddamn mood up. And Leon says, Facebook destroyed, I think he meant to say the club. Facebook destroyed the club. I got caught cheating 10 times. You probably had your location on too, or whatever the hell. But he came up, he said that earlier. He was telling us about it earlier. So thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat, Leon. And Vince's unpopular opinion, Omarion ruined dancing, but Omarion was over here. Pause for the statement, y'all. Pause for the statement. But Omarion was over here dancing all over the place, saying "touch." Right? Like wasn't that Omarion? Wasn't Omarion talking about ice boxes where my heart used to be? Wasn't that Omarion?
Yeah, that was Omarion.
Thank you. Omarion was the one. Omarion is the most calm dude ever. Like, remember when everybody was like, Omarion level of calm? Like, right? Unbothered. That's the word I'm looking for. Omarion level of unbothered. I do want to have Omarion level of unbothered, but I don't smoke. I don't smoke.
What do you say, Z? I got an ice box where my heart used to be.
Yep, that's the Omarion. That's the one. Yo, that's a dope ass song, by the way. Shout out to Timberland. Perfectly produced. That's a dope ass song. That's a dope ass song. You know what? I already got it in my playlist. I already got it. But yeah, like definitely, yeah. So yeah, Omarion level. You imagine your bandmate and your ex lady piping each other, and they trying to make you bothered in publicly, and you're so unbothered that everybody knows how unbothered you are. As a matter of fact, you're like, yeah, we cool. We could have a conversation and all that. Like, you ever seen the interviews of Omarion? I think it was such an zen place. It bothered them that he wasn't bothered. And once again, Vincent, unpopular opinion, Omarion ruined dancing. Nah, I don't think so, man. And Chris Brown's still keeping dancing alive and whatnot, and yeah. So even though he kind of in some stuff right now too. So yeah, thank you for the super chat, Vince. Thank you for the super chat. So yeah, Omarion level of chill.
I knew the dance era was over when they tried to say Chris Brown was the king of dancing. So I knew it was over then. I said,
Chris
if y'all proclaiming that nigga the king of dance when y'all forgot about people like Michael Jackson.
No. I will say Chris Brown's not the king of dancing, but I will say Chris Brown definitely kept dancing alive. Because for me, it went. I'm be skipping people, but it's Chris Brown working backwards. Chris Brown, then Usher, and I can't really y'all tell me who y'all think is next. But obviously Michael. Like, I don't know how many people wouldn't put Michael in that list. So I don't think people forgot about Michael. But Chris, out of quote unquote this generation of I don't even want to say young, because Chris Brown ain't really young like that no more. But okay, fine, young guys. Yeah, no, Chris Brown is definitely he's the guy. It's him. I mean, like, anybody want to think of any notable musician that's dancing other than Chris Brown and Usher? And Usher not even young. I can't even call him young-ish. I can't even claim that. So other than Chris Brown, I can't think of anyone else who's actually dancing. Men, at least men. Yeah.
Nah, man. Fuck that nigga Usher, man.
Well, what happened to Usher? Wait. What else you do to you?
Nah, man. That nigga snatching up my baby Alicia, man. I ain't like that shit, man. I'm gonna pull up on that
What,
nigga,
Alicia
man.
Keys?
Yeah, man.
Hey, what's his name? What's his name? Couldn't keep Alicia forever. Did you? Oh, you met Alicia Keys? Oh,
yeah,
man.
I met her like 20 years ago, man. Like, she a good bit older than me anyway. But I remember I was like, this was around when You Don't Know My Name came out. And
Okay, yeah. With the joint with most definitely music video. Yep.
Yeah. So like, it was pretty dope. Like, you got to speak to her for a little bit and whatnot. I was like, yeah, when I get older,
fucked your life up, huh?
I told her, I was like, when I get a little bit older, I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna marry you.
No, Swiss Beats Ben took her off your hands, nigga. Swiss Beats Ben took her.
Nah. Hey, niggas don't live forever.
Right? Swiss Beats Ben snatched up. Swiss Beats got to be the most pimping in ass. Swiss Beats left his wife, went to her, and then you see a picture with him, his ex-wife, and Alicia in the picture. And I'm like, I low-key feel like he's still pumping the ex-wife, though. But he probably was.
Quick interim. I have to say, I lament the fact, I don't know if the guy will say he's Jamaican, I don't know if he left already, but I lament the fact that the young generation, especially Generation Z, they'll never get the days where you go into the bathroom in the club and then you just start playing Back That Thing Up. You see that
you gotta run out.
The song.
Yep.
And no matter what you're doing, you run into the dance floor. Men, women, all. And then around like 2008, 2009, I mean, Jamaicans always had a presence. Jamaicans always had a presence in the clubs anyway. But that song came out, Dirty Wine, oh my God.
Yeah.
That song
Yeah.
Z,
bro, go ahead.
Z, the last song that had me on the dance floor was Wipe Me Down. After that, no more dancing for me.
What, man? Not the Webby joint? Well, the Wipe Me Down, the Do What You Do, Don't Touch My Shoes. And there was another one. It's like a trilogy. It's Wipe Me Down. It's Don't Touch My Shoes. And what's the other one? It's one more. It's like three of them that were like all sounded similar. They all came out around the same time. I'm missing the other one. Damn it.
Yeah. They were all mainly French joints.
Yeah. We had I call those gangster bops. It's dance music, but it's like kind of hood dance music, right? So yeah, and it's somebody said it earlier, like solo dance music, right? Like solo hood dance music. Yeah. Yeah. So we're gonna do this, you guys, because he gotta go. We got things to do. All right. So we will pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Like I said, XX accountability department, right? So shout out to Edward Anderson who says female accountability department. And so which clips do I want to play? As a matter of fact, I'll play a couple of these in succession so that we can kind of get an idea of what Z was talking about. And we will pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content and other non-Manosphere content. And Mr. Z out. All right, y'all.
What we have right now is there's fewer and fewer men that are hypergamous mates for women. So if there's a much smaller pool of guys, then what you have is you have a bunch of women competing for the same men, and then a bunch of guys get ignored. But what I also see is that those top guys are having a hard time deciding. So I feel like in my coaching practice as a dating coach, I'm working with a lot of women who say, what do I do? I've changed my profile the way you said I should. I took your class, but I still feel like there's just not enough great guys. And then I work with these CEO men who are having such a hard time choosing. And so I think we really have this exacerbated problem where so many women are competing for the same men, and then a bunch of guys are getting ignored. And then what ends up happening is, where do those guys go? And they go online. That's what you see.
They go to porn.
They go to porn, or they go to Reddit. I mean, I love Reddit, but they're really going to some of these red-pilled communities. And so what you're seeing now is just men really opting out of society. So when you go back to that stat, 1 in 7 young men in the UK is NEET, not in employment, education, or training. They have just opted out. And as Scott says, there's nothing scarier than a single man, a young single man. And so we are just creating a lot of these angry young single men who are saying, well, this is rigged against me. And so that's why I am worried about the rise of people like Andrew Tate. And if we wonder, where are the dads, where are the men? Well, men are finding these father figures, but they're finding them online, and they're not the father figures that I would choose for the majority of men. And so I'm really worried about this, because I feel like women are saying, guys, you need to step up because I can provide and I don't need that from you. And guys are not prepared to rise to the occasion.
What are women looking for? Scott talked about height.
Yeah. So I would say, I work at Hinge, but I do think that apps have perpetuated this issue around height, because if you can set your height filter to something, then you might set it higher. And then it's as if you have the dating app as a club, and you're literally having bouncers that prevent a bunch of guys from even getting into the club. So many women in the US set their height filters at 6 feet, but only 14% of men in the US are 6 feet or taller. So what happens to the other 86% of men? And women are saying, where's my guy? It's like, well, he's not even showing up on your app. And so a huge thing that I push women to do is to change their height filters and just say, there is nothing that proves that you're going to have a successful long-term relationship if the guy is higher. I'm married to a short king. I love it. I feel like I really found this gem. And I think that so many women are missing out on great potential partners because of things like height.
Scott's point as well about they will date one of the men in the top 10%.
Yeah.
Sleep with him potentially, and then that kind of adjusts their standards and they expect all other men to meet that standard, but there isn't enough men to meet that standard, is there?
I haven't specifically heard that. I mean, there is a lot of evidence around assortive mating, that people sort of have an internal sense of how attractive they are and that they end up with someone similar to that. But assortive mating is different than hypergamy, which is really this idea, as Scott said, that women tend to date horizontally and up and men date horizontally and down. So if you have 2/3 of women who are college grads and 1/3 of college grads who are men, and some of them are going to date women without college degrees, you truly do have this dating crisis where there's just not enough men to meet this hypergamous mating.
Again, you can't tell women to lower their expectations, but this is the reality. When you ask a man, if you could have a woman who had 80% of everything you wanted, 75% say, yeah, I'm on board.
Mm-hmm.
When you say to a woman, a man has 80% of what you want, 75% say that's not enough. But if you, but even look at the media.
Right.
What does the media tell a woman to do? He's out. But he didn't open your door. He's not nice to his parent. You walk right out on that man. Like, it's literally every piece of media is, you don't need him. You're a strong, independent woman. Pull the ripcord. You're out. And it is the basic kind of communication around this is, you are a strong, independent, powerful woman. That is wonderful. And quite frankly, you don't need the imperfect man. And they're just not connecting. I read that on Tinder, a man of average attractiveness has to swipe right 200 times to get 1 coffee. And then 4 of those 5 coffees will ghost him. They will decide they don't want to meet him, or they won't show up. That means a guy of average attractiveness has to swipe right 1,000 times to get 1 coffee. Now, what does that tell that guy? Women don't value me. Women make me feel rejected. And then they go online and they see these misogynists telling them it's not your fault. And these men become much more prone to misogynistic content, much more prone to nationalistic content, blaming other people for the lack of economic opportunity. They start sequestering from society. I worry that we are literally evolving a new species of asexual, asocial male. And if a man by the age of 30 hasn't either lived with someone or married someone, there's a 1 in 3 chance he's going to have a substance abuse problem.
Wow.
In addition, it goes so much deeper than that, because if they don't develop the skills, the reason romantic comedies are 2 hours, not 15 minutes, is this shit is hard. Like, finding an attractive, intelligent woman, generally speaking, 75% of people who've been married longer than 30 years say, in the beginning, one was much more interested than the other. It was almost always the man. Women are much choosier. The basis of evolution is seed trying to get everywhere, men, and women deploying a much finer filter to select the strongest, smartest, and fastest speed. So men need an environment to demonstrate excellence. And you hear these women talk about it. He was kind. He was good at work. I liked the way he smelled. He was funny. Where do men demonstrate excellence? When they're not going to college, they're not going into an office because of remote work. Where do they have, they're not going to church, they're not going to temple. Where does a woman have the opportunity to fall in love other than these baseline metrics? And you were talking about women say, you've seen these TikToks, over $100,000, that's not unreasonable, and over 6 feet, that's 2.2% of the male population. So where do they fall in love? Where can a man demonstrate excellence? It used to be go to temple, 7 single women, 7 single men, and they kind of pair it off and work it out. And online dating, similar to online e-commerce, online rentals, it's created a winner take most, if not all, environment. And it's basically been amazing for attractive guys, attractive wealthy guys, tall wealthy guys. It's been amazing for them. For all the other guys, it's been a disaster, and it's been made it mildly shittier for every woman. The digitization of mating, I believe, has been a disaster. It's been bad for women. It's been disastrous for men.
I want to.
All right, y'all, I'm hella about to ruffle some feathers with this video, but let's get into it and we gonna talk about it, okay? Disclaimer, I don't give a damn about what anybody says. I'm saying what I say and I mean what I say, okay? Let's watch this video.
As members of the Soft Black Wives Club, we just celebrate anything. And tonight, we celebrate the fact that we're both Libras, we're both beautiful black women in interracial marriage, we're both soft black wives, stress-free, put up and out the way. Ain't nobody coming to us as a woman about our husbands. Keisha wants us to buy more friends for the club. I personally think it should be all interracial couples or age gap. I tell her, girl, a lot of women don't like the women that live a soft life, so they gotta be living a soft life too. So if we want to join our club, we can do like a group date to all the best restaurants in Las Vegas. We can meet at the country club for golf, tennis, or pickleball.
All right, let me ask y'all a question. So why is it that resistance shows up when he's black, but submission shows up when he's white? Because if a white man tells you, I got it, you don't have to worry about it, y'all just sit back all giggly and be like, ooh, that's bae, right? But when a black man says, I got it, you don't have to worry about it, y'all want to sit there and talk about, I don't need no man, I'm independent. So y'all are feminists until Brad the bare minimum shows up. Got it. There's oftentimes this unspoken power dynamic between black men and black women just based off the fact that how society has put us underneath this pressure cooker of racism, gender roles, and all this stuff. So we're always constantly kind of looking at each other for that control, that validation, that respect, or whatever the case may be. But when a black man steps into leadership, y'all don't see protection, y'all see actual competition. Let's talk about it. Because I don't think a lot of you guys realize that nobody's trying to control you, sis. You just not used to someone else being in the front view of your own reflection. But all of a sudden, when you get with a white man, submission looks like softness and control looks like security. It's not always about what's being said, it's about who's saying it. Let's be all the way fucking for real. And be honest with yourself. Is it safety or is it supremacy in the soft voice that y'all getting it from? Soft life isn't something that's wrapped in European. Let me make that very fucking clear, right? You don't get femininity off of just being with a white boy. Let me make that very fucking clear, okay? Femininity isn't something that white men just unlock, okay? Y'all be handing this over to white people because you think the power dynamic between them is going to benefit you more than it is with a black man. Let's be all the way fucking for real, right? The real challenge is a lot of you black women don't know how to be soft with someone who reflects your struggles, but instead y'all try to go after someone who gives you the escape. So when y'all date a black man, you have that shared trauma, the same struggle, or whatever the case may be, right? So it's not love that you're seeing, it's survival that you're seeing. And a lot of y'all start to battle with that control because you've never felt safe in your blackness. But a white man doesn't reflect your wounds. He reflects access. He reflects peace. He reflects safety, right? So y'all feel like y'all live in the soft life, not because he's better, but because of his whiteness is what y'all equate to safety. He's not softer, sis. I hate to break it to you. It's the fact that y'all don't expect him to hurt you the exact same way. So y'all associate whiteness with worthiness and blackness with battle. So let me ask y'all, why is submission so easy when the skin is pale, but he's got to work 10 times hard like he's got to get a degree when his skin is melanin? So it's not even about the man, it's about what you assume his intentions mean just based off of his skin color. So if your softness is dependent on his whiteness, is it truly softness or is it internalized survival mode dressed up in femininity? Y'all not healed, sis. Y'all just taking a vacation from your own reflection. All right, let me say this and then duck real quick. Y'all don't hate average. You just hate average when it comes wrapped in black skin. I said what I said. Don't scroll now. Stay with me. Let's watch this video and then we'll get into it. So let a black man be regular, degular, got 9 to 5, flaws like everybody else, and y'all see he's invisible. Y'all be talking about, I'm not settling, he ain't got it together, or this, that, and the third. But let a white man be wearing wrinkled khakis, haven't washed his hair in fucking 6 months, saying grand rising, and I go with the flow, and y'all be talking about, oh, he's just different. I see the potential. What? That ain't standard sits, that's racial comfort and internalized bias. So y'all treat blackness like it has to be excellence to be lovable, but y'all treat whiteness like it's a blank canvas that you can build with. Oh. Stay with me now. Black men gotta prove their piece, white men are just assumed peace, even in the chaos. So y'all rather build with the white man not because he's better, but because society already sees him valuable as default. You're not dating up, sis, you're just relaxing your standards for him. Y'all keep saying that you can't find a black man who leads, who loves, who communicates, and this, that, and the third, right? But the truth is, you guys just couldn't be patient with a black man who didn't perform it in the aesthetics that you wanted. Y'all wanted healing wrapped in a beard, Versace, and a 6'3" height, and when that didn't show up, you decided to dip. You didn't choose different, sis. You just picked the same energy and a color that you felt safer to submit to. You want the vibe, but not the weight that it comes with. You say black men don't show up, but y'all don't even let black men show up flawed. Meanwhile, you out here trying to coach Brad into being Malik Jr. and then calling it love. That's not healing, sis. That's hiding. And deep down, y'all know it.
I see who the real narcissists are. It's us women! I made a video saying I don't never believe the women first until I hear both sides. Everybody in the comments was like, oh yeah, it's giving pick me, it's giving men pick me. And then this lady, she posted a video because she was in the gym and the guy was like, I just commend you for wearing a full skirt, you know, like I don't see it a lot lately. And somebody else was like, it's giving male validation. You women are the wolf in sheep's clothing. Oh my God, it's so clear. Women try to portray this image that men are just horrible people when in reality, it's us.
I'm gonna be a baby daddy on child support. Nope, don't do it.
Wait, so you're not gonna try to get my number, holla at me, nothing?
I thought about it, but I just see my future. You know?
Future?
Yeah, 3 to 4 kids, divorce, I lose my house, my cars, my money. It's not something I want to get into, so.
I'm a sweetheart. I would never do that to you.
Yeah.
You judging me.
I mean, yeah. Look what you're wearing.
I mean, it's hot outside. I don't want to be like, what?
I just see a toxic relationship, you know, on and off. I just can't do it. Nah.
All right, you couldn't handle me anyway.
Remember, baby daddy on child support.
So you're not gonna say anything again?
Don't do it.
I mean, look, I already told you. You seem like a headache. You seem like a problem. And I just can't deal with that right now. I got a lot going for myself.
You don't think this is a coincidence?
What's a coincidence?
A sign from God? That we met up by chance? Like...
I think it's a test, and I know I'm a pass it. I mean, look what you're wearing.
You're still judging me. God said don't judge.
You're right, but God said also don't be a fool. And I'm no fool. You look like you got guys in your DMs, guys cash apping you, probably got a sugar daddy paying all your bills.
Looks can be deceiving.
You're right.
Very deceiving.
But imagine if we walking down the street, right, and you wearing that, and a lot of guys looking at you, and some of them want to come talk to you. I got to deal with that. They might even want to fight. I got to fight them. I might even lose my life. And that's something I can't deal with right now.
Walking God's blessings again, are we?
Yeah.
So you like what you see and you're still not going to say anything?
Yes, I like what I see, but probably every guy does. I mean, look at you. You're beautiful, banging body, but that doesn't mean you're a good fit for me.
You like what you see, but you're still not going to give me a chance.
You seem like trouble, a headache. That's something I don't want to deal with. You probably got an OnlyFans. You probably got a crazy ex looking for you. Bad credit, kids, can't cook, can't clean. You look expensive, so I'll probably go broke messing around with you. I can't do it. I'm not going to do it.
So I do have great credit, but I do have 4 baby daddies.
You see? I knew it. I knew you had kids.
You see? That was a joke. Do you see how quick to judge you are?
You can't be joking like that. That's on you.
So if I changed my whole wardrobe, would you give me a chance?
I mean, nah, I can't do it.
Oh my God.
I can't do it, no.
I almost had you.
You almost did.
I almost
you
had
almost did.
Be safe.
And Joe says, and Galloway still isn't talking to women, and he is not. Well, you see that later on in this, towards the end of this, he says the only thing he would say to women is go on the second date. Go on the second date. Don't just turn the guy down or just ghost him or whatever for any old little thing. And that's cool, but yeah, no, that's about as far as it'll go with that, with him saying anything to the women. You know what? If these guys think that it's not their place to say anything to the women, it's the women's place, fine. But the women ain't saying much. The women ain't saying much outside of this lady that I played that said, "Don't die alone." The lady that was speaking to Scott Galloway, she's the only one really. But outside of that, meh. All right, y'all. So we'll pause right there. Truly love, piece of chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. Excuse me. And Z is out. All right, y'all.